To the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, April 8th meeting 2025. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:13. And welcome to the Wanacott Room of the Mendocino County Museum. I'm going to ask the clerk to do the roll call.
Supervisor Klein.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Norvell.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask Karen Madsen, the director of the Mendocino County Museum, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And the flag is up here in the corner. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands. All right, so item 4D will be heard no sooner than 11 a.m. and item 4F will be heard no sooner than 1:30 p.m. as stated on the agenda. Okay, so on item number 2, this is public expression. So I invite members of the public to provide comments of items of interest that are not on the agenda. And you can line up at the podium. The podium was brought up from Ukiah. And you'll have 3 minutes each to raise your concerns or issues. And we will also go take comments on Zoom too. So thank you all for showing up today, and we'll proceed. Okay.
Good morning. Woo. I'll stand tall. Okay. I'm lucky enough to sit near the podium, so I get to be first. I imagine that most of us in this room knew that Jared Huffman was at a town hall meeting at the Mendo College. It was wonderful to have him, and I realized that I didn't know that our supervisor, John Haschak, was there, and but the city council members were not. So I spoke to Huffman, and he said, I'll come to Willits. So I just want to say we're figuring out when he'll be able to come to the community center, and I want to invite you all, and imagine that you all want to come. He has been speaking all around the county, so of course we're all welcome, and we need to have a better pipeline for understanding how the Trump and Doge cuts are going to have already been affecting and will continue to affect our county and our little town of Willits. So we need you guys for our guidance and our protection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get the name of the previous speaker? Melinda Clark.
Melinda Clark. Yeah, please state your name when you come up to the podium.
And I'm Kim Bancroft, and you'll start the clock over again. I see it running. There it goes. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming to our little town. It's really impressive that you're all here, and big kudos to the technological help, because it's a lot to bring all of you here. So thank you so much. And following a little bit what Melinda said, obviously so many of us have a lot of concerns about how cuts to federal funding will affect us, not just in Little Willits, but in Mendocino County. And I probably don't need to tell you all of the ways that we've been talking about it in our community meetings, in people just meeting up saying, well, what's going to happen to Social Security, but also things that really come through the county, including Medi-Cal, health center funding, food banks, food security, SNAP, education, even Healthy Start and Head Start programs. And we just found out about funding that has been cut from FEMA that will help our community stay safe in a fire. I live in a forest, and so many of us do, and we know what can happen when forest fires come through here. And apparently in Washington, D.C., they don't care about that. So whatever you all can do to keep assuring local communities like us that what you can do and speak out and be tough and fight back. It's really an important time for us to know that public officials represent us and aren't rolling over like so many people are doing throughout the country. So I just want to thank you for taking steps in that direction as you will.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to turn to Assistant CEO, Sarah Pierce, and she had some information on that brick funding that we were going for Brook Trails and the $50 million grant. So the brick is the building resilience, infrastructure, and communities. So.
Correct. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. So in our budget conversation, we will be discussing some of the related cuts that are happening at the federal level, but one of them, as mentioned, is the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities BRIC program, which has been canceled. The BRIC program was supposed to support local and territorial governments and tribal nations as they work to reduce their hazardous risks, and aimed to support communities as they build capacity. So what we know right now is that we did submit a project which equated to about $50 million, which was to be spread out over multiple phases. The phase one, which was awarded to us, was around $3.5 million. Through March of 2025, the county has incurred costs of about $77,000, of which we've only received $2,500 in reimbursement from the state PrEP California program, which was the match. So we have reached out to state of California to understand as well how the federal portion will be impacted and if we can expect to receive any funding. So there's more to come on that. We are in communication. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I guess we're going to end up sweeping the forest ourselves. Oh. Okay. I think we're going to have to end up sweeping the forest ourselves. So, okay.
Thank you for coming today. We're very appreciative. My name is Bill Barksdale. I want to address you regarding the issue of David Eister, DA. He's an abuser. He's an abuser of taxpayer money. Per the latest issue of the Willits Weekly, he's still having his lavish banquets at taxpayer expense. His persecution of our prosecution, I guess I should say, of Ms. Cubison and Kennedy, allegedly because of improper spending dollars that they discovered. It's my understanding was the reason for that. I now understand that his term has been extended without voter approval by an additional 2 years. So now his term, which would normally have ended in 2 years, is now going to end in 4 years. I'm very opposed to that. I'm requesting as a taxpayer that his employment be with the County of Mendocino be terminated as soon as possible. Perhaps, as was done with Ms. Cubison and Kennedy, immediately. We've already had to deal with an abuser as President of the United States. Let's not make it worse with what I see as a corrupt DA. Thank you for your time.
Alex Bland. According to Mendo Fever, the arts and craft store Hobby Lobby may take the place of the former J.C. Penney building on North Orchard Avenue in Ukiah. It is my firm belief that we should hold out for an inclusive business to fill that space. Hobby Lobby doing business in Ukiah would hurt our LGBT+ community members. The billionaire CEO of Hobby Lobby, David Green, is a donor to the Evangelical National Christian Foundation, NCF. According to a 2017 Inside Philanthropy article, NCF, quote, is probably the single biggest source of money fueling anti-LGBT movements over the past 15 years. By far the biggest recipient of NCF donations is Alliance Defending Freedom, a large network of Christian extremist lawyers who have supported criminalizing homosexuality, sterilizing transgender people, and claimed that gay men are pedophiles. The group recently came out against Congressional Democrats' Equality Act, the language of which bans discrimination against LGBTQ Americans. Most of NCF's donors are unknown, but some are out in the open. David Green is a donor. According to Visit Ukiah marketing materials, Ukiah promises a magical place where freedom of expression is a tradition and a way of life. It tells us Ukiah is a safe place to just be you. How can our LGBTQ+ friends, neighbors, and loved ones feel free when a billionaire who donates to an organization that wants homosexuality criminalized, transgender people sterilized, and which claims that gay men are pedophiles is using his money to harm them? If you want corroboration of my sources, I can provide them to you, and if it's better to talk to another organization, I would like that information, please.
Chair?
Yes.
I think we might want to clarify. Sometimes the public gives us expression and it has the appearance that we're not responding or acting on it. I appreciate that last speaker and what he had to say, but I don't think this is something that will come before the County Board of Supervisors. And it might be good to clarify where the appropriate venue is to actually influence change.
And do you have an idea for that?
Well, I know it's not the County Board of Supervisors. I don't think they're seeking any approval from us that we could approve or deny.
It's
Planning Commission or City Council?
Ukiah City Council, probably.
But
Yeah,
thank you.
And getting that word out. Okay? So, go ahead.
Ready? Okay, thanks. Always ask permission. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Kevin Radley, and I'm a resident of District 5, Supervisor Williams District, and currently reside at the Woods Co-op, a senior housing community located on the Little River Airport Road, County Road 404. I'm also a working member of a group called Citizens to Fix Little River Airport Road. The purpose of the group is to present a proposal to the board for consideration to repave the stretch of Little River Airport Road from the junction of Little Albion River Road to Little River Airport Road. Confusing. The Little River Airport Road has not had any major repair or repaving work done in many, many years. Yes, the county has provided services and upkeep of the road, filling in potholes, cracks, and road surfaces. However, these repairs are temporary and don't last. In short order, the potholes repair very soon after. In researching the value of the project, we came to the realization that Little River Airport Road is far more than a country road. It is in fact a major evacuation route in times of emergency such as fire, earthquake, or weather-related disasters. The Little River Airport Road offers only two ways in which to evacuate the area safely. One exits to the east through Campchi, or one exits to the west to Highway 1. I read that part already, sorry. Also in our communications with the surrounding community, we provided an ongoing petition drives. By the way, these efforts have also are both done on hard copy and our newly constructed website, Fix Little River airportroad.org, where residents can file petitions, leave stories and experiences through efforts. 31 seconds. So, in weights and concerns of the community as a whole. We have a documentation in this binder, which is over there, which my colleague will talk about a little bit. Finally, in working on this project, we've just asked this question. Okay, District 5 is an important hub to all the rest of the communities during these, and it's a critical way to look at the airport, sorry.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. I don't. Let's see. Scott, is there a way of dealing with that? Oh, that's okay. Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Hi, my name is Paula Patterson, and I'm also a resident of Little River Airport Road. And I wanted to speak to the, I know the roads are a big deal and a lot of money for this county, but I also want everyone to take note what we contribute in District 5 towards the county. And I think some of that money that comes to the county through transient occupancy tax is just swallowed by the rest of the county, which we provide most of. So I just want to bring that up. Also, this is a two-mile stretch, maybe a little more than a 2-mile stretch. And we've managed to get, I don't know how, but Cameron Road, which is 6 miles, has been completely repaved. Also, Philo Greenwood Road, that is 18 miles, has also been completely repaved. County Road 404, our road, 2 miles. We have done surveys of the traffic on that road, and it has shown that that road has over 70 vehicles per hour during any point of the day. That's the average. So it is well traveled. I doubt that either Cameron or Philo Greenwood have 70 miles or 70 cars a day. So I think that is a strange allocation of funds for a road that is so highly impacted and used. We have the fire department and we have the airport. And the thing about the airport is I was looking at the revenues from the airport in the budget, and it is like most airports have landing fees. That airport has rental fee. They pay $15 a day to use a hangar or to park their plane there. People are flying in private jets, and we hear them where we live a lot, so there's many, and I'm just saying it's a source of revenue that I don't know if has been considered ever for making roads happen for repair. We have gathered over 500 signatures on our petition. Our website has comments on it, and you'll see in the binders that we've left that you can look at your discretion. We have lots of incidents have been cited about car crashes, about being extremely dangerous situations on this road because of it's terrible. And so I know we have a lot of terrible roads in our county, but this one is, it's an accident, a big accident waiting to happen. So I really wish in this current budget consideration you would think about Little River Airport Road. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name's Olga O'Neill, and I'm a resident of Willits.
Could you speak closer to the mic, please?
Oh, I can. I have to get on my tiptoes, but I'll do it. Luckily, those calves can use it. Okay. I'm here to, well, first thing I want to say is I'm proud to be part of Willits, and I love seeing this turnout. It just makes me so happy in my little heart. But I want to first address the board about our Willits roof at the Willits Branch Library. We've had this conversation many, many times, so I won't go into all the details. I do want to urge the board, you know, I sit on the lab committee, and have been a longtime friend of the libraries in Willits. I want to urge the board, when it does come up next time, to please make a decision on it. we need to move on this. I'm really afraid that we've kind of missed some of the window for bids and all that, but I know there's been good reasons for the postponements, but I really hope that you can come to that decision next time and approve it. Since I have a couple of minutes, I also want to say, like many people, I'm very concerned about all the cuts coming down and hearing about the FEMA situation and just other things. I want to urge all of you as a board and also administration to be working with their state associations in creating bodies that are, advocating for our counties. We have so many people in this county that are going to be affected. And I think of kids, veterans, elderly, housing, food, shelter. Please be raising your voices in those associations. And also, I think we all hope for the best, but it's important to be thinking about the worst. And how are we starting to plan how we as a county are going to address some of those holes that are going to be in our community. So that's really all I've got.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to turn to staff right now. And Deputy CEO Dunnicliff, do you know when the roof and the solar panels and the battery issue is going to come back to the board?
Good morning, Board. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. So the intention is that the presentation from staff will be coming in the next, within April 22nd or May 6th. We're still trying to work on the date, but it will be in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there. Good morning, Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. My name's Julie Threet. I traveled over here from Chico and Butte County, and I'm here to advocate for the vaccine injured, those that are injured by the COVID vaccine. And I'm appearing for you today to appeal to your sense of duty to protect the members of your community. Again, I'm from Butte County. I work for the Butte County Public Health Department in 2021, helping deliver and administer these COVID vaccines into my community. I became injured by the 2 shots of Moderna. I've got a lesion on my brain. I've had both retinas detached, and I have chronic tinnitus and a heart problem. I became a whistleblower against the county, and I did everything I could for that first year to get those county board of supervisors to act. And now I'm going around the state, your county number 19 that I'm visiting, to make sure that you understand you've got an obligation and you do have the authority to stop your public health department from administering this toxic shot. Again, for the record, I've given you this 10-page letter. Obviously, I've got 2 minutes left to read as much as I can. I'm lead investigator for an organization called VAERSAware.com. And in that organization, I help injured victims around the country, actually around the planet, to address their concerns with this vaccine. So for the past 3 years, I've done nothing but fight medical tyranny in this state. We can't have this ever happen again. We can't lock up our seniors. We can't mask up our kids. We can't mandate these shots. And we've got a lot to atone for. And I'm demanding answers for sure, all the way up to the Kennedy administration. I've given you a lot of data. Again, you, I think, have an obligation to notify your 11,530 members of your community who have been injected with at least 1 shot of this current vaccine and survey their health status. Help them file a VAERS report so we have enough data in that system to talk to us about the problems that we've got. Check on your first responders, your healthcare workers who are mandated, and again, go check on batch numbers. Check on the 1 shot that was recalled. See if you've actually had proper communication to your community. There are 1,662,000 VAERS reports filed for the COVID vaccine. That's a lot of VAERS reports that have been filed indicating some problems with the shot. Of those, there are 38,541 deaths. My mom's one of them. She died of 4 shots of Moderna. She lives in Santa Clara County. In California, we've got 96,741 VAERS reports. That means that people have been injured by this shot or had an administrative error or some problem with this COVID vaccine in the state of California. A lot of them are children. 749 are deaths. We need to demand answers from Newsom and the prior administration. So conclusion, I'll not leave this planet until there's accountability and full stop to this man-made disaster and to support all victims of this toxic product. The lack of response and respect for us injured is infuriating and unacceptable. Do not continue with this product in your county. I will help your health services department to run these VAERS reports. I'm a mom, I'm a grandma, I'm a patriot. I just want to stop this, and I'm a concerned American. I want to stop this COVID vaccine in this country. And again, I've got a lot of information here for you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. On April 14th,
Your name,
2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this regarding the COVID-19 vaccines, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans. My name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was a public information officer at the California Department of Public Health for more than 14 years. I traveled 175 miles this morning from Elk Grove, California, to appear before your board to let you know that these vaccines are killing people of color. When I was employed at the California Department of Public Health, I apprised management regarding the dangers of these COVID-19 vaccines. Unfortunately, they made it about me and not about you, not about the people who are here or the 40 million other Californians. So what did I do? I prematurely retired. And I immediately incurred a 55% pay cut. I would not have taken a 55% pay cut if I was not convinced that these COVID-19 vaccines are killing people. That's why I'm sharing this with you, not for my aggrandizement, but to let you know that these vaccines are dangerous. I informed this board last July and 57 other boards of supervisors across California about what is happening with these COVID-19 vaccines. I also followed up this past December. I sent another written notification telling you about the dangers of the COVID-19 vaccine. And from the time that I initially apprised all 58 boards of supervisors, from August until December, more than 440 entries were filed with the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. And during that time period, 1 man and 1 woman died. If you had heeded my written notification, perhaps those more than 440 people would not be suffering and those 2 people would not be dead. Since then, an additional 150 other, and this is all Californians, have been suffering. Look, it's imperative that you tell your county health officer to stop promoting, stop administering, and stop distributing the COVID-19 vaccines. I will follow up my appearance before your board, and this is my 30th appearance, by sending you written notification. I'm going to have to leave because I have a elderly father that needs me, but I just wanted to make known that I'm not being disrespectful having to leave. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to tilt it. My name's Jennifer Sukney, and I live here in Willits, and I'm here as a private citizen today, not as a school board member. I want that to be clear. Gavin Newsom had made it mandatory that graduating seniors from high schools within the state have to complete a year of studies on ethnic studies, which is the studies of culture. And I know that because my master's is in ethnomusicology, which is the study of music as a part of culture. It can be political, depending on the subject. Mine was on the protest songs of the United Farm Workers, so that kind of was political. But it's also las mañanitas. It's the kind of food that you eat at home. It's what language you speak at home. It's how you dress. It's all these kinds of things. And a lot of times in the past, we took classes in school where we talked about our families and what their customs were. And that's a really good way of teaching it, because you get to appreciate other people rather than dislike other people for the differences. And I know that this is not normally under your purview, but the push I'm asking for is to push up. I've already spoken with 2 people from our state representatives in Sacramento, asking them. Gavin Newsom had made it part of the ed code that you have to do this. With that said, that means it's mandatory for all of the schools in our county and every county throughout our state to teach this. Then he went ahead, because originally the state was going to pay for it, and said, oh, you're not getting state funding, by the way, which means it falls on the counties, which means it falls on us. So it's a lot more expensive trying to do it the way the state has mandated. It's much easier to do it as a part of history, as a part of political science, as a part of home ec, whatever it might be, to have the regular teachers teach it and have them brought up to current times as to what's going on so they know what they're teaching. But saves us the burden of having to set up this completely different program. The reason it's being required is because it's now being required by the junior colleges for entrance. So I'm just asking you to be aware of that. If you have any power to talk to the higher ups that be within our state, if they just take it out of the code, that one little part, then it solves the problem. And it doesn't cost us that much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Jesse. I'm the branch manager of the Willis Branch Library. I'm very proud to hold that position. I love our little library. It's a community hub, and I enjoy the interaction with the community. Lately, I'm getting a lot of patrons expressing their concern and frustration that our roof isn't getting repaired. The delay in maintenance they have expressed is causing further problems, and that they think that they've seen it covered with the tarp long enough. And so I'm expressing their desire that you quickly get on top of approving the roof project for Willits so that we can get on with fixing our roof. Fact of the matter is, water and books don't get along. I've actually had to move some books off of the shelves to prevent them from getting rained on. I can hear water dripping through the walls long after the rains have stopped. So there's water within the space between our ceiling and the roof that just sits there, can't get out, and it's going to cause further problems. This delayed in maintenance isn't good for the roof, isn't good for the library, and it's not good for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. And you heard that it was coming back to the board either April 22nd or May 5th. Whatever.
May 6th, that is the goal.
May 6th.
Ready? My name is Lauren Robertson. I'm Vice President of Pine Mountain Firewise. We're a fire safe council on the southeast corner of Willits, approximately 1,000 residents. We're a one-way in, one-way out community, truly. Today we asked the Board of Supervisors to help us with, to address the emergency egress and ingress and egress routes that are blocked by locked gates. The locked gates are on deeded right-of-ways. Many of the roads in our community in the Pine Mountain neighborhood are on private property, but we have easements to go through on the roads. Some of the property owners go through 15 or 20 properties using these easements to get to a county road. There's a network of these deeded roads, but over the years they've been gated and many have been locked, taking away our right of ingress and egress. So the only remedy, or one of the remedies is to, we'd like to talk to the supervisors, the Board of Supervisors, about an ordinance to prevent these gates from being locked. So we're requesting you take up this matter and establish a fair procedure for putting up gates. We're not necessarily against gates, just we just don't want them to be locked. And we're often told that oh, it's okay, the fire department has a combination to the gate, or I will unlock the gate in an emergency. There's all sorts of scenarios where that's not going to work. I'm submitting a map, or we already submitted a map, but can I submit this map of our Pine Mountain area? Okay. Regarding the one way in, one way out, we checked with the state. They have some sort of a committee looking at one way in, one way out communities, and we weren't even included in that, our neighborhood. And the reason we weren't included was because they said that there are other roads out, but we know that the roads are not passable. And so as a fire safe council, we've done quite a bit of mapping on our hands and knees, looking at routes, looking at ways in and out. We have proposals for ways to rehab roads to go in and out. We're just sort of stuck right now getting those sorts of things done. So the other one thing I wanted to mention is, in case you all don't know, is CAL FIRE started a defensible space assessor program to support their defensible space inspector program. We had over 60 people in Redwood Valley a couple weeks ago who got trained to be defensible space assessors. If you'd like your home assessed, just call one of your fire safe councils and we can send somebody out. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lauren, for bringing that to our attention.
You can tuck those right in that shelf in the podium, and we'll pick them up on the break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair Hashchak, members of the board, County Council Scott. My name is Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 1021. As you work to prepare the budget for 2025 and 2026, you need to understand that the public and your employees have lost trust in you. You need to earn that trust back by being transparent and more forthcoming regarding county finances. Why don't they trust you? Let me give you one example. In 2023, the board and the administration swore up and down that the county was deep in the red with a structural deficit of tens of millions of dollars. We called that a fiction at the time. So what did the 2023-2024 annual comprehensive financial report end up showing? A surplus of $13.6 million, a swing of more than $20 million. The county has always overestimated expenses and underestimated revenues. The Chicken Little pronouncements about the sky falling are once again being rolled out like clockwork as the board begins its discussions on the budget. If you do this every time, you lose credibility and you lose public trust. You need to earn that trust back. What are some steps that the board could take to develop a stronger budget? First, stop digging deeper holes. Cut your losses on ill-advised legal actions that cost county residents and take your focus off running the county. The county has many allocated positions that are vacant and have been vacant for some time. Those should be taken out of the budget. Do a vigorous review of the teeter plan. It has been a money loser for the county. Determine if the county has a reasonable manager to worker ratio. Streamlining and flattening the chain of command can boost efficiency and provide cost savings. Keep focused on collecting funds that are owed to the county. Delinquent property taxes, underassessed properties, uncollected transit occupancy taxes. None of these will generate huge revenues, but it adds up and confirms to county residents that the county holds everyone to the same standard. As the county works on its 2025-2026 budget, are there reasons for concern? Yes, absolutely. Based on the proposals coming from Congress to gut Medicaid, the county and our nation are in a very dangerous position. Funding that supports health care, nursing homes, home care workers, substance abuse treatment, public health programs, mental health programs, and more are at serious risk, and if cut, will fundamentally change county services. We encourage everyone to advocate strenuously against these disastrous ideas and for the county to prepare contingency plans for how best to respond to all possible scenarios. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Harrison.
Good morning and welcome to Willits. Thank you for coming. My name is Michael Harrison. I moved to Willits 46 years ago and have lived here since. I'm here this morning to ask to have a discussion about Medi-Cal services in Mendocino County. Congressman Thompson and Congressman Huffman have recently sounded an alarm concerning cuts to Medicaid being considered in Congress. Mr. Thompson reported that approximately 33% of all Californians have health insurance through Medi-Cal. He further stated that if you take $500 billion over 10 years in funding, either healthcare providers are going to fold or healthcare will be drastically limited. Mr. Huffman states, quote, elders with nursing care, people with disabilities, and people who become eligible for Medi-Cal through its expansion in the Affordable Care Act are examples of those who could lose their health care insurance. I'd like to drill down on a more granular level and discuss Mendocino County's Medi-Cal program with regard to funding. In Mendocino County, there are close to 50%, or 1 out of every 2 persons that are enrolled in Medi-Cal. That works out to 43,183 of your constituents. So given all of the above, I have 3 questions. I hope you can answer, or at least give me a place I can get an answer. Number 1, have you been given any information regarding the amount in dollars or percentages that our county's Medi-Cal funding might be cut as a result of the Republican administration's budget? Number 2, have you been informed or thought about what impacts a cut in Medi-Cal funding might have in our county? Number 3, have you been involved with or thought about what types of contingencies or steps can be put in place to mitigate and combat those impacts? In closing, as I laid awake last night at 3:30 in the morning, I thought, hey, I know what to do. Instead of giving the federal government more than $80 billion, more than the feds give California, we should only give them $60 billion and keep $20 billion for ourselves and call it good. That way, we could keep Medi-Cal funding at its current levels. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Harrison. And yesterday I did reach out to Rod Granger, who's the executive director of the Rural Health Clinics in Mendocino County, and he wasn't available until tomorrow. But I know that the county is making efforts to try to figure out the implications of these cuts.
Yeah, good morning. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. Yes, we are tracking the Medi-Cal, the discussions around Medi-Cal and Medicaid cuts. And as Chair Haschak said, he has reached out to the local federally qualified health centers because we do realize that if there are cuts, many of the health centers are federally funded and will have significant impacts. So we are reaching out to them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Allen Rascu. I'm a disabled combat veteran and single father. I raised my son since he was 2 years old by myself. Today's his 18th birthday and I have to be here. Some of you may recognize the name from a police brutality case in Ukiah where I won $1.5 million. And my lawyer, Isaac Swaggers, also sued this county for over $5 million. I have no criminal record. I used some of that money to buy 16-acre parcel A1 in Brook Trails to get away from people and uniforms. Meadowlark Trail runs through my property for about 2,500 feet. This is the supposed FERCO access road. It is an easement that people live out on for people that live further out. It's the only easement on my deed. Upon moving in, I learned that Brook Trails thought they had easement and could come on my property whenever they wanted to. They have no easement whatsoever. They've never, ever maintained the road. The easement holder, a 70-year-old woman, has maintained it. And I started taking over 4 years ago to help her. It's been taken off the trail system, the Brook Trails trail system. at one point in time, a few years ago, she asked to put a gate up because of all the damage done to her road. And at first I didn't want to because, you know, people like to come down there and walk their dog, and I didn't mind that. But kids were playing with the rusty culverts and throwing all the rocks in the drainage ditches, and so I allowed her to put the gate up. Well, Chief Neuer didn't like that. He saw the gate, came down my other driveway, through all my no trespassing signs, put cards in my trailer door, all this stuff. Well, I'm not going to be bullied on my own property, and I don't want any uniforms on my property but EMS. I can handle my own fires with my fire trailer. I've plenty of training in the Navy. So I didn't call him. And a few months later, Chris Neary sends me a threatening letter, Brook Trails' lawyer, saying, you know, Brook Trails has an easement, have your lawyer call me. I ignored that threat also. Can't strong arm me. Then one day, Chief Neuer and his crew come down my driveway again and said, oh, do you know who put that gate up there? Well, at first I played stupid. No, I don't. Do you know who does? Oh, some lady out the road out there. They've already messed with
All
her
right.
4 years straight.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Well, and then Hashek wanted to...
Thank you for
they're
your
trying
comments.
to put the easement, or trying to put the
Yes.
road through there.
All right.
And
Thank you, Mr. Rescue. Your time is up.
keeps doubling down that they have
Okay.
them on it. And Brook Trails, all
Okay. Thank you.
that road is going nowhere. I tried to work with
Okay.
them 3 times, and they wanted a 40-foot road.
And
A 39-foot road. We all, and then they wanted a 40-foot road. You need to as well. Breaking the law
Okay.
again.
Okay. Right. Next.
Good morning. I'm Liana Costa, a Mendocino County property taxpayer. Be writing that check in the next 2 days, probably today. Thank you so much for the honor to be here at this museum. Obviously, Mendocino is so rich in history. I'll have to come back and spend the day to cherish this gem. I'm concerned that I will be pushed out of Mendocino County due to the overburdening property taxes recently assessed on my property. I paid a premium for industrial zoned property, and I was sold a dream of having a business license and being able to succeed. But since then, I've been stuck in this phase 3 process, and now I've been told that the process goes to the DCC for me to be able to get my business license to move forward, even though it's been approved here at the county. And on January 17th, they told us that our application would be 2 to 4 weeks until they started to review it. But here we are, last Friday, 11 weeks later, they finally responded to a multitude of emails that my friend's father, who also went in on the land with his daughter and I, and they said, I'm sorry. Well, they didn't say they're sorry. They just said they hadn't gotten around to our application, even though the same person, the head of the scientific department, had told us that in 2 to 4 weeks, they would be reviewing our application. So now I have this property, and lo and behold, the assessor has come out and reassessed it on the property value of what I paid for it in 2020. They keep telling me that my neighbor's property, which sold for $2 million, is a comparable. But what they're not taking into account is the people that paid $2 million for that property couldn't continue to make the note payments because they also were much like our group and in the phase 3 process of not getting their permits from a process that the county has handed off to the state. And that property's been foreclosed on. But I'm still having my property assessed at the 2020 value. And real estate agents told me I'd be lucky if I could sell my property for half of what I paid for it. And this tax bill is coming out soon, in the next 3 to 6 weeks of the time frame now, and it's going to be hitting my family with over $100,000 in property taxes for a piece of property that I'm not able to start the business that it was intended for. So I might get pushed out of the county, and I just wanted you guys to know that some of our family is in Israel right now, and my other business partners in the overflow area, and this is what's happening to us here. And it's just being pushed off as like, well, the state needs to approve your license. Well, Mendocino County was supposed to do the environmental review, and they couldn't, so they handed it off to the state. And that's where we're at now. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes,
I
Supervisor
wonder if we
Williams.
could have staff inform the speaker about the assessment appeal process, where to go, and is that a fair follow-up?
Sure. Is there someone in staff who could tell this appeals process? Yes. Deputy. Okay.
Hello.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Larry Aguilera. Recently moved here 9 years ago to Willits and enjoying the small town. I have to apologize in case I hurt anybody's feelings, but I have to speak from my heart. I did not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, because hundreds of years ago, America was put forth a doctrine called Manifest Destiny, where God gave America the right to go from the East Coast to the West Coast and be damned what's in the middle. And today, we're giving Israel the same thing. What they're doing in Israel to the Palestinians is bad. I carried a sign, a protest, and said genocide. 1, doing the killing. 2, supporting the killing. 3, not caring. 4, stopping. Which are you? And what has America made me? I'm supporting the killing. I'm not doing it, but I'm supporting it with my tax dollars. And I'm trying, by holding that sign up in demonstrations for Palestine, I'm trying to stop the killing. And, we have to wake up and realize what we're doing. Just as that Manifest Destiny eliminated how many? People don't even know how many indigenous people died during the colonization period. Well, I'll give you a number, 125 million from South America to North America. That's how many people died here, and what were the Americans doing, Were they like ostriches hiding their head in the sand? Were they not caring, But I know it was a different mentality back then, where we had the Constitution, and the Constitution protected people. But you know what it protected? It didn't protect the people. Today, we're talking about, America being a melting pot. Well, we know America is not a melting pot. It's a European ethnic melting pot because the Europeans got picked on and then got accepted. But why did we have the civil rights movement? Because minorities didn't get accepted into the American mainstream, and now we're still here. Look at what we're doing, We're trying to fight the oligarchs now. And after we fight this battle, what? It's back to normal, where minorities are left out again? So I ask you to search your hearts, and find out what's right, and at the same time, remember, the earth can't sustain us. We can't continue this more jobs. We can't continue, not taking care of this land, We only have one earth, so please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Hey, seeing no more comments in this room, are there any online?
Yes, there are. First is going to be Larry Olson.
Good morning, Mr. Olson.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you. I hope I can be heard.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Larry Olson. I'm the volunteer chair of the Mendocino County Tobacco Prevention Coalition. I've been involved with the Mendocino County Coalition since 2016. And it is the time within the health, I'm speaking to you and having trouble finding the precise words, but the Tobacco Coalition is the volunteer arm or the advocacy arm of the public health program, and public health staff are not allowed to advocate. So we have a unique role. But during that time, since 2016, I have seen the continued instability of the staff, the churn of people, the absence of focus from the health department about this most serious issue, and also a number of lost careers that I've known of personally because of the management within the health department around, in my particular case, tobacco. This isn't the venue to discuss that, but I have spoken about the problem with Supervisor Haschak and Williams, and they indicated to me, and I understand it's formed, that there is a public health advisory committee. I looked into the makeup of its bylaws and find that it is simply a body that reports issues to the health department leadership. My conversation with the supervisors and my sincere hope is that you will instead finally establish this Public Health Advisory Committee, which reports to and provides data to the Board of Supervisors and not health department leadership, because in my view, that's where the problem begins. For example, and this is not the time to spend a lot of time on examples, but the state grant for tobacco to Mendocino County requires 2.5 employees or staff to manage it. At the current time, there's a diffuse and scattered staff that we share, and I would say the assignment is not one yet. So I just wanted to ask the supervisors to re-examine this, bring it back into force, and I would be happy to help in any way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that the Public Health Advisory Board is to report to the board also, not just to the Public Health Administration.
Chair, can I
Yes.
ask a question? Mr. Olson, how would it be best to contact to the Volunteer Tobacco Coalition?
Mr. Olson.
He's muted. There we go.
Yes, I'm here. What was the question?
Yes, how would it be best to reach out to your group, the Volunteer Tobacco Coalition?
Again, I'm not sure I understand your question. Forgive me, please. If you would say it again clearly, the audio from your end is very hard to hear.
This is Supervisor Madeline Klein. I'm curious in how I can communicate with you and your group, the Tobacco Coalition.
I'm very sorry. I cannot hear your question. It's not clear enough.
Mr. Olson, if it's all right, I can give you your contact information to Ms. Klein, Supervisor Klein.
Yes, I would appreciate that, and
Okay.
I'm happy to be involved. And I'm not here to take time in your meeting, but just to bring the matter to the attention, it needs to go forward. And I'll answer any questions. I
Okay,
apologize.
thank you.
If you were probably in your chambers, we could converse better. Thank you.
Next up, we have David A.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Hello, Board. Yeah, the Zoom audio coming my way is really, really awful. It's a real struggle for anybody waiting to make a comment to be able to hear what's going on. So at the last meeting a couple weeks ago, I was really disappointed to see that you all put on the consent calendar the Sheriff's Office acquisition of a $500,000 piece of military equipment that is governed by AB 481. You know, AB 481 does govern and gives direction to the Sheriff's Office on how they go about keeping track of military equipment and how they relate to the public, their acquisition and maintenance of, but it also governs your responsibility to the public. When an office wants to purchase a piece of military equipment, you are supposed to be the body that brings this to the public's attention. Now, Section 1 of AB 481 says that the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public safety. It says the public has a right to know about any funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment by state or local government agencies. And the public has a right to participate in any government agency's decision to fund, acquire, or use such equipment. The decisions regarding whether and how military equipment is funded, acquired, and used should give strong consideration to the public welfare, safety, civil rights, civil liberties, and should be based on meaningful public input. The lack of a public forum to discuss the acquisition of military equipment jeopardizes the relationship police have with the community. Now, the rules that govern how you put something on the consent calendar, it says the consent calendar is considered routine and non-controversial and will be acted upon by the board without discussion. I'm not convinced that a single one of you read and understood what AB 481 says in Section 1. Now, your board, you just passed not long ago a code of conduct and ethics. And number 1 says public officials, both elected and appointed, should comply with both the letter and spirit of the laws and policies affecting the operations of government. I think that you were possibly asleep at the wheel on this. Now, I'm not saying that I disagree and that I think the sheriff's office shouldn't have a $500,000 piece of equipment. It's your job to bring it to discussion before the public. That's your job, and it's stated clearly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Any other?
Chair,
Supervisor
if
Williams.
I may,
Hold
Chair,
One
this
second.
is CEO Entel, if I may, just for the folks in the room. Us on Zoom, we have a very hard time hearing you in the room. We can hear each other very clearly on Zoom, so the online callers were very clear to us, but it is very hard to hear you in the room. I'm just providing that feedback for those that are going to look into this situation at break.
Okay.
Chair
Thank you.
Haschak.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, in regard to that last comment, could we refer it to county council to tell us whether we acted properly?
Yeah, County Council. Do you have any comment on that?
Charlotte Scott, County Council. What I can comment is that we do have an ordinance tracking AB 481 and the government code that bill became, and that we did follow policy and code to put it in front of the board. I have no belief that putting it on the public agendized calendar, whether via consent or via regular item, I don't think there is a specific requirement to do so by regular item. I believe we have followed the code, but obviously we can take a closer look at that.
Okay. Thank you. Further public expression online.
Next on the line is Dr. Steph Davis.
Thank you. I want to introduce myself. I am the superintendent in Round Valley Unified School District. I started work here in July last summer. And when I came here, the fence at our rental houses was mangled. And the people who work here told me this happens frequently, that cars crash into those fences. And they have also crashed all the way into the house. One of the houses, very recently, a car crashed into the other house. Fortunately, the tenants had their car in front, and their car was destroyed, but their house was not. They sleep right next to the wall where the cars would have hit. So this is, I don't know if you're familiar with Covelo, but there's a long straightaway on Foothill Road, and the housing, there's a lot of housing down at one end of it, and the school is at the other end, where there's a sharp curve, and it goes onto Airport Road. And at that sharp curve is where our rental houses are. So it's really, when people pick up speed in that straightaway, and then have to make that curve, they're missing it. And it's especially happening in the middle of the night. So it's a health and safety issue, and it really involves, in most people's opinion here, it looks to us like traffic calming could really help. So we're requesting that the Board of Supervisors direct Transportation Department to undertake traffic calming measures as soon as possible on Foothill Road in Covelo. And, you know, I went back in our accounting software. It only goes back a few years. I'd have to really dig in the files to see the past 10 years, which people tell me this happened times over the past 10 years. But since 2019, it's been about $23,000 in repairs to housing and fencing that the school district has paid. But way beyond the cost is the fear of someone being injured or even killed, whether they're in the house or in one of those cars that's not making that curve. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your concern for the health and safety of residents of Mendocino County. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And yesterday in the Mendocino Council of Governments, we did talk about, you know, what we can do to calm traffic, to slow down speeds, and some of those issues. And so the staff of the MCOG was going to meet with the Department of Transportation to figure out where do we move forward on this issue, such as pursuing grants to come up with the policy, or, you know, overall, you know, the Department of Transportation wants an overall policy on this. So that's what's moving forward. Supervisor Williams.
Not a comment about that, but is it possible to turn that fan off? I'm actually struggling to hear some of this. We have windows. It's not possible. There's not an off switch, like a breaker? All right. I'm sorry. It's a good thing we're here today, right? Now we can solve it. There must be a breaker. Or anybody got wire cutter?
Chair, Chair, can I just suggest that people get uncomfortably close to their microphones, and then you can be heard. I don't think that the fan, they're working on that right now, and I understand that it is uncomfortable, but we do want people to be able to hear us.
Okay. Very good. So we'll talk closer to the microphone, right? And are there any other online comments?
Yes, there are. Karen Bowers.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes, good morning.
Yes. I'm here to ask some questions about the budget process and public participation. At the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I heard Darcy say that there will be a listening session on the coast on March 31st. 4 days before that date, the executive office confirmed that. The question for me was how to alert people with little notice, and at that point, no time or place designated. Supervisor Williams did not have the information. Supervisor Norvell investigated and got back to me and said that there will be a listening session on the coast in mid-April at Veterans Hall. Now, here we are almost to mid-April, and I wonder, on the whole process, even today, it's very, very difficult to engage. I wonder what real input and exchange with people today or later in your budget process will actually take place. How much of this budget has already been set, or is it open to changes based on constituent priorities like funding fire districts and roads? So if somebody can enlighten me as to when the listening session will be on the coast, and will that be a real meaningful session where you will take people's comments and hear their priorities and actually have a way to insert that in the budget process. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And my understanding is that that listening session will be on April 15th. Is it at the Veterans Hall? At what time?
Good morning, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. It's going to be from 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. on April 15th at the Veterans Hall in Fort Bragg.
Okay, 2:30 to 4:30.
Correct.
Very good. April 15th. Next.
Next on the line is Vicky Wedegartner.
Yes, thank you very much. And a special thank you to Supervisors Klein and Williams for proposing a more equitable allocation of road repair funds, which I believe is going to be addressed with item 4C today. My name is Vicky Wedegartner. I'm from the group Citizens to Fix Little River Airport Road. But I'd like to speak to more general road conditions that affect Districts 4 and 5. I'm sure the board doesn't have to be convinced about the poor condition of our coastal roads, which are traveled by tourists that bring in huge dollars to the county at large. Clearly, it's a triage situation with the budget as a whole and the road budget in particular. So I'd like to give you some idea about how the roads in coastal districts have deteriorated to the point that they should be prioritized in this triage process. Probably the most compelling arguments come from your own road crew in Fort Bragg. They describe an endless round of patching certain roads and question the financial wisdom of not providing a more permanent repair. They describe roads that have deteriorated to the point that they are almost all dirt. They also speak of resident frustration that is so bad that it's becoming a challenge to them while they're working. One worker described being bumped by the car of an angry resident while he was patching. For the safety of your own employees, I would suggest you prioritize our area. The severity of our coastal roads is evidenced by the situation on Little River Airport Road. This county road is uniquely important thoroughfare, yet it is in a dangerous condition. The airport on 404 is important to the entire coastal region. Coast Guard use it as a training area. It's important for CAL FIRE aircraft. The runway can accommodate larger firefighting jets because it's one of the largest in the region, and this is important during wildfires. And let's not forget those rich tourists who land their planes and then spend all their money that goes to county coffers and provides tax money to the county as a whole. Evidence of coastal citizen frustration can be found on our petitions to fix Little River Airport Road, which is in District 5. More than 20%, 460 petition signers, come from District 4. Even though Mr. Norvell's constituents would like their own roads fixed, they also recognize the danger to all county residents. Perhaps they understand there is a greater cost to the county than just budget dollars. They understand the cost of personal harm. I'll end with a story about personal harm from a 404 resident. Alex posted this comment on our website. I hit a pothole and was projected into the ditch. Had to have a tire replaced. I almost hit a tree. A near-death experience. Please remedy the problem before we have to acknowledge that our deteriorating roads have led to a loss of life. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joe Bradley.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning.
Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, it is. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I could not hear what was being said to me. This is Joe Bradley. I am in District 5, and I'm part of the people that signed for the Little River Airport Road to be repaired. I too have hit a pothole and gone into a ditch and had to replace a tire and wheel, and was lucky there was no tree around. But what I'm speaking to this morning is I noticed on your consent calendar that you have item 3AD, which authorizes over $2 million to fix just the apron at the airport. And the access to the airport, the road itself is excellent. The apron needs fixing, but so does the intersection at Little River Airport Road. It's probably part of the worst part of the road. I think that $2 million for an apron when the whole road needs to be dealt with is a waste of funds. Seems like a very, very large amount for just the apron. The other thing to realize is not only is the airport there and the fire department, but there are a lot of businesses up Little River Airport Road that go up and down, including the county trucks. So I just would like to see somebody pull item 3AD and see if you can meld that into fixing the whole mess. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Chair.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. For clarification of the record for people in the room that may not have access to the online agenda system, and we're not on the consent calendar yet, but I want to make it clear before people leave the room that the $2.168 million for the airport item is a grant. That is not county road general fund. There are portions of county roads that are the local match, and that's $5,705. So before anybody leaves the room on that consent calendar, and I understand we don't have the greatest Wi-Fi in the room with so many people trying to get on it, I wanted to make that clarifying statement for the record.
Okay, very good.
That concludes the public comment online, and through the chair, if I may, if possible, we'd like to take a break. We think we may have a fix.
Yes, we can take a break now. It's 10:29. We'll come back at 10:45. Okay, so we're on to item 3, which is a consent calendar. Okay, does anyone want to pull anything from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none.
Is there
Okay.
public comment on?
He'll call for public comment in a moment.
Okay. So, is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Thank you. Thank you. I noticed that item 3S, as in Sam, is a pretty substantial change in the salary range for the Retirement Financial Investment Officer. And I don't have any great knowledge about why that is on there, but it doesn't seem to me a minor amount of money, that amount of increase. It's like 20% over what it has been, or even more than that. So I would request that be pulled so that the public knows why you're suggesting this large increase in salary to that officer.
And what item, what you said 3F?
3S, S as in Sam, 3S.
Okay, 3S. So
Under Human Resources.
Right.
Through the chair, if the speaker could please repeat their name for the record.
This is Madge Strong. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further public comment in the chambers, any public comment online?
None online.
Okay. There's comment about item 3S. That is item 3S. I'll speak to it because I'm on the MSARA board, and that position was changed from a civil service position to an at-will position, and the comparables that they used 5 different counties for comparables for it, and that's how they came up with that increase. It certainly is a very large increase, and but Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO, will talk to it, and Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Sherry Johnson, Human Resources Director. So yes, the increase is in relation to the comparables being compared to the 1937 Act counties. So it was requested from the department to review similar positions from other 37 Act counties. So that's what the comparables are. And it did move, the request is to move it from a civil service position to an unrepresented. So currently the position is represented by confidential bargaining unit. Now the request is for unrepresented.
Okay. And the 5 comparable counties were the kind of the smallest counties that had, pension funds, their county pension funds. And so that's how they got that number.
Correct. We work very closely with the executive director from MSARA, Doris.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
Move approval of consent calendar.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Can I have the clerk do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Klein?
Aye.
Supervisor Hashak?
Aye.
Supervisor Norvell?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Are there any reports this morning? I think Karen Madsen, who's the director of the museum, was going to do a report.
Sheriff Kendall's online.
Okay, Sheriff Kendall. Oh, Karen Madsen, go ahead.
Good morning. Chair Hashak, Board of Supervisors. My name is Karen Matson, Museum Administrator. And can you hear me all right? Closer? Okay. So I do have several updates for you, but given that you are here at the Mendocino County Museum today, I did want to take a moment to describe the activity that takes place here. Not everyone is familiar with what happens on our campus. So most of the time when we have visitors come, they come in and say, I had no idea that this was such a huge facility. And that is really true on many levels. When you walked through, you've seen our main galleries, our tall gallery, our long gallery. This is where we showcase our diverse Mendocino County collections. But what you might not be familiar with is that on either side of this room, we have 2 classrooms that are leased out to the Mendocino College, and activity takes place regularly for the community. We also have a small library off of our gallery here that houses the Roots of Motive Power library. We have our engine house in the back that houses their incredible collection. At the front space when you walked in, we are really lucky to have a partnership with the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. They now have an interpretive center on site that is available Wednesdays, and it's also available as the start of the many walks that they lead throughout the valley. We partner with MCRCD and Roots of Motive Power to provide incredible field trips. So when students come across the county to see our museum, they're able to interact with all 3 organizations and benefit from those collections. We also now have our Friends of the Mendocino County Museum managing our gift shop and admissions desk. So that is the entire lobby. What was formerly the lobby is now that space. We have a studio where we offer programs for small groups and families. We have this space, this Wanacott room, and the courtyard available to our community. And like most museums, only a portion of our collections is on display in our galleries. We have a significant storage facility. And one of the innovative programs that our staff has put together is offering tours of this space. And our curator rotates exhibits there. So we have truly made all of our resources accessible to the community here. And I wanted to invite everyone to explore our campus today. We have volunteers in the back prepared to give tours. You can meet under the creamery sign down the hall. Our board of the Friends of the County Museum are at the front, and the gift shop is open today, and we will also have staff on site from MCRCD. So please take the time to explore all that we have to offer. The updates that I wanted to provide. Last year, per board direction given to museum staff, we have been working to reduce our reliance on the general fund, and we continue to work towards a nonprofit management model for the museum. That is our goal, and that's what we've been doing every day since we received that direction. We also reduced our operations budget by 30% last year, and so we've been working on ways to continue to provide quality service to our community. We have been able to do that, and that is largely due to our partnership with the Friends of the Mendocino County Museum. In December, their acronym is the FOT-MCM. They took over the admissions desk and gift store. So this means that they recruit, manage, and staff that front desk area 5 days a week. And they also operate the gift shop and restock it. So it is also now a revenue stream that goes back to the museum. So this is a really significant step, and I just want to make sure everyone is aware of how much work went into that, and how we've started it, and we're on a good track, but it's going to take time to develop. On the museum side, we are continuing to streamline our programs and activities. We have programs on alternating Thursdays. Every Wednesday, we'll be starting a program monthly on Sundays. And we are also working to manage our galleries a little bit differently. Typically, we have 3 major exhibits a year, which is a very robust exhibit schedule for museums of our size. But we will be changing that and having those exhibits in one of the main galleries so that it requires less resources to change. We want to continue having these vital exhibit opportunities, but we're working on making sure that they can happen with a little bit less resources. So I also wanted to let the board know that we've had really great success in our ability to articulate different opportunities to utilize our collection and our space here. We have online policies, we have payment that we can accept online, and form requests for everything from our photographs that are being digitized at a rapid rate, use of our freezer, use of this room, use of the courtyard, and we continue to get requests from the community to possibly utilize even more space here on the museum, larger areas of our campus, possibly larger areas of our museum. And so we are looking into preparing possible policies or fees for your review in the future at some point. But we are continuing in that direction. And mainly what I wanted to recap is that we have implemented many changes to work towards this reduced dependency on the general fund, but they are going to take time. So we really need to stick to our roadmap. And we have tremendous support from our community. I wanted to thank our Museum Advisory Board and our Strategic Planning Implementation Committee. People are working really hard to embrace this concept, keep us on track, and make sure that this is something that we work at continuously. So thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for all your efforts in making this transition possible. It certainly is a big lift, and you've done a great job in seeing it through. And if anyone is interested, they could join the Friends of the Mendocino County Museum, right?
Yes, we have, like I said, we have friends at the front, and they're happy to talk to you about all of the work that they're doing today. And then also I wanted to let you know that they are preparing a report to the board so that they can detail all the ways that they are contributing to the museum and how their organization is developing. So you can anticipate that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sheriff Kendall.
Okay, how does that look? Is it working?
Yes.
All right, the audio suddenly got better, so I really appreciate that. I'm sorry I couldn't hardly hear anything that was going on this morning. Just a couple of things. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today. We kind of had a very violent and heinous crime down here in Ukiah last night, so we're still kind of working on that. Currently, the sheriff's office is still experiencing some low numbers. But we do have a lot of people in the hopper and a lot of people on training. As we continue forward, we've still got 4 in the police academy that we need to get out and get trained up. But that's putting us almost a year down the road from where we're at right now. I'm looking over my position allocation tables, and we're roughly 36 people down between the jail and patrol. So anyway, that's about it for me, unless anybody has any questions.
I don't see any questions here from the board, but thank you for that report. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any public comment about item 4A? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Kameroff, and I'm on the board of directors of the Roots of Motor Power here in Willits. And to add a little bit to Karen Matson's comments, if I can, because we're very closely linked with museum here. We are a nonprofit educational organization that restores old steam equipment from the railroads and the logging days here in the early days of Mendocino County as an educational thing to show the world, along with the fishing on the coast, how the economy of this county got going. We have 400 members we're financed totally by donations and memberships, but also we are directly linked to the county because 21 years ago, Roots of Motor Power, in cooperation with the county, obtained a state grant to build this new addition to the museum that includes these classrooms, the 2 galleries right here, our library, and our magnificent engine house here, of which we have a 40-year lease that's half up. We have 21 years more to go on it. And part of the agreement that Roots and the county both have to the state financed this grant entirely, is that it would continue to be open to the public for free. We are all volunteers. We do what we can to help it out. But we really encourage you to know that there's a whole lot attached to this county, this museum that people from all over come to visit. Finally, if you'd like to anytime you'd like to have a tour, I'd be happy to show any of you around. My card is up front at the desk. I just live up the street. I'd be happy to come down. But also the second weekend in September, the weekend after Labor Day, is our annual STEAM Festival. We'll have all the equipment going. We have a mile loop here at our facility next door, give free train rides. Last year we had 1,800 people show up and we gave 1,400 train rides, and we invite you to come down that weekend and see everything going. And we do appreciate the county and the supervisors and everything you can do to help our fine museum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none in the chamber. Any online?
None online.
All right. Okay, so we'll accept the reports from department heads, sheriff, and we'll move on to item 4B, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding the priorities and preparation of Mendocino County's preliminary fiscal year 2025-26 budget. Okay, I'm going to look to Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Good morning. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to have an open conversation this morning about the 25-26 budget. Some of this information is kind of a repeat from this morning, but before we jump into the county-specific budget discussion, I wanted to provide an update of what we've been looking and tracking at the federal level. So there are several public health grants which have been discontinued. This impact is about roughly $200,000. The rural schools funding has also been discontinued. The impact is roughly $20,000 annually to the general fund. And then there is an annual impact to the road fund of about $150,000. And then there's an additional impact to schools as well. We are tracking the changes to the Medicaid Medi-Cal program, which could significantly impact the county budget and the county as a whole. As discussed earlier this morning, we have reached out to health centers to understand the impacts they may be seeing. We have not talked to anyone yet, but we do have the phone calls out. We are also researching and tracking impacts that tariffs may have. And then lastly, the other thing we are tracking is the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities BRIC program, which has been canceled. As discussed earlier in the morning, the county did submit a project budget of about $50 million in funding, which was over multiple phases. Phase 1 was awarded to the county, which was $3.5 million. That has been canceled. Through March of 2025, the county has incurred costs of about $77,000, which we've only received $2,500 from the state Prep California grant, which was used for the match. We are continuing to reach out to the state to understand if there is any ability to recoup the expenses we have already incurred. Now focusing on to the county budget, please keep in mind before I turn it over to Deputy CEO Tony Rakes, the county is currently projecting a need of $4.2 million in one-time funds to close out this fiscal year, which is down from what the original anticipation was based on new revenue projections. The non-departmental revenue projection for 25-26 remains flat. The Executive Office and Social Services has taken a close look at the utilization of realignment funding. And as part of this review, it has been determined that there are 3 programs within social services which will require a general fund contribution and are not considered realigned programs. So those programs are the Public Guardian, Public Administrator, and the Vets. There's an estimated general fund impact between those 3 programs of about $1.2 million. In 25-26, there is roughly a 7% increase in salary and benefits for the general fund departments over the 24-25 revised budget. As we go through this presentation, there will have to be some tough discussions around staffing and salary benefits. To right-size the budget and bring expenses in line with the revenue projections, a discussion regarding an immediate hiring freeze across all departments will need to be considered. Additional considerations may include a reduction in workforce. We are also trying to go back and re-review the budget to determine how many, if any, vacant positions may be budgeted. So the current estimated deficit which will be presented is $17 million. The Executive Office has been working diligently over the last several weeks to review the department submitted budgets to determine any adjustments which can be proposed. We will continue to work over the next few months, taking into consideration the board direction we received today. So I'm going to turn it over to Deputy CEO Tony Rakes. Thank you.
I think
Sarah,
that, CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sarah. If I may, something I just want to add about the fluidity and the unknown about the impacts that we keep hearing from the federal government. Just this morning, I was made aware that we have $169,000 budgeted in 25-26 for salaries to support that BRIC grant, which we are going to have to make some hard decisions about how to move forward and if there's any other options or valuable funds to cover those funds that we have lost from the federal government. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Happy to be here today to present our second budget workshop for the fiscal year 25-26 budget. What this presentation contains, it's a packed presentation, but we're going to start with a summary of the 25-26 budget as of today, or as of the date that we captured the data. We'll talk a little bit about revenues, about our 1,000 and 2,000 series, which are our salaries and benefits and our services and supplies categories, respectively. And then we will move on to some discussion about what one-time funding we have available. We'll also have a follow-up item regarding the Measure AJ question that came up at the first budget workshop and about the reconciliation with that, and then a request from the board for direction. Now, we also have, partway through the presentation, what we've called our budget yardstick slide. That is an interactive slide, so I would like to hold that one for the end of the discussion or the end of the presentation so that we can spend some time focused on that and take any questions or comments and look through that, maybe help facilitate the end of the conversation. So we'll skip past that middle section, and then we'll come back around to it at the end of the slide deck. And with that, I think we can dive right in. So our first slide that we have here is a general summary. Now, all of these numbers are backed up in the slides preceding this, and so this just gives a general outline, and I'll go through them here briefly. So as Acting Assistant CEO Pierce mentioned, Right now, we're projecting a 25-26 deficit of approximately 17 million. Now that number is as of that April 3rd, 25 date. And as we all know, these numbers are subject to change as projections are updated as we know more. But this is based off of the data that we have at the time, and we have to make our best effort in understanding it the best we can, and then present the new updated information accurately and timely once we receive it. Moving on, we have our non-departmental or ND revenue. That is currently 96.8 million approximately. If you factor in our funding obligations, what we call our operating transfers out, or many of our above the line costs, that comes down to about 81.6 million. We'll go further into that later on in the slide deck to explain what those numbers are. Next, we have our salaries and benefits, our 1000 series. In 25-26, that number for general fund departments is 150 million. In comparison to fiscal year 24-25, this current fiscal year, that series was at 138 million. So we've seen a bit of an increase there. In our 2000 series, which is our services and supplies, we have 43.4 million budgeted for general fund departments. That's down a little bit from the current fiscal year, from 24-25 at 44.5 million. And then the available one-time funding that we have is 9.1. What that is broken out later in the presentation as to exactly what makes up that 9.1. So with that, we'll move on to the next page. This is and I apologize for the size of it for those in the room. This is our non-departmental revenue projection. Now this goes back to fiscal year 21-22, but the highlights are that you can see on the right-hand side of that graph that the projection, our revenue projections are flat, and they have been now for a couple fiscal years from the 23-24 actuals. Of course, as the actuals come in, we'll know better where we land. These are just based off of projections. The fiscal year 25-26 projected revenue is about $700,000 lower than the fiscal year 23-24 actuals. And again, the non-departmental revenue, if we include all of the different revenue sources that we have, comes out to that $96.8 million. I have it on the slide here called out as if you include the Measure P revenue, it comes in at 96.8. Now, importantly, the difference in the 24-25 budgeted amount that shows up as the 88 and the 24-25 projected amount, that increase that we saw there of about 4 million is what helped offset our need of one-time funds for this fiscal year. It hasn't eliminated the need for the one-time funds, but it has offset it. And as Acting Assistant CEO Pierce mentioned, we're looking at 4.2 still of one-time funds for this fiscal year to balance the budget. As those numbers change, that will change the need in the positive or negative of one-time funds for this current fiscal year. I just wanted to call that out.
Let me just ask, so I'm clear on it. We were using about 7 million of one-time only money to balance the budget this year.
That is correct.
And so that difference is reflected in the dip and then going up. That cut down the 7 million to 4 million or something. Is that correct?
It is the 4.2 million that we are still anticipating to need.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the next slide here. This next slide shows our General Fund 1000 series, again, our salaries and benefits category. Now here you see on the graph on the right, two vertical axes. The left axis represents the dollar amount, and the right axis represents the percent of total if you add them all together. So what you see here is organized by our functional areas. Again, so you have public protection, we have general government, public assistance, health and sanitation, and so on. Those are defined later in the slide deck. But the public protection area makes up approximately 52% of our 1,000 series. If we exclude public assistance, which only includes social services, the Department of Social Services, that number increases to 71%. I break out here public assistance because of the state and federal revenue that generally offsets the Department of Social Services expenses. So as far as the general fund, they technically are still in the general fund, but their expenses are offset. So I pull that out to give a better representation of the percent of general fund total. General government comes in a bit less, makes up about 18% of the total 1,000 series, 24 if you exclude the Department of Social Services. And then the top three functional areas, which would be public protection, public assistance, and general government. And for clarification, general government includes multiple departments, the county executive office, infrastructure like facilities, IT, assessor, clerk recorder, and other departments like that. Those three represent 97% of our total 1,000 series expenditures, or what's budgeted in our 25-26 budget so far. Again, if you take the public assistance component out of that, the top three represent 99% of that total. And this is that $150 million that was called out in the summary slide earlier. And we move on now to our 2,000 series. Similar slide here representing the percent of total, and you'll see a remarkably similar ratio here. And with public protection making up 47% of the 2,000 series total. Again, these are services and supplies. If we remove that social services component, that percentage increases to 59%. Likewise, with general government, we go from 24 to 29%. And then, of course, the top three functional areas making up the vast majority either way. So we will move on.
And just for clarification for the people listening, the 1,000 series are salaries. The 2,000 series are?
2,000 series represents services and supplies. So it could be anything from a general office expense to contracts and professional services the department engages in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so this is the numbers here all add up to the total in the summary slide that was about that $44 million in the 2,000 series. Let's move on to our next slide, if we will. So here we have some scenarios, and these are just general scenarios with several assumptions. They're listed at the top. And these are general, rough scenarios just to provide context around the numbers right now that we're projecting. So if we assume that the budget deficit stays at 17 million, and we assume that revenues are realized as they've been projected and they don't increase or decrease, as the case may be, and that the reductions are approximations, and then we assume social services is removed from these calculations, we have scenario A here, where we use no one-time funding to balance the budget for operating expenses. We have the full $17 million deficit to contend with, or to offset. We would be looking at a reduction in the 1,000 series of roughly 16 to 18%, which represents 17 to $19 million. And these reductions can include multiple different things. These can include hiring freeze, attrition, a review the budgeted vacant positions to make sure that there's no money left on the table there to narrow that gap. And then, of course, at the end there, that workforce reduction component. So there are multiple options that go into reducing that 1,000 series that we would look at. And then the next item there, reducing the 2,000 series, would have to be reduced by 50% in order to make up that $17 million deficit. Scenario B would be if we were to use one-time funding to balance the budget. That brings us down to about $8 million in a deficit, assuming that 17 million. That reduces the 1,000 series or the salaries and benefits line from a 16 to 18% reduction to a 7 to 9% reduction to cover that $8 to $10 million. And again, it includes the same potential considerations, vacant positions, funded vacant positions, et cetera. And then the 2,000 series still sitting at a large percentage there, that 23%, in order to cover the difference in what we have left in that deficit. So just to provide some numbers for context is if things remain the same.
Yeah, just for clarification, if we went with scenario A, for example, it would be either reduce the 1,000 series by that amount or reduce the 2,000 series or some combination of the two.
And absolutely, it would be a combination of the two and likely other considerations as well, because we wouldn't stop at just those two. We would be exploring all options that we could, either to generate additional revenue or to look at managing the current expenses that we have.
Right, okay.
But providing some context around the numbers, hoping to make it more clear in the presentation. So if we'll move on to our next slide, and I think what we'll do here now, this is the interactive component, but we'll save it for the end. If we can skip the next 3 slides. There we are. This is our breakdown of one-time funds and what that $9.1 million is made up of or comprised of. We have $3.29 million in a retirement contribution reserve. You may remember this from prior budget discussions, and for funding that we had earmarked originally to balance our 24-25 budget that we no longer need. So this retirement contribution reserve, 3.29. We have $1 million in a Health and Human Services Agency audit reserve, $325,000 in a teeter reserve, $533,000 in PG&E funding from our Emergency Operations Center, more PG&E funding for prevention and recovery, $318,000, $1.5 million in carbon reduction funds from PG&E, $1 million in drought funding from PG&E, and then a $1 million carry forward from fiscal year 23-24. And that adds up to that total there of the $9.1 million in one-time funding that we have for consideration.
Yeah, Supervisor Norvell.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions. On the one-time funds, the 0045, the $1 million for HHS, could you help me understand that a little bit and why it's in there?
I will pass that question, thank you for the question, to Acting Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It is my understanding that there was $1 million set aside in general fund numerous years ago to cover any anticipated audit findings we may have from state cost plan or Medi-Cal related audits. I'm unsure if CEO Antle has any comments or if the Director of Behavioral Health and Public Health is online and may want to speak as well.
Sarah, you're correct.
Thank you. And then the last one, the carbon reduction, could you tell me if there's a plan for that money?
If I may, through the chair, it was the board's direction to set aside part of the $22 million that was received in PG&E settlement funds to fund various carbon reduction projects. The original amount, I believe, was closer to $2 million, and there has been some use of the funds to match the rural vehicle electrical charging stations, but it's my understanding as of right now, there are no dedicated projects for the remaining 1.5 unless the board has other information.
Thank you.
And if I could add to that, I think part of the reason that 1.5 is still in the budget is because we had a real hard time getting that ESCO, the energy consulting firm, up and the contract, and it took a long time to get that contract together. And so we do have that contract with Amoresco. They're supposed to be doing the evaluation of the facilities that we have. The idea is that if we can make our facilities more energy efficient, that will save money and reduce our carbon footprint, and it will be, you know, a long-term investment in our county facilities.
If I may, through the chair, continue. We'll move on to our next slide here. Now, this is the slide regarding Measure AJ, which is the 2016 advisory measure regarding the cannabis tax revenue and the use of cannabis tax revenue for 4 different priorities: cannabis regulation, enforcement, road repair, mental health services, and fire and the medical emergency services. The question at the prior board workshop had to do with whether or not there was accounting in place to directly track the allocation of these funds. And as you can see here, there is no accounting in place today to track the direct allocation of those funds. Those funds are placed in the general fund and allocated to general fund departments during the normal budget process.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so with the fire and medical emergency services, I think we can track it because we can track all of the other funds that have gone to fire and emergency medical from the county, and we recognize none of those were from the cannabis tax. So it's not that we don't know the accounting, it's that we actually allocated $0 for fire and EMS from the cannabis tax, despite the direction from voters. I don't think anybody can dispute that.
If I may, through the chair, to your point, we have accounting practices in place to track the allocation of funds. Regarding the cannabis tax revenue funds, there's no direct tie to where those funds are allocated.
My point being, the county doesn't allocate funds to fire from the general fund. We allocate it from Prop 172, from taxes passed by voters specifically for fire. There isn't any allocation from the general fund to fire. So in other words, Measure AJ directed the county to provide some of the cannabis business tax revenue to fire, and to this date has provided 0. I mean, we have a lot of fire districts here today. We could ask them, did you ever receive a check from the county representing cannabis tax? And they're going to tell you that, no, 0, never. So I don't know about the other categories. Those are harder for me to argue because there is general fund that went to them. So you could argue some of that money passed through the general fund. But I think fire and EMS, we didn't follow through.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, staff, it's my understanding that Measure AJ funds only essentially went to cannabis regulation. I know we don't specifically track those funds, but the dollar amount that was collected is essentially equal to what we're spending. It does not exceed what we're spending on cannabis regulation. Can you speak to that? Because my understanding at this point in time is those funds are not going to road repair. They're not going to mental health services, and they're also not going to fire and medical emergency services.
If I may, through the chair, to the extent that the cannabis business tax revenue is distributed through the standard general fund process, yes, it would be allocated based on the percent general fund usage from any cannabis regulation enforcement that the county participates in. But again, having a direct one-to-one correlation, a direct allocation amount, there's no accounting in place to do that. So being open about exactly how these funds are allocated, we wanted to be sure that it was clear and transparent. And if I may pass it to Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
Good morning. I do want to make one quick clarification. While there may not have been a direct allocation to fire departments or fire agencies, there is a budget unit within the general fund called Emergency Services. It's Budget Unit 4016, which does house our contract with CAL FIRE and that kind of stuff. And so while we have no tracking mechanism of how these funds were actually allocated, there is a portion that does go to 4016, which is a general fund budget unit that could be utilized for this.
Okay, Supervisor.
I wasn't done,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can staff share some speculation around what it would take to start tracking these funds? What kind of operational expense would that come with?
If I may, through the chair, we would work first with the auditor's office, the auditor controller's office, to set up the appropriate accounting mechanisms. what the consequences, or at least the ramifications, let's say if the revenue was to be directly tied or allocated to those four priorities, all it would do was take from the general fund availability for other general fund departments and reduce revenue in that regard. Now, to the extent that there may be general fund already allocated to those, as Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce mentioned regarding EMS or cannabis regulation, directly tying it to those would potentially remove some general fund obligation, but for the others, it would be a direct reduction of the available non-departmental revenue that we have in general fund.
Right, I understand that. My question was just more to, at what cost would it come with for us to do a more detailed track of these funds coming into the general fund? But it sounds like that would be a question for the auditor's office and their involvement. So, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I wonder if either Tony or Sarah have off the top of their head the last year's revenue from AJ? Or a ballpark.
If I may, through the chair, I believe it was 1.7 million.
Okay, I would like to see staff bring an agenda item forward to the board that includes the AJ revenue since inception. I understand that you have not been tracking it. I would love to see a plan moving forward about how we will be tracking it, and specifically, you know, for instance, mental health. I know that the board prior, I know we have 2 new board members, but the board prior, and I'll get to my public assistance comments in a little while, but I'll start with mental health, had made a move that the general fund was not funding those particular departments. However, mental health does have a match that's required, and I think that's a very good place for AJ funds. And I would like to see the board receive some scenarios about how we can track that in the future. And again, I know we're going to get to this conversation in just a little bit. We can't tie the hands of future boards, but I think that we're doing a disservice to the taxpayers by not following the measure as it was handed down to the voters, and I would like to see that corrected, and I don't know if I have board support or not, but that's my thoughts on this particular slide.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so my question has basically been asked a few different times, and I'm going to support my colleague here on my left with her requests, but my original question was going to be, what are we doing to remedy the fact that we're not tracking this? Is it being discussed? You know, are we, and I don't need to know the plan today, but is there a plan in the works so we can track this going forward? And for me, it is, as Mulhern said, it's a trust thing. If we're ever going to go back to the public and ask for more taxes, you know, we have to be able to explain that we, you know, that we kept our word and are doing with the money that we're supposed to be doing.
If I may, through the chair, I believe, and County Council can correct me if I'm wrong, and CEO Antle as well, I believe part of the direction would need to be what percentage would need to go to road repairs, what percentage would need to go to mental health, what percentage to fire emergency services, so that we could allocate and track appropriately. And we would need to work with the auditor's office to set up the accounts, just as we did for the Measure P specific and Measure D, where it has its own fund.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the fire and EMS. I think we agree. None of the 22 fire agencies have received a penny. The argument that we paid for a dispatch contract, we were paying for that dispatch contract as a county long before marijuana legalization, before Measure AJ was passed. So voters didn't pass it to take a new tax and supplant existing county revenue for a county mandated. The county can't not provide dispatch services. That's ridiculous. And then on the argument of covering the EMS budget category, that's not for emergency medical services. That's for a state mandated LEMSA, local emergency management agency, that oversees, that regulates medical emergency services. But it's not medical emergency services directly. In other words, the spirit of the tax, the public expected that we would tangibly fund fire, meaning trucks, hoses, training, putting out the fire, and we would support emergency medical services, getting an ambulance to the patient, Band-Aids, right? Oxygen, stuff you use on a medical call. My read is the county hasn't done any of that. So it's not on our staff. I don't want to put any of you on the spot. You weren't responsible for this at the time. You're trying to clean up a mess. I think the best move is to be honest with the public. We were directed to spend it in these 4 ways. At least one of them we clearly didn't. I don't know about the others. But whatever the truth is, let's just surface that and decide going forward to do what's right. I don't want to try to cover up and say, well, you know, Enron style accounting, you could say some of these dollars pass through this budget in this category, and therefore are we technically qualified. I think the county kind of blew it. It's no culpability. Let's fix it going forward.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. And just to help staff with a little bit more direction, I think the board needs to see an agenda item that includes the cannabis department, what fees are covering and what they're not covering, what the general fund is paying for, if any. It needs to see cannabis enforcement, what we're currently paying and how that's being paid for currently. And again, later on in our meeting today, we're going to have a conversation about roads and potential ways to fund roads. Maybe that'll come up. Mental health, I think, what kind of portion that's already being used to general fund, it makes sense to me and maybe my colleagues that cannabis AJ tax that was requested could fund that, but we can have that conversation about whether or not that's allowed. And then I think regarding the fire and medical emergency, I know that sometimes when taxes are presented, there's a specific request, and I do know that we have several rural fire departments that are struggling to have their EMS funded, and this might be the way to make that happen. I think that an agenda item coming forward from the team to the board to continue to have the discussion is the appropriate move at this time.
Okay. And if I look around the board, it seems like there's agreement on bringing that back, right, as an agenda item.
Understood. We have it written down, and we'll be sure to follow up with an agenda item.
Okay.
Chair, Charlotte Scott, County Council, if I may, I recommend when the board is recommending direction to staff that you have a motion and vote. Just that helps the record clarify the motion and direction has been made.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I move we direct staff to present as much accounting as we have today, actual detailed reports, and a plan for allocating in accordance with voter pass measure AJ going forward.
Second.
All right. Well, is there any, I guess we need to go to public comment right now or should we?
Can we continue?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's what I'm wondering. Can we hold that motion off?
County Council, yes, you could save that and revisit at the end if you'd like.
Chair, could we have somebody write it down so we can append to it as we go?
Has it been written down by staff?
Yes, we do have a reminder to bring that up.
Okay, then let's hold on to that. We'll table it till later.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please just get one more restatement? I got the first half, lost the last half, just so I have it for the record.
And direct staff to return with a plan to implement Measure AJ, allocating the funds to the 4 voter designated categories.
Thank you.
Moving on in the presentation, we'll move to our next slide here, which is our request for board direction regarding recognizing that the prior 2 fiscal years were balanced using significant one-time funds. The CEO's office is requesting that that the board provide us direction regarding the use of one-time funds for the fiscal year 25-26 budget, and then priority options for cost reductions based on above direction. And then the second there regarding prior board actions, having adopted department fees at less than full cost recovery and receiving direction from the board regarding the board's desire to include departmental indirect costs in our department fees for fuller cost recovery.
Supervisor Williams.
So I have a bad attitude about using one-time funds to address a structural deficit. We did it actually I think I voted against the budget on grounds of using one-time funds to balance the structural deficit, arguing next year we're going to have to do the same thing and eventually we're going to be out of the one-time funds. And then we don't have one-time funds to make the necessary changes to fix the structural problem. I think we're compounding the problem by not being honest. We have a structural deficit. You look at the cuts that are coming down from the feds. This problem won't be any better next year. We need to face it head on. We need a balanced budget. I'm pretty sure the state told us in the upheaval in the last couple of years about budgeting, don't use one-time funds to balance your budget. And here we are going against that urging. And I recognize that puts staff in a difficult place. Their job is figure out a way to get a draft balanced budget, and I have empathy for that. I don't think this is a sound way to do it. Unless you think this is a temporary dip, that would be the reason to use one-time funds for recurring budgetary needs. If you think the revenue is down, but it'll be up next year. I haven't seen that forecast. I don't hear our staff telling us that. I think what we hear is this pattern we're going to see in the next coming years.
All right. Yeah, I understand your concern about using one-time only money, and certainly that's not a best practice in any way, shape, or form. At the same time, I look forward to your recommendations about how you're going to get to a balanced budget without using the one-time only money. So, you know.
At this point in the presentation, this is the end of the slide deck, and I'd like to bring us back to the middle of the presentation to talk about the budget yardstick and to go through this interactive slide. So, and then during that time, I think that will help facilitate questions and comments, so we'll open it up at that point. So we have here our budget yardstick. This data is based off of an April 3rd poll, so it's based on what we knew on April 3rd. Moving on to our next slide. We have here this is our non-departmental revenue review. So when we talked earlier about that $96.8 million number, this is what the backup for that information. So for comparison, our fiscal year 24-25 non-departmental revenue projection was $96.7 million, so it's slightly less than what we're projecting for this next 25-26, but not much. Again, both are projections and will be updated when we have more information. That amount represents all of our revenue, and that includes Measure P, our cannabis tax revenue, but that is less any one-time funding obligations, otherwise referred to as our operating transfers out, which we can see here on this slide. Those include certificates of participation or our debt service amounts, which represents $2.4 million. We have our roads at $4.5 million, library at $2.2, which was a special tax measure, camp TOT at $505,000, a smaller water amount for $60,000, Measure P at $3.9 million, our IT internal service fund at $351,000, which is a true-up mechanism that we use for those allocations, those internal allocations. Public and mental health for a realignment transfer that is done at $376,000, and landfill closure, which you may remember we've talked about truing up the amount that is due to the landfill closure fund for work that they're anticipating to engage in soon at $753,000. That total operating transfer out is $15.2 million. You take that amount from that 96.8 and you come to that 81.6 remaining non-departmental revenue that we have for county general fund departments. Now, we'll move to
Supervisor Williams.
Let's continue a slide.
Now here is our, thank you. This is our budget yardstick slide. Now this slide is an interactive slide, and as we select the different departments, it will add and fill the yardstick up with the appropriate amount. And then you'll notice on the right-hand side, it has the running total for departments or programs that we select, the total budget, and if we exceed that amount, it will pop a flag that says you're over budget. And we can see here it's organized by the functional areas, so there's numbers as a prefix to all of these departments that represent the areas that they are in. So right here I have by default selected our funding obligations, that $15.2 million amount that we just talked about. So we have that $181 million remaining. Now, I'm happy to take input as to, I moved the slide, I apologize. I'm happy to take recommendations. However, I had prepared an idea with talking about the board priorities recently. We'll start with those, and we'll build the budget up from what the board has designated as priorities. That includes public safety to start. So and I need to stop using the mouse wheel to move this. No, put it back. Yeah. Give me just a moment, please. Yes. Okay, so if we add public safety in here, we'll start with our sheriff's office and our jail. And as we move to adding our other public safety offices, we'll just add them here in the order that I click them. So we have our public defender's office, probation, juvenile hall, district attorney, our conflict defender, and we'll add an alternate defender as well. We can also add in there animal care. There's animal control as a component of that as well. And the courts program that is part of our tax collector. So as you can see there, with those added, we are at 78.4 million out of the 96.8. We have about 18 million left in general fund for our other offices. Now, I'll throw in emergency medical services budget and the Office of Emergency Services in there as well. From here, we'll throw in our elected offices. So we have our assessor's office, our auditor controller, board of supervisors, clerk recorder, elections, and our tax collector. So here you can see, just by adding in the public safety component and our elected offices, we have less than, based on the current revenue projections and what we've worked with the departments on, this is assuming that roughly $17 million deficit, that we have about less than $10 million left of general fund to allocate to the remaining departments. Now from here, just for some additional perspective, if we were to add in some of our infrastructure departments, let's say facilities and information technology, you can see how quickly that sends us into an over budget scenario based on the current numbers. So, and of course, seeing what's remaining to be selected, we don't have nearly everything selected. And if anything else in here will just increase that number further. So, and if I unselect all of them, you'll see there it jumps up quite a bit more to that 117.7 million. With that, I would like to open up for any questions or comments or any scenarios or thoughts about playing with different additions that the board may like to see.
Hey, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I guess as you click on these boxes, is that each box representing what that department's allocation request is for the upcoming year?
That is based on their current submitted budget for the 25-26 budget, yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
2 points. One, I communicated this to Deputy Rakes. The way the county has been balancing its budget for the past years, maybe decades, is accruing deferred maintenance, not maintaining buildings, frankly, not maintaining county roads, but the core infrastructure. It would be interesting to have an account that tracks the negative account balance of accumulated deferred maintenance, because I think the spirit of a balanced budget is that you're not building up tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of deferred maintenance to surprise the next generation. Congratulations, here's your revenue. You have a bunch of buildings that have roofs caving in. And we've actually seen that. I remember seeing the photos of the telecommunication sites, and concrete's falling off the building, and there's buckets catching the rain and literally duct tape. We're not tracking that anywhere. And so as we pass a balanced budget this year, I think it would be nice to know at least the delta. How much are we accruing just this year in additional deferred maintenance? Because we may think we're passing a balanced budget, but it's only by kicking some expenses into future years. And then the other point, the board received, and I think the public has access to the detailed reports that we asked for last time. That was my idea. I saw that, started parsing it, trying to put together how I would make the cuts. Chair Haschek asked supervisors to come up with ideas. How could we get to a balanced budget? And what dawned on me is great empathy for our budget team. What we're giving the budget team to work with, we're calling it detailed reports, but it's a flat list. And I was expecting more of a tree structure, some logical grouping around components, services, projects. So for example, imagine DOT for a moment. DOT has roughly a third of their costs, their dollars going to labor, a third to materials, and a third to equipment maintenance. If you cut the labor, you have material that you can't apply. That doesn't make sense. And if you cut the material, you have crew members without enough material to fill the potholes, right? So there has to be allocation and harmony between the categories. The detailed budget report coming from departments doesn't convey that logical grouping to our budget team. I can't expect them to remove $1 million and understand what impact that will have. If you ask me to remove $1 million, I see the small tools category and think, maybe we don't need so many small tools this year. If I find out we can't carry out certain projects because we don't have tools, there's a real negative consequence on a lot of other projects across departments. So we're garbage in, garbage out. It's no culpability again, but what we're taking from the department's needs and giving to the budget team, nobody could really understand how to make a cut and what the true impacts would be. And then further, the last point is, information doesn't show what's a mandate versus not a mandate. And the public might argue the roads are mandate. No matter whether the state says we have to fix the roads, the public says we have to fix the roads. That may be higher in the public's perception than some of the projects the state tells us we must do. If we don't have enough dollars, you can't do everything that you must do. Where do we do that balancing? I don't think we're having that discussion in front of the public. I think that is happening without any real human involvement, just part of the pipeline of data. It's losing that information. It's mixing mandates versus public mandates. So I could go through the detailed report and strike out some categories or reduce some dollar amounts, but I couldn't tell you what impact that'll have on the county. I don't think these folks could tell you that either. Hopefully the department heads could. It may be that we have to push this back to the departments and say, logically group, we can't give you everything you need. Show us some options of what you could cut that would be sensible, where you're cutting discrete components or services, not 10% of a service that means the other 90% can't function.
Well, my understanding is that those are the conversations that the staff has with the departments and looking at those budgets. When I talked to Deputy CEO Rakes about his discussions, he'd say, hey, this, what's the justification for this grant or this amount of money for such purpose? And the department would have to justify it, or it gets struck. Is that the process that goes on?
During our, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, during our budget conferences, and really every day as we work with the departments, part of that process is understanding their submitted budget to be able to make recommendations regarding what can be cut, what can be reduced, and what the potential consequences of those reductions are. But when it comes to just the raw data, what's entered in the budget, unless it's notated that this line item, this $10,000 is related to X project, we don't know that just from the data itself. We do have to reach out. We do have to ask the departments for that backup information. And we do as we work through the budget process.
Right. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to agree with Supervisor Williams on a few things here. I think it's important to understand what mandated versus non-mandated is. The yardstick was great. It's exactly what we asked for. So I just wanted to reiterate, I think it's very important that we find out what we absolutely have to do versus what we want to do. So that's it.
Okay, well, are you done with your report?
I am done with the presentation, and unless there are any additional comments, questions, we do have that request for board direction at the end that we had talked about, but other than that, the presentation is done.
All right, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I had spoken with Deputy CEO Rakes about including public assistance in the slide deck. I personally think that because of the federal and state funds that are funding the public assistance department, less the 3 items that were mentioned, IHSS, and there were a couple of other items that get to about 1 million, 2 million, somewhere in there. I do think it is important to include that as we discuss our budget. However, I just think it's out of place to continue to include it as a large item and showing the full amount of that budget when it's not being funded by the general fund and not really part of our discussions when we try to balance roads and public safety. So I would like to see public assistance and Measure P moved out of the budget, for lack of a better term, negotiation process that you all have with the board. I understand that Measure P was a general ballot measure and could potentially be used for general fund. However, I think it's important that we don't include it in the overall allocation. I understand it's an option. I'm saying I think it's disingenuous to continue to include that dollar amount in our conversations when I don't think that is how, well, I guess you could prove me wrong, but I don't think that's how this board is going to vote when we have to come up to fill our gaps. That funding, in my opinion, should still continue to go to the fire departments. The other direction or thoughts that I have regarding the one-time funding is the retirement, the 3.3, the carry forward, the 1 million, and the HHSA audit. That gets us to about 5.3 million, and I'm fine with using those funds to try to balance the budget. However, the allocations that were from the PG&E funds that still have not been used, I would like to see the board have, and I know we've had several agenda items regarding these funds, have an agenda item. If we need to use those funds for other purposes, I want to be very clear about why they have not been used for their originally intended purposes before I am willing to vote on that direction. Thank you.
Supervisor, let's see, CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair. There's nobody on this team that's recommending using Measure P. You can see there's a number of items here that we consider above the line. Those are dollars we do not touch. They come in as they are, and they are awarded to the departments or the division or the special district as directed by the board. And again, we will have to bring it back annually. Some of this is at the discretion of each board, so we will be bringing it back annually. But I think from this team right now, we understand the direction is not to touch those that are in black right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So as far as one-time funding, I get the reason for it and I understand it, but I think it's a bit irresponsible to have to rely on this. The one-time money, it's basically you're just kicking the can down the road. And here we are in year 3 contemplating having to use one-time funding again. It doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't stop the bleeding. I think the county's been living outside of its means for a while, and here we are. We've been sacrificing facilities, to pay salaries, and in my opinion, it has to come to a stop somehow. I'm not naive enough to think that there may need to be some of this one-time money used to get us to the end of the year. Doesn't mean I'm comfortable with it. So the chair asked Supervisor Williams, I'm interested to know how you're going to get there. I think the immediate hiring freeze for me is the top priority. I've had a little bit of conversation with the CEO on it. It could have as much as of an initial impact of about 10 million, with more coming through attrition throughout the year. I think if we're going to go that route, there has to be some sort of caveat that these departments can come back and ask to have positions filled if they can explain that it's actually costing the county money to not have this position. Number 2 for me would be review the budgeted vacant positions. And then third, and I hope that we never get there, would be workforce reductions. So that's where I stand with it. I have really little to no interest in continuing this every year where we're, scratching for dollars and contemplating using one-time monies and not addressing what the issue is. I think this board has a great opportunity to fix that. It's not going to be easy. There's absolutely nothing fun about deciding people's jobs. There's nothing fun about it, but we're not paid to make the easy decisions. We're here and we're being paid to make the hard decisions. That's what people expect from us. And I hope this board can come together and make those hard decisions, so we can move forward and not have to worry at depth like we are right now about the budget. So.
Supervisor Williams.
2 questions. The first is for staff. What do you think our discretionary fund balance is? Once we pay for all the mandates, what do we have left? What is this board, if we want to focus on, if the 5 of us want to argue about how to spend discretionary funds after mandates are met, is that number more than 0? Or are there more mandates than there are dollars?
If I may, through the chair, I don't know that I can answer that particularly well. I pass it to Acting Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce. She might have some perspective there.
If I may, through the chair, I believe it would need to be a conversation with the department heads as well. But from the yardstick, we can see that public safety is our mandate, and you add in public safety, and you have minimal amount left to work with.
But those are big blocks, right? Within these departments, there may be individual line items that are not mandates. Okay, and then the second, I think, is for my colleagues. What do we mean by mandates? What I think of is if we don't do something, it's criminal, somebody goes to jail, we have to do it. Or if we don't do it, we lose some other funding stream. We probably need to do it. Just because the state or federal government says you must do this, if there's no consequence, I'm going to consider that discretionary because I think there may be more mandates than there are dollars. So we have to kind of pick and choose which of those other mandates or strong suggestions benefit the people of Mendocino County. And some benefit more than others. And I think the public will tell you roads may not be a mandate, but it has more of an impact than some of the state mandates. So back to Supervisor Norvell's question, How do we get a baseline of the true mandates, what we must do, to see what's left over?
CEO Antle.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I think Assistant CEO Pierce got it right. Your public safety is your main mandate that you have to do. And when you hit on those, you'll see, are there things within those departments that may not be state mandated? Very little, if any. And if we don't do the state mandate, to Supervisor Williams' question, it could call into question any state or federal monies that those departments may be receiving. More so probation, who receives a significant amount of state funding. So if we were not to do those services, we would be then in jeopardy of not doing those. And I believe it's a challenge, and maybe county council will say, to tell a department head not to do a mandate, granted, that's your right to do, but I'm not quite sure legally how that falls out, and perhaps county council Scott can speak to that.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. That's a really nuanced question, and I can't give you a concrete answer right now, but I would say I would recommend against directing departments to choose not to follow the law, the state mandates that they are governing their departments. I think that I can on a case-by-case provide some analysis to departments and to the board, but I'm not prepared to do that at this moment to give you an overview of what I would recommend. But I do think I would caution against directing departments not to follow their mandates. I think you should start with that in mind. Keep that in mind in this discussion or in future discussions.
Chair, clarifying question. We say public safety is the highest priority, and the state constitution tells us it's the highest priority. But you wouldn't have a sheriff's department functioning next year if we didn't have a tax collector, because we're paying for that department with local taxes. And you wouldn't have anything to collect if you didn't have an assessor keeping up on reassessments from sales and new development. So all of those have to be balanced in harmony for the optimal outcome. I don't see how this board can adjust those categories and get a sense of, are we maximizing the public good, right? Even if public safety is all we're trying to fund, you need the tax collection, you need the accounting, you need a lot of the other services, which rely on IT and rely on HR. What is the correct balancing and the trade-offs of making cuts in one place, recognizing it'll have an impact somewhere else? How do we analyze that? How do we do the dependency analysis to come up with the optimal number? We're looking at you, and I think you're kind of looking at us. What do we want to do? We want the best outcome for the public. I don't have the data in front of me to run an algorithm to tell you what that would be, but I know we're not billing for all property tax that's due. We're not collecting all. We haven't done tax auctions. And then we're upset that we don't have the revenue to fund all of our services. Maybe instead of funding those services, we should go after the revenue first, that we have more to work with. Where do you want this discussion to happen? What form?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I think that there's work to be done to understand more the mandates that we have. But again, they're all interconnected. All the supporting services that are required to support everything we do, whether it's facilities, whether it's technology, or as you mentioned, the tax collector and assessor to assess properties. But recognizing that we have a need to propose a balanced budget for fiscal year 25-26, what we need, or from what budget staff is requesting, is where is our time spent most valuably right now? Is it building a budget that is reliant on one-time funds structurally? Or is it a budget built with the best possible consideration not to include one-time funds, because those will look like different things. Those will take into consideration different decision points and different ramifications. And I believe everybody wants the budget to be reasonable and responsible and support the services that we need to provide to our communities. And the only way, at least with this process, to do that is to understand how these are connected, what the downstream ramifications are from changing or from reducing or changing the amounts allocated to these departments, but also working within the reality that we have. We have $81 million in non-departmental revenue to play with based on current projections. If that changes, I hope it changes in the tune of $20 million, but I don't know that it will. But the reality is we're playing, right now we have 81. That's what we're trying to fit this budget in. And it becomes different, again, with that one-time funding consideration. So as far as this team is concerned, knowing which direction is supported by the board with regard to that, whether it's a last resort or whether it's only for certain things, whether it's one-time funding for mandated services or one-time funding, you only use it for X, whatever it happens to be, that will help focus us as we work on what will be and has been a monumental effort.
I would just add to CEO Antle that really public safety, to the point you made earlier, Supervisor William and other board members, public safety is your first charge. And once you put that in, you do not have $81 million, right? Tony, if you could hit that, I think it was maybe 17 million left or 20 million. And Supervisor Williams, you're right. That's the problem we're seeing when we start doing in this, is the interconnection between all these departments. You know, you can't have assessor, you got to have IT, you got to have payroll for those folks. So it is an interconnected web. And, you know, right now, you know, we put up a couple of options for you that we could think of, and I think it has to be across the board. The way the cuts would need to happen, and it really needs to be that way for the fact that you won't have the support services, you won't have the IT people to support the mandated services that you have to do, such as public safety.
Hey, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. We've heard several times about reviewing the vacant positions, and so I'm curious when the last time this was done.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. We're currently reviewing the vacant positions now. Sherry Johnson, Director, Human Resources Director, can speak more to that. We're also currently reviewing the turnover rate. So if we were to have a hiring freeze, what does that look like on an annual basis from attrition? And that's where I think Supervisor Norvell had kind of mentioned there's an estimate of around 10 million that we could potentially see over a year if we were to immediately stop hiring all positions across the board.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may add, Supervisor Klein, through the chair, CEO Antle here, we have significantly reduced those positions. And again, Sherry Johnson, HR Director, can speak to those numbers, significantly lower. Currently, the review of that report, there were 268 vacant positions. Significant number of those are in social services. But again, I believe over the course of the last year or so, we have reduced that number approximately by about 100 to 200 positions.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm certainly in favor of making sure that that information is incorporated into our budget process for this year. To echo my colleague, Supervisor Norvell, I'm certainly in favor of exploring a hiring freeze over any actual cuts that need to happen to existing staff. Across the state, there are other counties who are actively cutting staff. I heard it at RCRC about 2 weeks ago. That's not something that I'm looking forward to having a conversation about, and would prefer that we explore other options before that. I would also like to encourage further consideration to offloading facilities that are not necessary. It's an asset, but it's more of a liability in the grand scheme of things. And I think that there's more work. While a lot of work has already been done on that front, there's opportunities that exist there. And I appreciate the conversation that we're having today, and I thank my colleagues for bringing forward some of the ideas that are being put forth.
All right. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah. So I think the other thing that this board needs to decide is where the one-time money is going to come in. Is it going to be up front and work down from there, or is it going to be a gap fill? For me, it's a gap fill. I don't want to, shave $8-9 million off with the one-time money and then try and balance the budget from there, because it doesn't address the problem. And my understanding is that, this is going to be even a bigger problem next year. It's not going to go away. So I would love to see us, go the route of the hiring freeze and then sweeping these positions that are funded but not filled. And, the one-time money gets used last.
Hey, I'm going to go. I asked for ideas for cuts last time, and so I've heard a couple ideas out there. So I'll go through what I've come up with in the meantime, and rehashing some of the ones I brought up before. The travel reimbursement policy is being worked on. It will be brought back in a week or within the next 2 meetings probably. A voluntary incentive separation plan. We did it, for those jobs that departments identified could be eliminated. I think we need to do kind of a golden handshake and we could use the one-time only money for those kind of incentives to get people to move on if that's what they want to do. The max and the Mendocino Historical Review Board, that needs to be looked at. And I think we can really cut some of those budgets. Conferences, I think that we need to really look at all the conferences from all the departments and see what is really necessary. Cut there. A list of the general funded contracts with the amounts for the fiscal year 25-26. And I would like an analysis from staff about the opportunities for savings, the match, where the match funding is required, the funding sources, and if they're non-grant contracts. The mental health funding for the new jail wing for mental health. If we can use Measure B money for that, it certainly should be explored. Healthcare percentages. My understanding is that in a lot of the contracts with the unions that the county is supposed to pay 75% and the employee pays 25%. I think that percentage is a little out of whack, and the county is paying 81%. I think we need to meet staff, and maybe an ad hoc from the board needs to meet with union leadership to figure out where we move forward on some of these proposals, because we can say a hard hiring freeze, but it is going to have implications on the departments and how their services are provided. So let's get the unions working with us sooner than later. I certainly would like to explore the hard hiring freeze. Another proposal is, I think that the elected officials, we gave ourselves a salary increase, and also not just for the supervisors, but for the other elected officials too. that they got a salary increase. I think in August, I think that we should revert to the salary before that increase for all elected officials. No out-of-state travel. I mean, all departments and offices have to be part of the cost cutting, and there shouldn't be any sacred cows. You know, that we need to look at the whole county and where we are with all the departments. A couple other things is, you know, it sounds really dire right now, but we got to remember that in 26, 27, that the COPS debt service, which is $2.5 million, will be eliminated.
If I may, through the chair, it's the COPS will not be eliminated. It's the pension obligation bonds, the POBs, which equates to about $8 million a year. But that's not a straight general fund allocation. It's split between both general fund and non-general fund. Right. So we might be looking at half of that. Correct. Right. So that would be in 26, 27, $4 million would be to our benefit. Right. And we also have to remember that in the last year, we paid off the $7 million debt we had to Measure B for that we had to borrow for the mental health wing of the jail. And that was through this carry forward money. So that was a heavy lift, and we did it. So anyway, those are my ideas for how we can move forward. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, quick question. This is for Supervisor Williams because it's in your district, but the Historical Review Board, I believe you guys looked at that a year or two ago and it could not be removed. Is that correct?
It just sort of off the cuff. I think in order for the state to buy what's now the Mendocino Headlands as a state park from, it was mill ownership, the deal was a historic district would be created. I'm pretty sure that was part of the formation process. That district needs a certain amount of staff time, and there is an expense to it. That town also generates millions of dollars in bed tax, sales tax, and property tax because of the historic preservation. If you get rid of that board and essentially dissolve the district, you won't have historic preservation. You're going to have property values fall. More of a hit probably the first year than what we're paying staff to attend those meetings. Well, I don't know what the cost is now, $30,000, $40,000. My bigger worry is some of those ideas, I fully agree. I'll give you one. The hiring freeze needs to be a hard hiring freeze. Soft hiring freeze, the last times we've done it, I think everybody just goes to Sherry Johnson, whatever capacity is executive office or HR, and make a special case for me. This is an essential employee. All county employees are essential. Everybody's doing a task that is essential today. If it's soft, it's got to come to the Board of Supervisors, because if you put it on one of our department heads, they're going to have to use discretion, and I think they're going to get pushed around into allowing special cases. And it has to be public safety. In the past, I've said, well, hiring freeze, but not public safety. When public safety is 80% of your discretionary budget, you can't apply the hiring freeze just to the other 20% and think you're going to save $10 million. Not possible. We've got to work with the sheriff closely. I know he's probably watching this and alarmed about a hiring freeze, and he has legitimate needs. He can't predict the crime for the year ahead, but it needs to be a discussion. I don't think it's a hard yes or no, but I think it needs to come through the Board of Supervisors if we're making exceptions. Where I disagree is talking about minor travel expenses. This is coming from a supervisor who doesn't even know how to bill for travel expenses, right? So if I'm traveling somewhere, I'm not billing, and I'm not going to a lot of those conferences. I've gone in the past. There's some value. I don't think there's enough value to use public funds for me right now. I think we need to focus on the millions and then the hundreds of thousands. I don't think we should start with $500 expenses. We're not going to find enough of those to balance the budget. Not that it's not important, we should track every dollar, but the starting point, what do you look at first? You look at the biggest expenses in the county and work your way down.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. You know, I'm looking at everything, right? And so if I can find $500 here or $1 million there, I'm going to bring it forward. And I appreciate your comments, and so...
Sheriff Kendall has his hand raised, and I wonder if he has any comments about the the plans for the sheriff's office, I believe that some of the additional funds being requested may include, are we including the jail, the new wing of the jail yet? And I think that's an important consideration. Or where does the additional funding for positions come in? Maybe that's a question for Deputy CEO Riggs.
If I may, through the chair, with regard to your first question as to if this included the jail, this is what the department had submitted. And so working with them and working with the jail budget as submitted and any efficiencies they found or reductions they found during the budget process, that is included in the numbers that you have here and in this yardstick graphic.
Sheriff Kendall.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree with Supervisor Williams' assessment of the situation. And but we have to think about, we do have that new wing of the jail that's going to be opening, and I have got to staff that. We're going to lose some money on that. And that's a huge concern for me. But as far as having a hard hiring freeze, if I can work with the CEO's office and come up with a number that we can survive with and that the county can survive with. But if it gets below that, then we're going to have to talk about what services we're willing to cut. And as we go in that direction, I just want to assure you that I'm going to be a good partner on this because we are in a tight spot. I have no doubt about that. Anyway, that's my input on it. And it sounds like we've had all some very, very good discussion and some good ideas so far. All of us are in this together, and we can't have any sacred cows at this moment. I completely understand that. But we do have mandates that we have to meet for that 844 jail, and we cannot forget about those things. There's other areas, myself and the undersheriff have been working and working and working on this and trying to cut these numbers down. And if we have a number that we work towards, you know, like right now I've got some folks in the police academy and some folks on training. If we've got to stop at that level, if we got to stop at that point, it's going to reduce the 2000 series. It's going to reduce some of our training budget if we don't go up and beyond that. And so we're going to see a bigger savings ultimately if we pick that number that, you know, that we're at and we say, okay, we're going to stay here. Then we don't have the expense of sending more people up to the police academy. We don't have the expense of the recurring training that's mandated through post and through STC. But I think we better look at it with eyes wide open because we could be shooting ourselves in the foot as far as that funding that we received for the jail. Thank you.
Right. So, Sheriff Kendall, if there were a hard hiring freeze and these people who are in the academy right now, then it's kind of like, we have to bring those people through, yes. Right?
Those are already employees.
Oh,
and,
okay.
You know, that would, they're already employed by the county. That's
okay. Very good.
They're there.
Supervisor Williams.
My final comment, I think I heard the Series 1000 costs went up about 7% year over year.
Yes.
Our revenue didn't track that. Our revenue didn't increase. And with Prop 13 and a no-growth county, it's impossible that our revenue will track. I went back to 1964 and put in all the numbers from the budget books. They're done with typewriters that are in the hall at the admin center and charted it. And what I found is since Prop 13 passed, every year this county has less to work with in real terms. And yet the cost of providing the service is increasing every year. So this board of supervisors has the job of how to balance a budget every year with less. And the way we've done it is we've deferred maintenance everywhere possible. I know you need to pass a balanced budget right now, but I'm a broken record. Every time this comes up, I've had the same points year after year. We're not fixing the structural problem. We're not even being honest about the structural problem. Our revenue is not tracking the cost of providing the same services as the prior year.
And Supervisor Williams, you're absolutely correct on that. But we have to realize, as Locatelli brought up a while back, you never do more with less. You have to simply accept the fact that you will do less with less. And as long as we're being very transparent with the public about the cuts that have got to be made and the things that have to occur, I think that we will be fine. It's just that we will wind up reducing hours. We will wind up reducing some services and things like that. And you also have to remember that not only am I the sheriff and I have some mandated functions, I'm also the coroner. And so I have some mandated functions as the county coroner as well. Those things are not getting any less expensive. And so we've got to take a good hard look at this and make decisions about where is the biggest bang for our buck. But you're absolutely correct. We aren't seeing revenues track up. We're seeing expenses track up while revenues remain flat or a little bit down. And so, kicking the can down the road for another year, that's not a fix. That is simply, we're putting it off onto the next folks who have got to make even harder decisions. So I'm 100% with you folks on this, but let's keep our eyes wide open as we move through it.
All right, and just another consideration is that Measure AJ is that if we were to say, okay, we're going to allocate those monies beyond what we've already allocated, then we're talking at a potentially $1 to $1.6, $1.7 million that's going to be added on to this debt.
Correct. The fiscal year 25-26 budget for cannabis tax revenue is $1 million.
That's what it's budgeted.
Correct.
Right. But if we were to do some action saying we are going to dedicate all of the AJ money, cannabis taxes, to those 4 areas, then we would be dedicating, if it came in at 1.7, then we would be dedicating those to that. Is that correct?
If Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, I brought back up the non-departmental revenue slide. If we were to consider an operating transfer out just for the sake of this conversation of $1 million from the budgeted cannabis tax revenue, wherever it happens to go, that's just 1 million less we would have in the general non-departmental revenue fund. So we would have 80.6 million instead of 81.6 million to allocate to general fund departments.
Right, and that's what's budgeted right now.
Correct, that's what's budgeted.
Right. Okay. So I guess the question is, how do we proceed with these ideas? I threw out a lot of ideas. We've heard from others. So how do we? How does someone want to proceed?
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Right? Can I amend that? Was the maker Supervisor Klein? I'm sorry, was the second Supervisor Klein? Would you be amenable to amending it to include scenario A as a starting point to get a baseline draft budget that doesn't use one time, knowing we're likely going to have to add some one time for gap fillers, but at least see what that initial baseline would look like?
You're changing the merits of your motion altogether.
No.
For measure. I'm sorry, can you clarify, Supervisor Williams?
Scenario
Yeah.
A. Do you support A, B, or I'm going to make up C, which is don't use any one time?
At this point, with the information that we have about our deficit,
Yeah.
I support the use of some one-time funds on a must-need basis. So I would prefer looking at some sort of reduction supplemented with one-time fund use. Does that make sense?
Yeah, how do you want to put that into the motion?
Well, I wasn't looking to make a motion because
Well, you were the second on the motion, so we're modifying it.
Your motion was about AJ, not about the scenarios.
Chair, could we pass the first motion and then come back to the budget?
Yeah, they're completely different motions.
Yeah, we're holding it all off until the end.
We have to do it all as one motion?
No,
Oh.
but we'll hold it until we've had the full discussion.
Okay. I have no further discussion. I'm ready to.
Hey, let's see.
So,
hold it.
well, we
I'm going to
shouldn't
move
have-
on to Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah.
Well, I think, and this may be what Supervisor Williams is getting at, is staff is asking us, how do we want to attack this? And you're asking scenario A, no one-time funds. Supervisor Klein says she's fine with funds as long as they come in from the bottom as a gap fill. But I think, are we also prioritizing the way we want to look at reductions? I think we need to be very clear with that. For me, it was the hiring freeze, the vacant positions, and workforce reductions last. Is that?
I can support that.
Okay.
Can we get that into the motion, or do you want a second motion, Chair? It's weird to have two motions open.
It is weird.
So either we're augmenting it, or let's vote on the first one and then move on to the second. But you can't have two open.
Chair, you have a hand up. You have a hand up from CEO Antle and acting assistant CEO, and so I think it would be helpful. I also really want to make sure that we've had public comment on this item before we move too far into what the board's considerations are.
Okay, CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair. We have one more item we're asking for direction on, and that's the fee hearing that is coming up. How you would like us to approach that. We will be bringing full cost recovery, but we want to make sure that the board's in agreement with that. And Tony, do you mind flipping to the other slide, please? Thank you. So in the past, there has been direction not to charge full cost on certain fees. We are asking if you want us to continue that pattern, or can we go out and do full cost recovery, including indirect costs for the departments?
If I may, through the chair, there's also been, as CEO Antle has noted, there's been some, we need clarification whether the board believes departmental indirect costs is considered full cost recovery. So for an example, do you want salaries for a department analyst who is working on the fees to be baked in? So all salaries baked into the fees we are charging the public. So that's the direction we are trying to get from the board on that item as well.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
My perspective, and I think the public shares this, is we charge cost recovery for the staff time and materials that go into the actual task. We don't take the entire department and divide it by the number of applicants. If you do that, the fees rise. Fewer people take out permits. You do that division next year, your denominator has shifted. Now the fees increase again. Fewer and fewer people. We're trying to keep people compliant. They're compliant if the fees are reasonable. So I think it's a mistake if we go through the motion of full cost recovery and then this board sees what a farmer's market scale costs. Most farmers markets sell like by the bundle anyway, right? I throw extra cash in when I buy. Nobody really cares if that scale is 100%. You can't charge hundreds of dollars for, an operation that's out of somebody's backyard. So those kind of arguments that all come up every time, if staff could apply some discretion, don't apply fees that this board has reversed in past years, because we're just going to probably do it again. County Council, do you not like this? Discretion.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I would say every year I wouldn't say that just because last year the board said keep this fee capped, that this year it cannot be presented and reconsidered. Right. Every year that can be reconsidered. I would say, if your direction, if this board today wants to give some direction on a particular fee, that isn't before you yet, I would recommend, staff bring that forward separately. But my point was just to point out that we can't, just because last year the board said freeze this fee, that doesn't affect the ability to change the fee this year.
So, Chair, how do you want to handle this? My worry is it's like it being on the agenda, we're going to cut funding to the max, or we're going to have farmers market expenses jump 500%. I don't want to have outraged public show up for an idea that none of us actually support. How do we give staff some latitude on direction to not shock the public? Like make sure the idea is likely to be supported by the board. We don't know for certain. Brown Act, we're not going to be polling everybody, but don't propose stuff that's going to cause an outraged public to show up if all 5 of us are going to say no.
Right. I think that in the past we've always supported the farmers markets and keeping those kind of fees down, right? So I don't see those going up. I don't see bringing it back, but.
If I may, through the chair, currently the policy 47, the department heads nor the executive office have the discretion to propose like a waiver. Only the board can waiver the fees. So the direction that the executive office is asking for right now is when we go to present the fees, do you want them presented at full cost recovery, including all salaries within a department? And we can then change, or the board can direct which fees need to be reduced? Or would you like the executive office and the departments to bring forward a fee schedule that takes into consideration salaries that are more directly worked on the fees instead of the entire budget unit's salary expense?
Yeah. It's how much of a shock do you want to make on when the fee hearings are happening, right?
We're asking for direction from the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Well, I would say bring the real cost, and we can deal with that. And it will shock people, but if we need to change that at that time, then otherwise we're making these draconian cuts. Okay, that's just my thought.
Chair, I can support that. Can it be sponsored by the chair?
Well, we're going to do it as a board, right?
Well, I just don't want to be part of shocking the public. I mean, you have people taking off work to come and protest for something that we ultimately don't support. Is it possible, I'm asking this legitimately, is it possible for you to work with staff and use some discretion about a proposal of what to present so that the agenda item is in line with what you think might pass? Maybe we add some fees or we remove, but I think if you say full cost recovery, you're dividing an entire department, all the incidental, indirect, we're not going to pass those fees. We never have.
And we shouldn't.
And we shouldn't. And I mean, the public doesn't support us on the concept of, you got to have fee studies, and you have to look at the people who are actually doing the work. That's the true cost. It's, for example, a building permit, you can't include the planning and building director's salary. She's on salary regardless of how many permits flow through that office. But the people processing the permit, those positions scale up or down depending on the number of permits. That's a true cost.
Chair.
Yes, CEO Antle.
Chair, if I may, in the past, if there were large increases, we brought forward options for you. So I believe we could do this in this case. We are aware of the departments that the fees, I should say, that have been reduced or set to zero by prior boards. So we can bring that option forward. And I think just to confirm what I'm hearing right now, I think we have 3 of you talking about the indirect costs. So I think what you're saying, if the staff member touches or processes or involved in that fee, you want to include it, but you don't want to include maybe the staff member answering the phone per se. Those are simple examples.
Okay, that sounds all right. All
Is
right.
there other, Supervisor Klein and Supervisor William, is that kind of? Okay.
Yeah, I can support that. The one caveat that I want to add to this is I've seen the problems in the past when we have ignored our fee schedule for too long, and then that's when we have the large increases, and that's the shock. And even not with full cost recovery, as we're saying, with a full department. So I want to temper the conversation with, we can't be increasing things by 200% and having that shock to a business. That's having a negative impact on our economy. So if we need to have a slight increase, I'm okay with looking at that, but not full cost recovery.
All right. Seeing no further comments from the board. Oh, no. Okay. Let's see, we'll go to public comment now.
There we go. Deep Allison, District 5. I'm concerned about a hard hiring freeze as a former county employee. We've already had many conversations about how we're having trouble filling positions. And so while there may be a need, I would hope that that would be at the very bottom of the list instead of at the top. I think the number one thing we should look at is our position allocation table. I can tell you from my experience in my positions with the county that at least I've been retired for 3 years now, so I don't know if the rules have changed. But if a position wasn't filled for 36 months, it was to be taken off the position allocation table. And that never happened. I would watch, that was part of my job, was to watch the position allocation tables for the departments I worked with. And as we approached the 36 months, we expected those positions to leave, and it wasn't happening. It sounds like with the conversation today that HR is looking at that and staying on top of it, but I think guaranteeing that our position allocation table only includes those positions that we are able and willing to fill at this time may give us some significant savings in the 2000 series or the 1000 series, and I think we should really look at that and make that a priority before we move forward with any kind of hiring freeze. I want to offer support to Supervisor Mulheron's comment about not including state and federal funding in our budget pictures because it is confusing. An example, under public protection, you have child support services. When I retired, it may be different now, but when I retired, 100% of their budget was state funding. Nothing came out of the general fund, and I know that their director worked really hard to maintain that at that time, even though around the state, other child support departments were asking their counties for a lot of funding to keep their staff up. She was really working hard in finding out how to do the job with the staff she had, so she didn't have to ask for general funding. Her budget's probably just a drop in the bucket, but it is something that would give us a clearer picture if we take all state and federal funding out of the budget picture that we're seeing. It would help those of us in the audience who don't deal with this every single day to see what it really means. I also think that HR should look at supervisor and management positions that supervise very few people. We did that once before, and they cut a lot of the fat out of departments, and it makes it can make a huge difference in your overall budget. When you have a manager that is supervising 1 or 2 people, or even a supervisor managing 1 or 2 people, it doesn't make sense fiscally. And we need to look at getting rid of those positions. I can think of a handful just off the top of my head in various departments that I know of, so I think they're still out there. Just some suggestions before we start looking at things like training and travel, which make the employees we have more valuable to us. I think we should look at those things right there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looking at
Chair,
staff,
if I may, I would just like to remind this board and appreciate their prior action that they approved any position that's been recruited over 18 months to be removed from the position allocation table, and HR has been doing that actively. Thank you.
okay. Yeah, Supervisor Mulheron.
Also, one thing, the prior board did change the management structure, and you do have to be supervising, I believe, 6 employees now. So we have worked on that in the past, and I think it's a good suggestion to continue to watch.
Yeah, and I think that the previous speaker, did bring up some good points, that those are all things that we have looked at in the past. We have looked at the allocation table for the different positions and the job responsibilities, who's the direct, charges and everything, so. Yeah. Chief Locatelli.
Yeah, good afternoon. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I think this is my 8th budget cycle with the county, probably more so than most folks in the room. Been through many of these conversations before. Sheriff Kendall quoted me. Expenses, revenues, and efficiencies are the 3 things that I will continuously talk about to the board, to the executive office. A hard hiring freeze, I'm completely opposed to it. It's very detrimental to staff. It's detrimental to departments' growth. It isn't the answer. We've done that before. It didn't work. It sets departments back years. If public safety is the #1 priority, a hard hiring freeze to public safety, those don't work. I think Chair Hashak used the word draconian, and I would say a hard hiring freeze is draconian. I'm 32% general funded. So 68% comes from the state. If you give me a hard hiring freeze, I'm not doing state mandates. This county, I've said this over and over, in 2018, the probation department implemented drastic cuts. I'm not able to provide the mandates as it is. If you were to do those hard hiring freezes, officers are wearing between 3 and 4 hats trying to cover a county as diverse as ours. I've said before that I'd be willing to stop going to outlying offices, which includes Willits and Fort Bragg. We would shrink our services to Ukiah Valley if we're put in that position. I can't cover a county this size with as few officers as I have. I know the sheriff is in a similar boat. I won't speak for all the department heads. They're not all here, although I am elected to represent them. I know that this isn't a popular thing. I hope that you will consider those conversations. When it comes to revenues, I've said this before, when you as a board make decisions to cut discretionary revenues to general fund mandated departments, you're putting us in a pinch. You're going to have a conversation about that later today. Those are discretionary revenues as to where they're distributed. If they're not coming to a general fund department or a public safety department and they're going to go somewhere else, I hope that there is a backfill from the general fund. Otherwise, we are losing staff and officers that are mandated as county employees. It's difficult as a department head in a county to not have those revenues coming in. I work for the county. And then again, about efficiencies, there are efficiencies out there. And as more silos come down between your departments, there are ways to cut costs. That'll only happen if you follow your strategic plan and we don't do things like just knee-jerk reactions to budget decisions. I've been doing this, like I said, a long time. I do teach new chiefs across the state on how to run their budgets and how to implement them. I'm happy to spend more time with the county at the county level looking at efficiencies, especially in the criminal justice arena, as I think there are lots of things that we can do to bring costs down. Incarceration is expensive. Rehabilitation and treatment is where I come from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU, Local 1021. Something that's been sort of glaringly missing from this conversation, we've had sort of a one-sided conversation about the budget, and it's mostly on the expense side. Except for the brief discussion regarding the fee schedule, there really hasn't been much discussion about revenues. One of the harder things and one of the harder parts of your job is to convince the public that it's essential that we increase revenues. So that's something that I definitely encourage you in this discussion to talk about. It's not just about reducing year after year what the county government is able to do for the county residents. We do need to take a real look at, is there an opportunity to increase the transit occupancy tax? Should we eliminate the teeter fund? We lost, I think, $500,000 on that fund last year. We're paying for taxes for vacant properties up in Brook Trails that'll never be developed. We're paying a lot more taxes to the school district and such for something that's not valued at that level. There are other revenue sources that the board could put on the ballot, and then you make the case to our public for why this is essential. If we want to fill those 36 vacant deputy and correctional officer positions with the sheriff's department, we need these funds. We cannot compete against the other jurisdictions that are paying significantly higher salaries if we're having this continuing reduction in our overall available funding. So I think those discussions need to happen. It's not an easy discussion, and it's not easy to get a vote passed, but many of you will have seen that the city of Fort Bragg was facing some real challenges in their funding, so they did put 2 measures on their ballot and made the case to their citizens that this was something that city government needed to be able to provide the services that the city residents expected. So I would encourage you, at the same time that you're looking for every possible belt-tightening opportunity, to also look at potential revenue opportunities. None of that will happen quickly. It probably won't be ready in time for this current budget, but it's something you need to think about for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madge Strong, or Willits resident. First of all, I just want to say that you introduced so many different issues here, and to expect the public to meaningfully comment in 3 minutes when you've introduced revenues and expenses and fees, and it's just enormous. And hiring freezes affecting all of the departments in the entire county. It's really hard for the public to break down and say some things. So one thing is, I think it would be really terrible to raise fees to try to cover entire departments. You want fees that are reasonable for our county to continue to function. Building permits and farmers markets and so many other fees. If those are exorbitant, you're not going to have building activity. It's counterproductive. And I wanted to comment also, I think Chair Haschak raised several issues that were not discussed. One of them was elected officials' raises. I think that should be discussed. I'm wondering what kind of total amount of money that might involve. It may not be very much considering the magnitude of your problem, but it is also indicative of your values. And I think elected officials, including yourselves, are here to serve the public. And I think that keeping your salaries in some kind of reasonable ratio with all of the other employees who work for you is reasonable. I don't even know where to start. There were so many issues, but I really feel like a hiring freeze might be what you have to do, because as I'm hearing it, you can't just keep kicking the can down the road. We've already deferred maintenance forever. And as you were pointing out, you have the structural deficit. Revenues are pretty flat, and expenses keep going up. What are you going to do? But I also really appreciate looking at revenue options as well. So when you're, distribute the pain evenly. Thank you.
And for your information, that if the elected officials' salaries went back to like July of 2024 before the increase, it would save $125,000. Seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Peter McNamee.
Pardon? Okay.
Thank you. Well, once again, we're back here and we're looking at cutting the carbon reduction funds that this board allocated to reduce its energy costs and its carbon emissions in 2021, and it's 2025. And we still have not spent this money as a mechanism to reduce your ongoing energy costs, which have increased exponentially over that 5-year period. The only thing I can say is that's just stupid. And let's just stop it. It's really time for this board to finally get this done. And the fact that it hasn't been done is just unacceptable to the public, a public which has shown up over and over and over again over the last 4 years at your budget hearings, telling you over and over and over again that conserving your energy costs, reducing those exponentially increasing energy costs needs to be done, and yet it hasn't. And that is not a solution to your budget. And you should reject it outright, completely, and get it done. The solution to your budget problem is that you have to live within your revenues. And those revenues have, as been pointed out, not kept pace with either inflation or the demands that your constituents have asked you and the state has imposed upon you. So you're going to have to learn something that's fundamentally true. And it was true back when Proposition 13 was passed and local governments' revenues were cut by 30%, and they had to reduce their service levels in order to get their costs down to the level where they met their revenues. You're going to have to accept the fact that just because something is mandated doesn't mean that the required level of service is also mandated. So you have to make cuts to bring the amount of services that you provide to come back into equilibrium with the amount of revenues that you've got. And that's simply going to mean you're going to have to reduce your workforce and become more efficient spending what you spend on goods and services. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make that comment.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment online?
No more comments online.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Call the question.
Well, the question right now is about the measure AJ.
Right, and we have a motion.
Okay. Can we have a clear statement on that motion?
Direct staff to present as much as accounting and reports as we have as presented today, and then for the measure AJ, and direct staff to present a plan for AJ voter designated categories.
Can you repeat that last sentence?
Direct staff to present the plan for measure AJ voter designated categories.
You know, I just think that for the staff to present the plan for how we would allocate that money, which we don't have, is kind of, it's putting too much on the staff. I think that the board, if there is an idea that, hey, there's this $1 million that's coming from, that should be used like AJ said, then it should come back to the board about how we think we should spend that money that we don't have. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I would like to suggest that we direct staff to bring a proposal forward where Measure AJ funds are tied to funding the cannabis department, and then afterwards some sort of allocation for the final 3 portions of Measure AJ.
The maker agrees.
Okay.
Can I just confirm, bring the proposal to tie the Measure AJ to cannabis department first, and then the other 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Supervisor Mulheron.
Just for the record, there were 4. So, yeah, so just for clarification, Measure AJ had cannabis enforcement, roads, mental health, and fire and medical emergency services, and the inclusion of the expenses of the cannabis department less the fees, which we should also talk about, I think is what Supervisor Klein was looking for.
I'll agree.
Maker agrees.
I guess my question would be, can we say that because it was mandated in the vote that we use the money for those 4 areas? So is that twisting the intent of what the people passed?
I would argue no. It's a prioritization of what they required us to do. It's giving a numbered order of how we will spend those funds following their direction.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll call the question.
Supervisor Norvell?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. I'd like to make another motion. And here it is. Hold on.
Do you want to hand the gavel to the vice chair?
We could. Okay.
Go ahead.
Here. Acting Chair, can I make a motion?
Please.
Thank you. All right. I would like the staff to come back at the next workshop with a proposal that incorporates use of one-time only monies, the retirement contribution reserve, the Health and Human Services Agency audit, additional teeter reserve, and the carry forward. And that will be about $5.5 million in one-time only money. Also like to look at the teeter fund and bring back the implications of not using the teeter fund. Okay? And I'd also like to see that staff really research a voluntary incentive separation plan, bring back the general funded contracts with the amounts for 25-26, explore possibilities for mental health funding for the new jail wing, look at the health care percentages that employees are paying, meet with the union leadership to discuss options for cutting the budget, revert elected officials' salaries to the July 2024 level, and no more out-of-state travel, and bring back a proposal for a hard hiring freeze. Supervisor Williams.
What, do we know that out-of-state travel is more expensive than in-state travel? I wouldn't be surprised if some conferences in California cost more to lodge and so forth.
Well, yeah.
Is that
and
actually a cost savings?
I wanted to look at all conferences too.
John, may I?
So is that a motion, or are you trying to give direction?
That was a motion. Well, it needs to be a motion, so that would be my motion.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I can support all of that. My constituents don't generally support using one-time funds for ongoing structural deficit gap filling. So I don't think I could support it because of that. If you leave that out, I could support the rest of it.
What I'd like to do is, I'm proposing this because I'm looking at what is probably realistic for this budget cycle. So you can support it or not.
So comment, we would be using up so much one-time funds, we wouldn't have any seed funding to make structural changes in the following year to fix the structural deficit. We would be out of cash. And I think that's a very vulnerable position, because what we should be doing is using that one-time fund. It's finite, it's small relative to our obligations. Use that for the restructuring to maintain a balanced budget going forward, address the structural. So on that ground, I can't support using up the one-time funds just to kick us down the road a year to be in the same position.
Okay.
Supervisor Klein.
A question for Supervisor Williams. Would your constituency support cutting positions and a hard hiring freeze over use of one-time funds?
I think what would be generally supported by the public, from what I've heard, is start with a balanced budget and then look at using one-time funds case by case. Make some discretionary. I know we're going to have to use some one-time funds, but start out with a base of what does a balanced budget look like, and then let this board, not staff, to decide how to apply one-time to keep those additional services.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I haven't heard a second yet, but I just wanted to be clear that I would vote against that. I think that staff has given us a couple of options to look at. I'm fine with using one-time funds as a last resort. I think we do need to look at reducing the salaries through a freeze, and whether that freeze looks like a soft freeze or a hard freeze, or there's somewhere in between. I think the board can consider that. Also, of course, we have moved to 18-month for vacant positions to be removed. Maybe that needs to be reduced further. I would also like to have more information about the attrition rates. I was not given that information in advance, so that's something I would like to see. $10 million is a lot of money over a year, and we may not have to use one-time funds. So, and of course, I trust that our departments are going to understand our budget considerations, and I would rely on them to reduce 2000 series regarding contracts, conferences, education, etc. I think that within a department, they are able to more closely look at what those, how those resources are being spent, and I don't want to be dismissive of what those needs are. So I just wanted to be clear that that would actually be a direction that I would support, and not micromanaging the full list that Supervisor Hashak presented, although I do agree with some and not with others.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, the motion's going to die from a lack of second.
All right. So is there any other idea or motion for staff to pursue to get a balanced budget? Supervisor Williams.
I move we direct staff to begin by drafting a budget in accordance with scenario A, bring back cost recovery of indirect costs with language that won't shock the public, explain that it's information for the board to consider options.
Okay, and option A is trying to find it. Was using no one-time only money.
So, Chair, the thinking is we would have a budget in front of us that is balanced. We would also have a list of services that will have to be cut as a result, and we'll see the dollar amount. This board can go through item by item and decide what to refund with one time, but we should be responsible for this. I don't think we should delegate it to staff. They're going to get blamed for our cuts effectively. This is really our job. If we've got to balance the budget, and if we have to use one-time funds, we have to be responsible case by case.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second. I also have a question for staff, if I may.
Sure.
Is staff also looking for a prioritization of, you've got the reductions may include A, B, C, and D. Are you looking for the board to prioritize where to start? Whether it's a hiring freeze or vacant positions or reductions?
If I may, through the chair, yes. We are wanting direction from the board on how to prioritize balancing the budget in total. So I'm hearing from the board that the request is to not use one-time funds potentially, but we need to know how to get to balancing the 17 million or a combination of salaries or 2000 series. So we're looking for direction on potential hiring freezes, reviewing budgeted positions, so forth.
Supervisor Williams.
Does it need to be so black and white? Do we have to say that hiring freeze is the first priority or the last priority? I think that generally hiring freeze is a good idea. There may be some special cases where it harms the county in ways that we can't justify. It needs to be looked at position by position. It needs to be looked at with our public safety partners. We shouldn't be making a decision in isolation. I wouldn't say it's the first priority or the last priority. It's a hybrid approach. A lot of the positions should be frozen. The position allocation, we should stop hiring positions that are currently vacant. We don't want to lay people off. But that's another example of there may be some key positions that are causing a safety risk. You know, for example, if DOT has a road crew that doesn't have a flagger, but they need a flagger, you don't fill that position that's vacant, they either can't do their work or they're doing it in a way that's not safe. So I think what we need to trust our staff to apply some discretion and bring back a plan that's all of these ideas that gets us to a balanced budget. And this board may want to tweak it a little bit, but it's not, A, B, C, and D in that order necessarily. It's some mix.
Okay.
If the board could provide direction of which options they are interested in.
All of the, my motion would be augmented to indicate all of the motions using staff's judgment about everything you know about public expectation, the past board decisions, mandates. Come up with a proposal that you think is appropriate, a mix of all of it.
If I may, through the chair, I think we could bring back a couple of options similar to what we did today for this board to have discussion and wrestle with at a future meeting.
Does a second agree?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's be clear on that. That we're putting it on staff to come back with a plan to cut the $17 million. Okay. And staff is all right with that.
They look very enthusiastic.
You know, I thought that our job as a board was to really give them direction, and now we're just kind of dumping it off on staff to come back. And so you've heard of the discussion that we've had today.
Yes.
I guess. And if you're all right with doing it, we'll move forward.
If I may, through the chair, we can bring back additional details, more specific to what does a hiring freeze truly save? What does reviewing budgeted positions, or positions that may be budgeted that are vacant, get an exact dollar amount on that or an estimation on that? What would it look like if we needed to lay off positions, like number of positions? We can bring back additional detail. We just needed guidance on if the board was in agreement with that's the direction that they want to go.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I think that additional information is needed on some of these scenarios, and ask the maker of the motion if their intent is to have multiple scenarios. Because that would be my hope, is to have multiple options presented with some of the additional detail that has been discussed through this item.
That is the intent. But it's also the intent to, this board doesn't have all of the information. We can't apply discretion like staff can apply. CEO can go ask her analyst to pull up blank, look at it, and come up with a reasonable proposal. We can't do that here. So I'm suggesting we start with staff coming back with a balanced budget. We won't like it and the public won't like it, but it'll be balanced. And then talk about, as a board, how to add one-time funds based on the cracks in that plan, the worst outcomes that we want to try to avoid. But at least we're starting from a baseline that's balanced.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I don't want to confuse things, but Supervisor Klein brought up a good point about facilities and perhaps divesting, and that's not in scenario A. So I would support it if it was in the motion.
Yeah, so I'm happy to put it in there, but my caution is to divest facilities, to sell land takes a long time. This may not be the right time to try to sell it, right? Just based on economic conditions. But even if we were to list all of those properties for sale, it wouldn't balance the budget this year. So I wonder if maybe that's a separate agenda item that could come back based on our past facilities report.
If I may, through the chair, CEO Antle, yes, we can continue to work on that. As you know, we've been trying to do that. And the interesting thing, it feels like every time we get close to being able to do that, the county in the past has entered into some rather interesting agreements, lot line adjustment problems, wells, and all those types of issues pop up at us. So it is a good goal, but it is a long view goal.
Right. And my understanding is that there is a process we're going through. We've been looking at the properties that the county has, trying to divest. It's just like the CEO said, a complicated matter. So, but I think it will be ongoing. Okay.
Can we call the question?
Well, I just wanted to say, I understand. I appreciate what Chief Locatelli said, and I think that with a hard hiring freeze, it will be problematic at best for a lot of these departments that we have, because you can't just get rid of a person, or a person leaves and you can't just leave that position open and expect anywhere near the services that we're supposed to be offering. But with that, we'll call the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Norville?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Aye.
Supervisor Hashak?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so
Chair?
it's 1:20, and I think it's time for lunch break.
Chair?
So, yes.
I wonder if you would entertain taking 4D out of order, because we have a lot of fire folks here, and I know the longer those chiefs are here, the more likely there's an emergency they're missing back in their district.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So,
Chair, sorry to interrupt. Charlotte Scott, County Council. We also have one item for close that is timed and has to proceed before 2:30. I defer to the chair, of course, on that as well.
It shouldn't be a long item, that
Okay.
particular one.
Okay. What if we go to item 4D, and do we need a 10-minute break right now? Okay. We'll go till, we'll take a break till 1:30. And then we'll come back and maybe do 4D for 20 minutes. Okay. Fun. We'll move on to item 4. What is it? Is it D? Yeah, D. Okay. So we're going to take 4D for the next 20 minutes. This is discussion and possible action, including reaffirming the board's commitment to the established Proposition 172 funding formula for local fire agencies, 5.46% of annual Prop 172 revenues plus a fixed $87,521, and direction that fiscal year 25-26 Prop 172 public safety sales tax revenue be allocated to the 22 Mendocino County fire agencies in accordance with this formula. Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. So back in 2017, there was a handshake between the fire agencies and the county on how to allocate Prop 172 funds to fire. And I think for years, we've been saying the check's in the mail, the county is good for it. But upon doing a more detailed analysis, we discovered that we have been underfunding the fire agencies to about $1 million over the past several years. So this item is requesting that going forward, we stick to that handshake. That's what they're counting on. And almost all of these fire partners operate with volunteer staffing. They may have a paid chief who can be here today, but they have some of them don't. They have a lot of volunteer staff, and just out of respect, we need the county to keep up its end of that handshake. I've had a couple comments about there's other revenue streams. And that's true. The people have enacted taxes, but when those efforts were run, it was with the understanding that we're not supplanting existing funding. It was never the intent for voters to allocate campground TOT to fire, replacing the funds that were coming from the county through Prop 172. May I share my screen? So
Yeah.
this was my chart. Maybe it's wrong, but good faith. I plugged in the numbers, and whether we look at it as a percentage of 172 or if we look at it as absolute dollars, you can see it's been declining since that original handshake. The county made good for a year, and then each year has allocated a decrease in funds. I'd like to ask Emily from Fire Safe Council and the Chiefs Association. She helped put together the agenda item and met with county acting auditor controller and then the current auditor controller treasurer tax collector, and has been working with all 22 fire agencies on their needs and their understanding of contributions to date. Emily.
I'm fire representative for the Association of Fire Districts and the Chiefs Association, and I am also county coordinator for Mendocino County Fire. It's green.
Talk a little closer.
Okay. So I am here today to just request that the county fix this ongoing error with Prop 172 allocations and that they allocate those funds using the formula that was negotiated with the Association of Fire Districts and approved by the county. In 2016, the county formally recognized that fire agencies are public safety agencies and eligible for a portion of Prop 172 funds. The decision was made to create a percentage-based formula, and in 2017, that formula was solidified plus an additional amount. And those decisions were made in open public meetings, memorialized in meeting minutes, and referenced in every county budget book since then. So we are bringing this issue to you today because there is a lack of clarity and transparency about how Prop 172 funds are allocated. And what is clear is that the formula is not being used and that the funds are eroding over time. Discussions with the county and with this board have confirmed that. And so we would like that corrected. Fire agencies provide essential public safety services. They respond to fires, medical calls, down trees, public assistance requests, car accidents, and they do this heavily subsidized by volunteer labor. Without them, or if their services are compromised, people in Mendocino are at huge risk. So just as the county relies on their delivery of services, fire agencies rely on support from the county. And that support needs to be predictable and secure. Funding streams like Measure P and Prop 172 are based on promises and commitments made by the county, and changes to those commitments come at the very high price of public trust and fire agency morale. Our request today is really simple. Please correct this oversight and recommit to supporting fire agencies. I am prepared to answer any questions to the best of my ability. And this room is full of people who can tell you how the erosion of funding impacts their services and their communities if necessary. Fire agencies, districts, and chiefs are united on this, and there is broad public support, so we hope that you weigh that heavily.
Okay.
My final comments, when we talk about there being a carry forward that the county budgeted for the year and there was money left over at the end of the year, that's a piece of that is because we forgot to pay the fire agencies. I think this was done in good faith, that up front you don't know what sales tax revenue will be. And so it's expected that you're going to pay out an estimate that's conservative and then do a true up. I don't think we ever paid a single true up. So, and you wouldn't expect 22 fire agencies to put all of their financial models together to determine that the county was off. I have heard them complain over the years, and I think the county's answer has been, you can trust us. We're good for it. We'll get to it. And the lack of financial reporting and the delays in payments in general convoluted the transactions. So I don't think there's any culpability here, but I think we need to make good on that handshake. I've heard from one-on-one, I know you've read a lot of public correspondence. The two messages that I've heard are, one, it's not a lot of money, but it buys a set of turnouts, it puts new tires on a truck. The funding is needed. And second, it's a matter of respect that they were counting on that handshake from 2017. We need to honor it.
Okay, CEO Antle.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out a couple of things. Prop 172, while it may be predictable, we're going to get those funds every year. It is not predictable in the amount. For example, this year, we took a $1 million hit in fiscal year 24-25. So to say that it's super stable funding stream, there is variability there. And it is set for public safety. The other point I would like to make, and I hope County Council will chime in, again, it gets back to the commitment of future boards. So while you can make the decision this year as to what you want to do, it will have to come back every year.
Okay, County Council.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I think what the boards in the past have done is there can be some, political accountability in that you know your intent to do something, but it's non-binding for future years. So that is to say, right now, the question is in front of the board for this budget, this coming fiscal year. You can make that decision. And how next year lands is, again, a political and a policy question. But I agree that there is case law, that we can't restrict future, the power of future boards as to the county's budget. The government code is very clear that responsibility lies with each board each year. And so it's struck down decisions by boards to set minimum funding for public safety going forward, or having ordinances to do so. So that's just the legal consideration I want to advise you of, but I certainly understand the question in front of you today for this fiscal year.
Okay, Acting Assistant CEO.
Yeah, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. I did want to give a little bit of additional clarification after working with Emily when I was in the Acting Auditor Controller position. Historically, up until fiscal year 23-24, the contracts have been based on, or had been entered into before the budget was finalized and before the budget was fully known. And that's when the amount was given to the Fire Chiefs Association to create the contracts for the distribution to the other agencies. What has changed with the 23-24 contracts is they're now combined into Measure P, Measure D, and TOT, Camp TOT, and are created after the auditor has received the funds, both or all three funding streams. So there's a known amount that the percentage then can be applied to. Historically, I think the amount was just given ahead of time without knowing the full amount that would be coming from the state. So I think there's a clearer path going forward if there is a percentage that is set today.
Okay. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the team from the executive office for working on putting together the spreadsheet that includes the percentages that were broken out amongst the other public safety departments that also receive Prop 172 funding. That was important for me when we were considering this item. It seemed interesting that only fire specifically was called out, or we were having the discussion regarding. So I would just ask the board if they would consider setting precedent, of course, for county council, non-binding, just I guess suppose direction for all of the percentages, or if you only want to consider fire. And Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so for Brown Act purposes, the
Excuse me.
scope of the, oh, sorry.
Oh.
I thought it was called on.
No, you weren't.
Oh.
Not yet. Okay. Okay. When I call on you, you'll know. Okay.
I thought I heard Ted, sorry. The
No.
fan is so loud.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, if I may, through
Yeah.
the chair, I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Supervisor Mulherin said, was if there is a change in to the percentages today, as they were stated in the 23-24, any change, if it was given to the miscellaneous budget unit to fund the fire agencies, we would have to have whatever the percentage change that is offset to one of the other 4 county budget units. So whether it hits the DA, sheriff, jail, probation, or equivalent, that direction would need to be given as well today. Thank you.
And that would have to be made up with general fund money.
Prop 172 is only allowed to be distributed to public safety. So all of the 172 comes into, there's a portion that goes to the cities, and then the rest of the county's portion is split up between 5 budget units, the district attorney, sheriff, jail, probation, and the miscellaneous budget unit, which is used to track the Prop 172 funds. If you make a change to the percentage to the miscellaneous budget unit, whatever percentage that is, you will have to distribute to one of the other county, like reduce one of the other county budget units or a combination of budget units.
Right. And if that money was reduced in the others, then it'd have to be made up with general fund.
If that's the direction from the board, then we would need to know what general fund budget unit is going to be reduced to offset the increase in the public safety budget units.
Right. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
The sponsor of this item scoped it to funding fire, not to get into district attorney and sheriff budgeting. So my recommendation is to focus on the percentage that we're committing to fire. The other departments we're talking about are funded by general fund primarily. And so whether you take some 172 back and apply some general fund to the sheriff or the DA, it doesn't really make any difference. It's the same general fund getting hit either way.
If I may, through the chair, right now, the 172 has a formula that breaks out the Prop 172 into public safety. So if you make a change to the public safety percentages right now, you'll have to offset one of the other ones. Now, whether that gets backfilled with general fund is another conversation, or is, an additional conversation. But in order to equal 100%, you're going to have to change the other ones.
My point is, since 2017, a board has never voted to change the other allocations. So how did fire get decreased, without board action?
So if I may, through the chair, I cannot answer that question. So what has happened, from what I can tell, is it's been unclear how the miscellaneous budget unit has been budgeted. So the board has approved through budget adoption the amount that went into the miscellaneous budget unit. I agree it wasn't transparent that the percentage in the miscellaneous budget unit was changing. I think we would need additionally to have the auditor's office involved in the conversation. I know what I did. I don't want to speak on behalf of the auditors or previous auditors. I know what I did for the 24-25 budget, and that was to set all of the departments at the same percentages they were at 23-24. But what has historically happened, I'm not sure anyone can speak to.
So it may have been implicit through board action that the board didn't even recognize or realize that it was decreasing the funding to fire. What I'm getting at is we should revert back to the 2017, whatever those allocations were. And if the sheriff or the district attorney find that their budget is short, frankly, it's a rounding error to their budgets. May not even notice, because it's moved over so many decimal places. But whoever's short, we can make it up with general fund as we go into the budgeting cycle.
If I may, through the chair, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
However, if we need the percentages to equal 100% for distribution.
Yeah.
So if you increase miscellaneous, which is your discretion, you will have to decrease one or multiple budget units to equal the distribution.
Understood. What if we use the percentages that were in the 2017?
It's the board's discretion.
So that's going to be my motion. That was the intent of this agenda item. Revert back to the 2017 agreement.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, do we know was it 5.46% or 5.42%? The original year when the board decided to give that 339,000.
It'll take me a minute to open up.
Thank you.
The item says 5.46.
Chair, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 5.46 plus a fixed 87,521. I believe that number came from Supervisor McCowan during the discussions. I went back and watched the meetings that led up to the handshake.
Okay. Seeing no further comment from the board, we're under this time constraint, so we'll take 15 minutes of public comment, and then we will have to break for a closed session. Well, you want a straw poll? Okay. Let's see. So the straw poll would be upholding that 5.46% plus the fixed number. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor Norvell?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we have that set. We'll go to public comment now.
Good afternoon, Sage San Giacomo, City Manager for the City of Ukiah, part of the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority, both the city and the district in that combined effort. I just want to reinforce, I was actually in the room and spoke to the Board of Supervisors in 2017, December 18th. And I believe the Mendocino County Fire Council Chiefs Association's analysis that's written up in the letter is absolutely accurate. At the time, there was discussion between supervisors. You had Supervisor Jurdy and Hamburg at the time, who had an ad hoc, who were formed to take a look at what portion of County 172 monies would be allocated to fire departments. The second part of that was then with the fire districts themselves in discussion about how they were going to apportion that fund out to the different agencies fairly. So if you go back to that December 18, 2017, and you listen to the discussion of the Board of Supervisors at the time, it is absolutely reflective of what is within the letter and the apportionments, which I believe, while it didn't specify the specific 5.46%, there was discussion that it would be met with the same apportionment of the percentages that were coming in at the time. There was this whole thing with ERAF shifts where the state had taken away money and then backfilled with 172. Nobody was ever made whole with 172, but there's discussion amongst the supervisors that agreed that that at least it would be made whole to the same level in which they were being funded in that percentage or apportionment. So I would recommend for this on the motion, just so that we don't bring the fire agencies back to this, that we lock in the fire district apportionment and then leave the discussion to the Board of Supervisors about how you're going to distribute 172 funds to the other budgetary resources within the county. Because otherwise this may come back again and bring all the fire personnel back when I think it's pretty clear that it should be apportioned at the 5.46 plus the 87 and change that was a locked amount. And then move forward. And just because I know everybody's really concerned about the budget times built into 172, I do agree with CEO Antle. It's not necessarily stable funds. It fluctuates with inflation and the cost of goods and services, and also built into that, because it's built on sales tax, is economic swings. So already built into, if you allow a percentage base, there will be slight fluctuations in funding with 172. I will also just add really quickly that at the time there was discussions about how we build fire up jointly together to ensure that we have more revenue sources for fire, because the 172 plus the 87 was not enough. And there was a lot of consultation amongst fire districts that there hadn't been enough done. Since then, the county has been a good partner, the community has been a good partner, and additional resources have been provided, and we shouldn't be supplanting the 172 resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Chair, if I may, when you're ready, the sheriff has his hand up.
Hey, Sheriff Kendall. Hey, we'll go back to the room. Okay.
He's being brought in right now. There's just a little bit of a delay. He's being brought in right now.
I'm sorry about that. This thing's, it just takes a short spell to click over. So I spoke with Chief Avila and Emily Tecchio regarding this issue in the past. I think we had a discussion a couple of months ago, and the fire agencies wanted to have a set number that they brought in. One of the things that I brought up to them at that point in time was some days are chickens and some days are feathers. And during a good budget year, they would get a little more, but during a light budget year, they would get a lot less. And so I want everybody to know that they need to walk into this with their eyes wide open. Also, the 172 funds, in 2017, I went back and watched the video with, it was Supervisor McCowan and I believe Supervisor Krosky had a very robust discussion about where the fund's going to come from in the future. Also, and this is kind of an odd question, perhaps you guys can answer. My understanding was that they were not receiving the true up at the end of the year as well when I spoke with Andreas and Emily. But we've also put in with the Measure P, the Measure D, the TOT tax, all of that. The funding for the fire agency has gone up quite a bit, and I think all of us are happy to see that. One of the things that I wanted to point out to the board, though, is we cannot touch that Measure P. Myself and two other retired sheriffs supported that, and we supported it to the public by telling them that this will go to fire, and I don't want any of us to go back on our word. So, but my question is, were they made whole with that extra funding over those years of not receiving that true up. And I don't know how much the true up was. I don't know if it was $1 million, $500,000 million, but between the PG&E funds, which I think were $5 to $6 million somewhere in there, and then the Measure P, the Measure D, and there was one other where they made whole. And of course, this is concerning when we're talking about hard hiring freezes and concerns that we could lose personnel. But if we made a promise to the fire agencies, especially with those funding sources, I think that we need to kind of reiterate that we will not dip into any of those. But at the same time, we're going to have to look really hard at this 172 funding if it's going to cause us to lose county people. If we lose employees over it, that's pretty concerning to me as well. Thank you.
Hey. Chief.
Hi, Dave Latoufe. I'm with Mendocino Fire, chair of the strategic planning that's kind of driving this. So thank you, Sheriff, for your support, I think, for most of it. And like you said, I'd like to move forward with true-ups at the end of this, in addition to the small percentage we're asking out of Prop 172. And as it said before, you're helping volunteers, so there's no hiring freezes on our end. That will have to come before you. I'd like you to refer to Chief Orsi's letter, and he talked about showing how much you regard the fire service in this county. And you're going to prove that by voting yes for this small percentage of Prop 172 and the fixed amount. And that's all I'll say for now. Anybody else?
Okay, we're going to go online to Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamiz Cubison.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamiz Cubison. Just a couple of things I want to point out and just clarify. I believe the percentage back then, the additional money was not 172. It was seen as general fund dollars. So if you're going to make a decision today, please clarify whether that additional $87,000 is coming out of 172, because it did not in the past. That was an expected additional amount contributed by the general fund. The other thing is that at the time when they made that shift, that was taking money away from paying for the CAL FIRE dispatch contract. So those were actual shifts in county dollars that were, dedicated to fire at the time, because there was no other funding source on fire. And I'm not advocating one way or the other. I just want to point out that the 172 was intended for the cities and the county. And the districts, the fire districts, some of those districts did not actually lose any money in the ERAF shift at the time. So they have been receiving the Prop 172 funds, but they were not impacted by ERAF. So it's just something to keep in mind. And some of them were impacted much more significantly than other ones. And so the distribution, because it's distributed in a fairly equal manner among all of the fire districts, there are some that are definitely benefiting more than others. So they need to understand that impact from that. There was a percentage back, I think in 16, 17, 17, 18, that was based on what the departments were receiving at the time that ERAF was implemented. So there is, granted, we're well beyond the MOE, but there is an MOE requirement in funding for the county departments, for district attorney, sheriff, jail, probation, for how much they're contributing to those budget units. And that is part of how it dictated the original formula of distribution. So do keep in mind that when they added the $398,000, that was readjusted, those allocation amounts for the departments, and that's how the information I see, unfortunately, is on a piece of paper. It's not an Excel workbook I have access to. At the time, showed 5.31%. So I'm not sure how that differs from the 5.46. But do keep in mind, if you're going to direct that they include that additional 87,000 or something, that we understand whether that's just the general fund portion or if you're taking that away from the other public service departments in that direction. The other option to consider, I know that it does fluctuate, is whether you want to go back to a fixed dollar amount, which has pluses and minuses. And I understand that, you know, during the COVID, there was that swing because for some reason Mendocino County did benefit based on COVID lockdowns more in the 172, and then it did swing back, and we had been warned that it would, that it's back down to those levels that it traditionally normally would be. So I think the expectation needs to be that it's definitely down closer to that 400,000 mark in terms of the expectations going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we do need to break now. If there's if anyone else wants to make public comment at this point, we will have to wait until after our closed session and everything. If the board wants, if no one else, if everyone's fine with that, then we can go back to the board, and the board can make a motion if we're ready to do that.
Could I move the recommended action so that these folks can leave?
Yes. Is there a second?
I'll second, but we're going to be open to discussion on the motion?
Only if it's quick.
Okay, it'll be quick. Would you like me to go ahead?
Sure.
So I too went back and watched the meeting where they decided to allocate this money to fire. The way that I understood it was the ad hoc committee came up with a dollar amount. It was $300 and something thousand that they could afford, and that's the reason that they were doing it. They all admitted that at the time the county was flush, and they wanted to know how they were going to carry this forward. So what they decided was to base the percentage on the dollar figure, which apparently ended up at 5.46%. The then CEO was trying to get them to include in the language as the budget allows. The Board of Supervisors agreed that that goes without saying and doesn't need to have that added language in there. And their hope was that the boards, future boards, would continue to allocate this percentage to fire, barring some sort of economic downturn. And I think the timing is horrible for this, and we are in fact in an economic downturn. Now, I support this because, you know, I do support fire. I think everybody else up here does. Certainly volunteer fire departments. I was in a horrible car accident where Mendocino Volunteer Fire Department saved my life and others that were in the accident. So I get it that they need the equipment, but I also need some sort of affirmation from my colleagues that with what we're trying to do going forward with public safety and prioritizing public safety, that say sheriff, probation, which are all going to be part of the upstream work that we're trying to do, are not going to be sacrificed in doing this. I don't think that's the intention of this board, but I do need some sort of affirmation that when it comes to crunch time, that those two departments are not going to suffer.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm fully committed to funding sheriff and DA, but I would note the public sees these 22 fire agencies as part of public safety, right? The people who are going to show up and pull you out of a burning car, they are public safety. So we are still applying all of 172 for the intended purpose to cover public safety. We're just accepting that fire and EMS are part of that picture.
You know, I'll just say quickly that I was reading about in the Willis Weekly about the Brook Trails reports of their funding, and in 2015 they received $0 from the county or any of these taxes that we've passed in the last few years. And then now they're receiving $58,000 per quarter, or $232,000 a year. And so certainly we're all appreciative of, you know, Measure D and Measure P and this Prop 172. It's just my concern is, you know, like Supervisor Norvell articulated about how are we going to balance the budget and still provide the services of the other public safety, positions in the county? And so that's the big dilemma right now. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second, and I'll call the question.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, I know that
Yes.
you guys have got to get to closed session. But once again, adjusting one percentage will not affix the other distribution percentages. So is the board going to come back and then determine what percentages the other county departments receive out of 172? Because I don't think the recommended motion discusses setting all of the percentages.
How we reallocate.
The remaining, if you take the
Right.
5.46 for the fire agencies, is the board going to come back and then rediscuss how the rest of the county funds are distributed between the county departments?
Right. And I'll go to CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair. Assistant got my question in. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I'm happy to bring that item back if staff needs the direction. I think you could take this item to mean allocate the 5.46 plus 87,521, and then proportionally keep the allocation split between the other agencies as in the current.
If I may, through the chair, based on budgeted discussions previously, we need the board to direct how these percentages are going to be for the 25-26 without the staff determining whether the DA gets more, the sheriff gets more, and so on.
Understood. Chair, would you like me to bring that back? Would that be
Yes.
helpful? Okay.
Okay, so we'll call the question.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Aye.
And Supervisor Norvell?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and so with that, thank you everyone for your participation in today's discussions, and we will take a half an hour, well, we'll return no sooner than 2:45 because we have closed session right now, so thank you and safe travels back.
Yeah, I was like, yes, much younger.
Through the chair, if I may, before we break, I believe we do have to take public comment for the items on closed session.
No. Are there any public comment? Are there any public comments about the items on closed session? Okay, seeing none in the room. Any online? None? Okay. All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It's 2:55. We're going to reconvene the meeting. We're on to item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to Department of Transportation and staff to develop options for an additional effort.
Chair,
Oh, sorry.
please, please report out on closed session.
Okay, on closed session, sorry. Items 6A, 6B, and 6C, nothing to report. All right. Continuing on with item 4C. So an additional effort in 25-26 to treat segments of surfacing for various portions of the county maintained road systems. Sponsors are Supervisors Klein and Williams and the Department of Transportation. So I'll turn to the supervisors first.
Road responsibilities were among the earliest and most prominent duties of county supervisors. A supervisor's attention in the 1850s through 1870s was often dominated by roads and bridges. Interestingly, by 1896, a report blamed the decentralized county system for practically nil results despite decades of spending and highlighted that supervisors' attention had been spread thin over many issues and purely local road oversight was no longer sufficient. In 2025, our attention has been spread thin over many issues. Taxpayers expect us to give roads focus, and by focus, I mean funding. Supervisor Klein and I met with Department of Transportation. I imagined the options before you today would be such a nominal increase, so small that the public might not notice. I'll leave it to the director to talk about proportionally what this would do for us. We believe that it's a step in the right direction. Obviously, we can't repave 1,000+ miles of roads while we're maintaining 137 bridges to meet public expectations, but these repairs would move the needle in the right direction. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank the Department of Transportation and Supervisor Williams for the collaboration bringing this item forward. My intention for today's item was to open the discussion about the level of road maintenance that we're currently funding and what our options are to increase this. If I'm talking with just anyone from my district to your normal constituent, there are two things that they're bringing up to me. First is the Potter Valley project, and the second are road maintenance. I can't tell you how often I get a text message, a picture of a broken axle. We all know the conditions of the road, so I'm droning on about the conditions, but really I feel this is an important discussion for the board to have, and looking forward, what are we going to do to change the strategy that we currently have, because it's just not enough at this point. So we'll turn it over to Director of Transportation, DeShield.
I got to hit the button.
Sorry,
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I can interrupt. I cannot hear what's happening in the room.
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. So at the workshop the board held, that was brought up that we would like to know what we could do if the department had some additional funds. So I prepared this board item to say what would happen if we had an extra $1 million or $2 million. Supervisor Williams is right. It's a nominal amount. The amount of miles treated is small, but it's a complex question in that it really depends on how bad the road is. So interestingly enough, I went ahead, we're working on, my strategy has been since the Prop 1B was coming through roughly now 10 years ago. I worked on this plan, and it became very apparent from the projections that there was only enough money in the plan, even over 20 years, to treat half the surface miles. 357 miles is what this treats. So interestingly enough, let's look at year 7, the year we're in now. The PCI, and when I treat those roads, I say I treat them because I don't repave them. If the road is in fairly good condition, we'll try what we call preventative maintenance treatment, which just extends the life. That's what the department did first when we got any additional funds back in 2006, 2007 and 8, as we tried to extend the lives of roads that weren't completely failed. But the pavement condition index, say for this year, we're in the Hopland area, yeah, there's some roads that are pretty good. They're getting a preservation treatment, just a chip seal. But the scores are like 34, 7, 25, 9, 12, 29, 5. They're going to almost all be grind, treat with some cement to, incorporate the existing materials. We recycle in place, we call that. And then we double chip seal it. And that'll treat 9.22 miles or something like that. We'll be close to that. Just as comparison, next year, the plan is to be in Casper North area. PCI's there, and again, these are older numbers. We're going to get a new report card this year because MCOG is doing a new PCI score for all the county roads. But 68, 18, 48, 70, 39, 81. 81 will obviously be just a chip seal to preserve an already pretty good road. But my thing there is to treat 25 miles. So it just really depends on what I'm working on. And we tried to group these by area just for the economy of scale. So all I have now is the plan using the additional RMRA money as I explain in the corrective maintenance plan, which treats, 356 miles over 20 years. That's a total of $120 million in 20 years. The other day, I just love the Ukiah Daily Journal. It was the April 4th edition. Caltrans had a headline out there, 100 million coming to the county, for the Caltrans road. So I think this is their 4 or 5 year plan, 100 million, and I have a 20-year plan for 120 million. It's just, we're doing what we can. A lot of the members of the public, I think, have an expectation of getting a road like what Caltrans does. And there are numbers published, and I've pointed everyone to this, the statewide needs assessment. You can go to localstreetsandroads.org and see how bad our scores are. We're in the bottom 10. We have been in the whole 20 years I've been here. I think it's around 700 million if you were to get to Caltrans grade, 80, 90, 100 score. So that's why this plan says I'm shooting for 50 to 70. Just try to get a solid C+, B-, and treat as many miles as I can. That said, the item before you today is what I could do with another million or two is spelled out here, and it's not a lot of miles. I have different scenarios that would be based on the condition of the road, and the options that I put in here were to, one, simply add a little money to the project we're doing in Hopland. There's an economy of scale there. We just treat a few more miles. Option 2 would be to do some separate projects at separate locations and treat, small number of miles, depending on how bad those sections were. And then option 3, and, I have to kind of apologize because I know at the workshop, Supervisor Mulhern said, well, couldn't we hire some, summer help interns and things? And I thought, well, that's hard to do for a contractor. But I did do an option 3 that would literally simply fund our normal county road crews to do small projects. We could try to hire, some summer help. I shouldn't probably have dismissed that so quickly. And that, again, wouldn't treat a lot of miles, but that strategy is not pavement preservation. That wouldn't be to do a major project. That would be to go split the money up between the 7 road yards, let the local road crew supervisors treat some really bad spots that just constantly need to be patched, and try to make a very small but hopefully impactful improvement. So those are my scenarios and options, and you can read the numbers and I'll take questions.
Supervisor Mulhern.
The agenda lists scenario 5.
Yes.
But I think it maybe is option 4, or was that? I'm not sure what that one was. But I just, before you so eloquently remembered that you shouldn't dismiss my ideas, I was already in favor of option 3. And I think mostly that's because the way that the 20-year corrective maintenance plan has worked out, and I went back and watched the video because I was not on the board at the time when that was adopted. 5 of the 7 years were in the 5th district. 5 of the first 7 years. And given the comments that we had today, again, Cameron Road and I think Philo Greenwood are on year 20. So even more in the 5th district. And it seemed like to me that option 3 could at least spread some of the work around the county to hit those areas like Vichy Springs Road and West and East Roads and Potter Valley, where we hear from people pretty often. And you sold me even more on the idea that the local crews and the road yard supervisors would be the ones that would really be out there figuring out where to target those funds, because they're out there every day and they really know.
Well, you know, we were all listening to the discussion this morning where we don't have any money. And so it's great to think about this. We all need to be, you know, obviously we all hear about the roads, and with over 1,000 miles of roads, it's hard to do the work that we need. That MCOG is doing this study about, and you're working with them, about, you know, what the taxpayers will, you know, if there's any appetite for any kind of sales tax to pay for the roads, because each of the entities, Fort Bragg, the city of Willits, the city of Ukiah, all have a special tax dedicated to their limited number of miles of roads, and we don't have that. And if we were to have this sales tax for roads, we would be a self-help county, and that would bring in more state dollars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it seems like, you know, this item it's good information, but really what we need to be doing, I think, in the big picture is, you know, looking forward and seeing what the results of this survey show, and going forward with a sales tax to really do significant work on our roads. Supervisor Williams.
What I hear from the public is they already pay tax to cover roads, that is a base service that's expected along with public safety. And I think back at our workshop, District Attorney Eister lumped it together as public safety, roads, fire. I think we need to find a way to fit this into the budget to do repairs. I like option 3 as well. I don't think doing, you know, a mile here or a mile there is going to get the same excitement from the public as doing more repairs throughout the entire network. And I understand it may not be getting us closer to the ideal roads, but for people who are driving down it today, it's going to feel a lot better not hitting potholes. That's mostly the public concern I hear, is the massive potholes and the time it takes to fill them. And no disrespect to the DOT crews, I know how hard they're working. It's purely a staffing and materials problem, which comes back to funding. So I think this $1 million to $2 million put on option 3 would create a lot of public goodwill. Public would see that the county is doing something proactive. It's probably the #1 topic I hear about. The roads are in bad condition, and it's not one part of the county. I think it's throughout. Maybe not, you know, one district mostly has City of Ukiah, so maybe it's not as prominent there, but I think in the other 4 districts, this is a real need.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. You mentioned in option 3, the hot mix. Is there a single source for that in the county?
Well, the only plant that still runs is Granite, and then if you can't get it at Granite, you've got to go to Sire and Healdsburg, or sometimes we're in the North County. Believe it or not, it actually makes sense to go up to Cooks Valley in Humboldt County.
So what does it do to the hot mix if it's picked up at Granite and trucked to a remote spot in the county? Is it still the same product?
Well, you have to get it really hot. You know, you can still put it down at 250 degrees, but it comes out usually at least 350. The hotter it is, the better. Mm-hmm. But the farther you haul it, it does cool off. But again, I'm not paving. I'm grinding, adding cement, and then chip sealing with an emulsion process, which everyone hates because, you know, it's that ugly brown stuff that takes 4 hours to dry. So we've got traffic moved to one lane for a long time. But it's much more cost effective. When we do need to use asphalt, and we do sometimes, we've just got to haul it, get it really hot, and drive over fast.
Okay, thank you. I'm also in support of option 3.
Okay.
Well, okay, let me kind of clarify this then. Option 3 would cost how much? $1 million? $2 million?
As much as you would that you could give us.
So I guess this has to be looked at in the context of the discussion we had all morning of not having any money and having a hard hiring freeze and doing these severe cuts to our county. And so I just don't see $1 million coming out of thin air, and we can all, like we did this morning, we can tell staff, come back with a plan. But I don't think that's responsible on the part of the board. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, when this discussion first started, when this agenda was being formed, there wasn't really the same budget temperature, and I wasn't hearing any concerns of having to make cuts or a hard hiring freeze. My support at this point in time would be to move forward with some level of funding, maybe $1 million, if we did not have to go down the road of a hiring freeze. What are the odds of that happening? It might be pretty slim, but that being said, I think that we need to consider the needs of our county, and it's certainly a need to expand our road maintenance. And so if we don't have to make the tough decision to go down a hard hiring freeze, I would support some sort of addition to our road maintenance fund.
So this would be part of the budget process then?
That would be my intent.
Okay.
But I look to my co-sponsor to hear his thoughts.
I generally agree. I do think this is an instance where we could use one-time funding, and we do have some one-time funding available. If you ask the public, would you rather have that in an account losing buying power or applied to the roads? They're going to say, 9 out of 10 are going to say, apply it to the roads now, right? That money is just inflating, it's losing buying power to inflation. And, as much as I'm not in favor of using that one-time funds for recurring costs, I think this truly is a one-time, right? We're addressing a finite set of roads in a specific way until that money is gone. And if it works well, maybe we come back and do it again with some one-time money. But there will never be a time when this county has a pot of money to address the roads. Unless you put it into the plan, unless you ask your staff to incorporate it into the budget, it won't happen. They're not going to come to you and say, hey, you have $3 million, what do you want to do? It's impossible, right? Every dollar in this county will be spent. Go back in history, that's always the case. Public expects roads. The way to make that happen is to build it into the budget.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I was also going to recommend one-time funding, and I think that it could be my 2 favorite words, pilot project, just to see if the public does feel and experience a difference in the roads by doing option 3 and really directly targeting in each courtyard the repairs that need to happen based on that supervisor's opinions. I think it could also potentially help if there is a need, and this board will have the discussion later at a future date. If there is a need for a road tax, investing some money would also show the public that we're serious about trying to get to their roads concerns. I've been on this board for almost 5 years, and I've had to point to a 20-year plan that I wasn't on the board when it was created, and that's very frustrating to not actively participate in being able to meet constituents' needs. So I feel like it would be a good use for one-time funds and could have additional benefits.
Well, I would say that we could look at one-time funds, but it needs to be in the big picture of our overall budget. And I really do think that when the budget comes back from the staff, in order to avoid some of these very harsh cuts, we're going to have to use some of those one-time only monies. So I'd welcome it to come back, when we have a balanced budget. Okay, so is there a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to public comment first. Okay, seeing none in the room, any online?
Chair, if I may?
Yes.
So I guess I'll wait for the motion, but I do want clarification on the priority with bringing this back in relation to everything else that has occurred this morning. I believe we reallocated roughly 100K earlier to fire out of the 172. And now we're talking about an additional 1 million, which would increase that 17 million to, 18.1. So just want to make sure I'm tracking. So if we can have some clarity on the priorities. I heard from Supervisor Klein that, after the budget cuts, then, if there are cuts or staffing cuts, the hard hiring freeze is going to have to happen. There's no other way. And then what order do you want this to fall? So when you get to that point, I look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I move that we direct staff to incorporate option 3 at $1 million into the budget proposal using one-time funds with an option of using some of our reserves, such as drought money or otherwise.
Oh, is there still public comment? Oh. Okay.
That
Keep
was
going. That's the motion.
That's the motion and the
Okay.
discuss.
Is there a second to the motion? Seeing none.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I was trying to get to
Option 3, $1 million, staff directed to incorporate it into the budget proposal using one-time funds, either one-time funds including existing reserves for specific purposes, such as the drought fund. And on discussion, the goal is to come up with a proposal that's in the budget that we can look at. It's not to approve it. It doesn't mean we're doing it today. It's just let's try to get roads into the budget and see what it looks like.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'm going to second with the caveat that if we do have some sort of staff changing, hard hiring freeze, I won't be able to probably support this. But for the sake of the discussion and having it brought forward in the budget proposal, it has my second.
Okay, let's go back to public comment.
First on the line is Vicky Wedegartner.
Hello again. It's very clear to me as a member of the group Citizens to Fix Little River Airport Road that our budget situation is pretty dire. But this doesn't negate the need for road repairs that will prevent costs and tragedies to the users of our dangerous roads and prevent the need for the public safety dollars that are involved in responding to accidents. I think it's important to know there's a perception among many coastal residents that the substantial tax revenues that are collected here, like the transient occupancy tax, are disproportionately allocated to non-coastal districts. And I believe that there have been requests for this information, like find out what's been allocated where. And as of March, those have not been provided to the requesting party. And maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to know if anybody has provided this information to our supervisors. I'll take my answer after I'm done with my comment, which is almost done. Sort of almost done. Just two small revenue suggestions. I believe that our Little River Airport Road serves the greatest number of wealthy tourists landing their private planes in the county. Single engine private planes are charged $8 to land, $8. It's a drop in the budget bucket, but I submit that you could easily increase these revenues many-fold for these landing fees. And every drop in the budget bucket is a good drop. And then secondly, there are countless, and that's literally countless, uncounted non-taxed structures on our rural properties. And although there would be an expense in hiring somebody or using staff to identify these potential tax-generating properties, I submit that their time would more than pay for itself and set a new standard for property tax collection. And then one last comment to Supervisor Norvell. We'll be gathering petition signatures tomorrow at Harvest Market, and we expect to get many more District 4 residents to support our efforts to fix Little River Airport Road, and we invite you to stop by and say hi, because it's 10% off day, and that really helps with everybody's budget. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the line, we have David A.
Hey, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. So I have a thought, and you can tell me if it's a possibility or not. But thinking about how just a couple weeks ago, the sheriff's office was able to use almost $500,000 from asset forfeiture funds to purchase basically an armored personnel carrier. Is there any possibility that some of that asset forfeiture money might come by the way of roads in the name of public safety also? I don't know how often that accrues and how it gets distributed. It would have been good if a conversation would have taken place around that. But any source of revenue that protects public safety, I think, should be leaned on and looked to. So I'm curious to know if that's been discussed, if that's a possibility, or if anything like that exists. Thank you.
Okay, turn to County Council. Is it possible to use asset forfeiture money for roads?
I don't have the answer for you right this moment. Asset forfeiture funds are the allowable uses are somewhat outlined in California code. I don't have that right in front of me, but I think that the funds are something you would want to coordinate with the public safety partners who are part of that process. But yes, that's something we could research. I don't have the answer for you right now.
It's not in the purview of the board.
That's not exactly correct.
Right.
I think that is a more nuanced discussion. I'm not prepared to give you the legal opinion right now, but I can look into that.
Right, like that armored carrier was approved by the board, but it was put forth by the sheriff.
That is
with
correct.
asset forfeiture money.
I don't recall the funds that supported that item.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm not lobbying for it, but just to elaborate on the question and the answer, I think you could have the sheriff use some of those funds for repairing patrol vehicles, other qualifying purchases that would free up general fund. And that general fund you would then put towards the roads. I'm not pushing for that, certainly not starting conflict between the board and the sheriff, but as far as that question, I think the answer is yes, you could shift funds around by using that asset forfeiture funds for something that we're otherwise going to spend general fund on. I think it's a possibility. Don't know if it's a good idea.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, back to the board. So we have a motion, we have a second. And the motion was... Can we restate the motion? Or does the clerk have the motion?
I have the first part of option 3, using one-time funds to incorporate to the budget, including, and then I couldn't hear the rest of it.
Including reserves.
Right. Well, I'll just say I'm going to vote no on this because I think this is kind of like the discussion we had last year about how to get everyone up to a $20 an hour rate. When we didn't have the money to do it, it wasn't really possible. And it's going to send staff doing a lot of work that is not going to be fruitful because we aren't going to have the money for it. And we're looking at some very hard cuts this year. And so that's why I'm voting no. All right? Well, I don't need a response. Okay. All right, so we'll call the question.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Norvell?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Aye.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
All right, so we'll move on to item 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of an update on the status of the Fort Bragg branch library expansion and direction to staff regarding a memorandum of understanding with the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library. So we'll look to the executive office and library staff for this presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO, and here today in capacity working with Real Property with library staff, our county librarian Melissa and Hannum and Barb Chapman. And I believe that we may have representatives from the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library available online to comment at some point during this as well. So to just kind of run through the reason that we're here, wanted to give a quick just background, including the fact that on August 16, 2016, your board or a previous board approved an expansion of the Fort Bragg Library in concept, including future acceptance of an adjoining parcel at 421 Whipple Street, which had been purchased by the Friends. The board's support for this was based on development of a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, to be completed with the Friends and the condition that no county funds be obligated. On April 25, 2023, the board received an update on the status of the parcel at 421 Whipple, and the minutes reflect that direction was given to staff regarding the MOU with the Friends and the transfer and merging of property to prepare for the branch expansion, again at no cost to the general fund.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
Absolutely. Can you hear me? On June 6, 2023, the board authorized submittal of a grant application to fund expansion and renovation of the Fort Bragg Library, although this grant application was not awarded. At this time, the Friends have submitted a planning application for the Fort Bragg Library addition with a project description stating in part that it would be a 3,348 square foot library annex. On February 14th, the county librarian sent a letter to the Friends following up on the board's stated expectation of an MOU between the county and the Friends regarding this project. In a letter to your board from the Friends, which was dated March 26th, it was noted in part that they believe it's premature for any sort of a lease or operating agreement with the county. This is clearly an exciting project with significant community benefit and conditional support from your board. However, the board's support has previously been conditioned on an agreement between the county and Friends regarding the project and ensuring that no county general fund is expended or obligated. So at this point, the executive office is requesting direction from your board regarding the MOU. And ideally, we believe that if your board were to appoint an ad hoc to engage with staff and our Friends community partners, that would allow conditional or continued discussions that would result in an MOU. So that's the presentation that I had for your board. Again, we've got folks that may want to speak to this online as well, but that concludes my comments.
Barbara or Melissa, do you have anything?
Barb Chapman, can you hear me? Mendocino County Library. Extremely close. How's this? Okay. Barb Chapman, Mendocino County Library. We're very excited about the possibility of and the likelihood that the Fort Bragg branch is going to expand. I do have some concerns about new additional, the future utility bills and the future possible repairs it may need, staffing, an additional building. So I do have some concerns, even though it's very exciting to look forward to the Fort Bragg branch expanding.
All right. And okay, so it sounds like we need to have a ad hoc committee work with the Friends and staff to figure out the way forward with this MOU. All right. Any volunteers to be on this ad hoc? Okay, Supervisor Norvell and Supervisor Williams. All right. So I'll appoint that ad hoc. And do we need to do anything else then?
Not from our perspective, no.
Okay. Very good, and thank you for your work on that. Oh, public comment? Seeing none in the room, any online? Okay.
Here, there's a hand up, or there was, from a Janice M. I'm not sure if that's for public expression.
Yeah.
She's in now.
Okay.
She's in. Janet? Janice?
Oh. Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Speak a little louder or closer to the mic, please.
Yes. This is Janice Marcel. I'm currently the president of the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library. Thank you for recognizing that we need an ad hoc committee to address working with the county in a future building connection with the library. I just want to say, as our letter states, we're planning to build phase 1 by ourselves, separate from the county, and call the building the Friends Library Annex, or the Library Annex, Friends of the Fort Bragg Library, and eventually be able to connect the phase 1 part of the project to phase 2, which would be when we connect the two buildings together. That's a ways down the road. You know, we're probably not even going to be shovel ready until spring of 2026. We just filed our plans, as the letter states, with the city of Fort Bragg at the end of December last year, and we still have the Planning Commission meeting to attend in the very near future, we hope. I just wanted to say thank you for your consideration of this, and that we are moving forward at a good pace. I look forward to working with the ad hoc committee as we bring this project into fruition. Thank you so much.
All right. And thank you for being the president of the Friends group. So.
My pleasure.
All right. So
Yay.
I think we're good with this item. All right. We will move on.
Chair, sorry, Charlotte Scott, County Council. I think clerk of the board may need clarification on the scope of that ad hoc.
The ad hoc, my understanding is it will work with staff and the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library to come up with an appropriate MOU.
Is that the Fort Bragg MOU ad hoc?
Yeah. Okay, moving on to item 4F. Discussion and possible action regarding cannabis cultivation limits. And so I will look to Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. Again, I'll start off with a little bit of background for your board and for the public on this item. There's been recent confusion about allowable cannabis cultivation limits within Mendocino County Code, Section 10A17.070D. The county's cannabis cultivation ordinance has been consistently understood to allow for up to 2 separate CCBLs on a parcel. In most zoning districts, CCBLs have historically been issued allowing up to 22,000 square feet of cultivation area on a parcel, with one CCBL allowing up to 10,000 square foot of mature canopy, and a second nursery CCBL allowing up to 12,000 square feet of canopy that is not flowering. On April 24th, 2024, the General Government Committee learned that a plain reading of the Mendocino County Code did not limit the second license type to that of a nursery. The practical implication was that additional mature canopy was permissible in areas not zoned rural residential 5 or resource lands, which is a term that includes rangeland, timber production zone, and forest land. This was all consistent with the county's existing CEQA review and the mitigated negative declaration, which took into account parcels having up to 22,000 square feet of cultivation when evaluating the potential impacts of the program. The General Government Committee heard community comment on the matter and has brought the issue back to the board for action regarding cannabis cultivation limits. It is requested that the board take action today. That action can either be to affirm support for the existing county code with its plain reading allowance for 2 different types of CCBLs on eligible parcels and up to 20,000 square feet of flowering mature cannabis canopy in appropriately zoned areas, or to provide direction to staff to return with an ordinance amendment.
Okay. And would anyone from the General Government Committee like to talk about the public input or anything that was discussed there?
The General Government Committee did meet and receive public input on the cannabis density item. It was very similar input to what was heard at the Board of Supervisors meeting.
All right. So looking to the board. Any discussion? And, well, I will just say, this has been a long time coming, this whole issue. You know, it's started in April, but really it started at the beginning of the cannabis ordinance 10A17. And when I think about, you know, none of us were there when the ordinance was really developed. But I've talked to lots of people who were there and part of the working groups and everything. And one was a cannabis cultivator from Laytonville who is no longer cultivating cannabis, but she was part of the working groups and everything. I said, what is your opinion about this? And she said, and she had no dog in the fight at this point. She said, of course it was 10,000 square feet. That was the intent, and that was what everyone agreed on. And for me, that just seems like that was the original intent. And that's what the county expected. That's what everyone up till April assumed was what the ordinance said. Now, with the plain reading of the text, and I can understand where someone brought it forward, whether it's a person or a supervisor, whomever, brought it forward to county council to look at it, and when they looked at it, they found that there was this kind of loophole that allowed for this 2 different types of permits. So you could have 20,000 of mature plants according to this plain reading of the text. It legally, you could do it, I guess. And that's what county council's office is supposed to do. They're supposed to look out for what the text actually says. But the original intent and what everyone in this county was looking at was, you know, the 10,000 square foot limit. There's a lot of marketing that goes on with that. There's a lot, you know, just people, neighborhoods want that. It just seems like our job as supervisors, and that's why I pushed bringing this back to the board, because I don't think it's proper that county council's office or staff get blamed for this. This is really the board's decision to say, hey, the original intent, we're going to stand by it, and that's what it is. And if we're going to change that policy and say, oh, we're going to recognize this loophole, then the burden should be on, and the responsibility on the Board of Supervisors. So I'm very much in favor of bringing back the amendment, which was already written and was approved by a 5-0 vote in September of 2024, I think. So, and then when it got brought back to the board, one supervisor voted no in 2 different ways, and so it really kind of went back to the default of going to what was the legal interpretation using this loophole kind of situation. So I think that after going back, getting some more public input from the GGC, that it's back here to the board where it should be, and that we should make a decision. And I think that we really need to support the public's original intent of 10A17. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for your comments. I feel similarly to you about the way that this has evolved and played out. I feel that there's now a lot of distrust in the public where that really wasn't the intention. I don't have any reason to believe that this was some sort of collusion or anything negative. This was a flaw in our process, and my intention today is to hopefully reverse some of that negative intent. I think that the continued controversy shows that this increase to 20,000 is inappropriate at this point in time. In my district, in Redwood Valley, where there are both rural residential and agriculture zoning, there is intense conflict between what's happening with cannabis and residential homes in the makeup of that neighborhood. That is both a zoning issue and a cannabis ordinance issue. So I cannot support having 20,000 as the limit, because this will continue to exacerbate the issues that exist in places like Redwood Valley. That being said, I understand that the industry needs to be supported, and there needs to be expansion in appropriate places where it will work for the community. But the conflicts that are existing at this point in time lead me to support going back to what the original intent was, what the community had asked for and wanted. So I thank you, Chair, for your comments. I have to agree with you, and I hope that the board can consider what is happening in some of the neighborhoods and some of the homes, not just about the economic impact or maybe the pressure that is felt from the industry. I also am feeling very conflicted because there's not just one organized voice on this issue representing the industry. I've heard a lot of conflicting opinions and different options moving forward. So there's not a path at this point in time, which again leads me to believe that we should not have an increased expansion of 20,000.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. There was a 5-0 vote to have staff write an ordinance and come back. And I know that this happens often when you are on the member of a political body and you have the clerk is accepting a motion, and sometimes it can kind of get lost. But just because somebody votes in favor of something coming back does not mean that they supported it. It means that they agreed that it should come back.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, to follow up on that. So my understanding was it was a 5-0 vote to bring back an amendment, but then the board voted 3-2 not to approve the amendment. Is that correct?
No, it was voted down 2-3 to accept the amendment, and then it was voted down 2-3 to the opposite of that, which
So both failed.
so both failed, and so the default ended up with being the existing language. Right, but the amendment did get voted on. There was a motion, a second, and it failed 2-3. Correct.
So that's a 3-2 vote not to approve the amendment.
Both ways.
Right.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams.
I voted in favor of it coming back. I wanted to see the changes, and I had hoped that maybe it was a typo somewhere. And when I looked at just how broad the changes were, there's no way that it was an oversight back in the day. It wasn't that they put the wrong word in somewhere. It was by design. I went back through my notes and found that I had from 2218 and found that there was discussion. I had discussion with council. It was expected people could have, the reason I think the environmental document covered the 22,000 is you might have a 10,000 square foot cultivation, and then you also have the nursery, and the nursery can have mature plants, of course. I believe that legal cannabis can be a nuisance, and that the county does have an obligation to look at property rights on both sides of that property line. But I don't know that 10,000 versus 20 versus 2,000 is the determining factor, right? If the neighbor can't open their bedroom windows because of the smell, that's bordering on nuisance, right? And that's something that we need to address. Half acre grown on the middle of a 600 acre parcel with neighbors who don't smell it and aren't objecting, and it's not an environmental impact, I'm okay with that. So Supervisor Klein says, it kind of depends where, but this is the architecture we have today. This is the law that was passed. I have business people in my district who are watching carefully. And the sense is, can the county, it doesn't matter that it's cannabis, can the county after the fact, years after the fact, decide to pull the rug out when businesses have vested? They've put money in, they've planned their business around this, and then the rug is pulled out from under them. So for me, it's not just about cannabis, it's about when the county creates a law, does it stick with it or does it change it at any point? And then last, there's an item that I brought to the board that was passed 3-2. It was split, but it passed. This was April 23rd of last year, so we're coming up almost a year. We're almost to the anniversary, and it was item 3H. It was revenue and expenses per district. I would still like this on my district. Part of my district, the coast side, some people, and I felt this, don't really like the impact of visitors. Right? Middle of summer, you got visitors everywhere. It is a nuisance. I would argue it's a nuisance.
Are you on to this agenda item?
This agenda item, yeah. It's a nuisance to my property rights. But it's part of the local economy. It's what keeps restaurants open. It's what employs my neighbors. It's what generates money for the county. And I see that parallel with that inland, that cannabis can be a nuisance. It's also a revenue generator. This county's broke. Right? We're not generating enough revenue. The county isn't able to keep up with the expenses. We don't have a plan for roads. They're probably turning to gravel. So to turn down revenue because there's an impact, it would be like banning the visitor economy. Right? That's an impact to people as well. There's an impact to a lot of types of businesses. So I think we need a holistic view of this. I do think we need to address the nuisance aspect. And I think it can come from a 2,500 square foot cannabis grow in some circumstances. It's not the size, it's the overall dynamic and actual impact.
Supervisor Norvell. Okay, so just going back to a couple things you said, is that when you look at going back to 2018 and you knew that there were you had the option of going for 2 parcels, of mature plants for cultivation, which that's not what everyone thought. A nursery was not for mature plants. But if that was what you thought, it's unfortunate that you didn't bring it forward because no one in the community thought that was what the practice was. And so it's unfortunate that you kept that a secret from everyone else. And also, with the plan for moving forward, I agree with Supervisor Klein is that, there are appropriate spots for doing expansion.
Yeah.
And if that's what people want, that was what that referral that I did a couple meetings ago to the General Government Committee was to bring back this issue about the cultivation limit size, but also to look at other options, and other ways of, expansion if that's what people want. But let's have that public discussion. Let's have the pros and cons and all that going forward. It's not good to, like Supervisor Klein said, create the distrust where people think, oh, this was a backroom manipulation. Let's have it out front in the public. But in the meantime, we should go back to the original intent and then have those discussions about how to move it forward. For those people that have already invested thinking that they had 2 permits, that's a different discussion. And if we pass this where we tell staff to come back with an ordinance amendment, then we can have that discussion about what do we do with those people? Do we grandfather them in or whatever the process would be? But, we can have that after we have this discussion to see which way the board's going to go. Supervisor Williams.
I don't think it was a secret. I think those of us that read it probably read it the same way our council did and came to the same conclusion. So can we ask county council, is there any ambiguity in the language?
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I stand by the analysis provided that the language, the words of the ordinance are what controlled that opinion. And that's why we recommended, if you want to change and make and fix what may be the perceived intent, and fix the language, you need to make that amendment.
Okay. Seeing no more markers raised on the board, we'll go to public comment. Okay, Mr. Slota.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dennis Slota, and thank you for coming to Willettsburg. Okay. Personally, I'm fine with turn it on. Okay. Hello. Thanks. I'm Dennis Slota. Welcome to Willets, and thank you for coming here. Personally, I'm fine with acres of sun-grown cannabis in the right area. We probably should have gone with a use permit in the very beginning, which was a big topic of discussion. I want the legal growers to succeed and the black market to fail. My objection to cannabis is the environmental and visual blight of hoop houses, generators, lights, tons of PVC and plastic trash. But I'm not here about cannabis. This is a matter of principle and the rule of law. This board can change this ordinance any way it wants. You can make it a 100-acre limit if you want, whatever you want in a public process. However, we are not going to tolerate an uninvolved staff member to unilaterally overturn a multi-year process with 7 years of implementation. We're going to show you our cards. We've got a written opinion by the county council who was involved in developing the ordinance that yes, you can have 2 permits, and yes, the maximum is 10,000 square feet. We have a legally adopted ordinance that says the limit is 10,000 square feet, and that's been in effect for 7 years. We have a dozen citizens, at least a dozen citizens, probably more, such as myself, who were involved in the entire process. We're happily going to testify that, yeah, the grow size was a big topic of concern, and we all agreed the limit is 10,000 square feet. Let's look at your cards. You got a council who just flunked due process in the Cubinson disaster and who apparently couldn't be bothered to read the record on this ordinance. You got a staff person who doesn't appear in the record and 7 years after the ordinance is in effect says, hey, I just read this ordinance and I decided that all of you people are wrong and I'm right, and actually the grow size is double what you all thought. Starting next month, we're taking applications for anyone who wants to double their grow size. This even smells like corruption. We hope we get the same judge that handled the Cubinson case, as she has knowledge of county corruption, incompetence, and alleged perjury. Also, if you make us go to court, the gloves come off. And in addition to our competent attorney's bill, we are all going to charge you your attorney's billing rate for all of our time, and I'm going to ask the court for a penalty for stupidity because we showed you our case in advance, and you still decided that staff can overturn a legal process anytime they want. So have a good day, and thanks for your time.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frances Owen.
Okay, start over again. Yeah, if you can pull that microphone down.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm on my tiptoes.
Let's see.
There we go. There? Okay, great. Okay, at the last GGC meeting, a caller on Zoom, David A., commented that perhaps Supervisor Hashak should recuse himself from a vote on this issue because he believed he had accepted campaign monies from an environmental group. But in the same vein, it was reported in a public meeting by a previous supervisor that another among you had also received campaign contributions from the cannabis coalitions. And we believe she has repeatedly voted in favor of the cannabis sector proposals. Supervisors Mulheron, while I would say perhaps you should recuse yourself from voting on this issue, this is not what any of you are elected to do. You are elected to thoughtfully consider each individual issue brought before you and make an unbiased decision based on what you find to be most beneficial for the greatest majority of the public. Voting in favor of 271 growers rather than a much larger general public does not resonate well with us. Recusing oneself from any vote also implies a conflict of interest, bias, or appearance of impropriety. And I'm not saying that any of you plan on recusing yourselves. We Redwood Valley residents applied for a cannabis prohibition zone and were denied. Our reasons were many, but basically we are being negatively impacted by large commercial grows, which were allowed into our heavily populated residential areas without prior notice or input. We were denied despite having paid a hefty fee to apply, having a 2/3 majority of property owners requesting this protection, and spending the better part of 2 to 3 years to go through a rigorous county review. If you vote for either of these motions today and grandfather in any applications received during the past year, while this issue was delayed and volleyed around with no resolution, we feel it is once again a betrayal of the public trust from our government, which is tasked to secure our safety and well-being. To capitulate to your staff for over a year shows a serious lack of leadership. We hope this new configuration of the board will bring about better results from here on out, and that one of you will put forward a more palatable motion today to vote on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I? Hi, Chris Boyd from Redwood Valley. I agree with the two previous speakers. Generally speaking, as a resident of an area where there are some, what I call big farms, even though some of the cannabis growers think they're not that big, but they really are, have an effect on us. I also think that the cannabis growers do need to have the opportunity to take a legal process and make their profit and help the tax base. All of those things are good. But I think this particular problem with the ordinance needs to be straightened out. And I think what I've heard from a lot of my new friends among the cannabis growers is that there are a lot of changes that probably could be made to improve that ordinance. This today would not be one. I think we should stick with, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Williams. It was a 10,000-foot limit. I signed a petition on that some years ago, as did thousands of other people in the community. So I would hope that today you will keep the limit at 10,000 and open up the possibility to review the entire ordinance and make it work for everybody, and especially as a resident who has to put up with some of the nuisances that my neighbors have to go through with these big grows, we'd really like some protection from this board. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peen Riss-Yarbrough, and I'm a resident in Redwood Valley. I'm going to skip a little bit of my speech here to you today because so much has already been said, and I completely agree with the chair to go back to the original intent of the ordinance. On August 13, 2024, the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council requested of the Board of Supervisors a public review of the cannabis expansion to 20,000 square feet. No action was taken. On March 12, 2015, the RV MAC requested once again you accept public input in this decision and oppose expansion to 20,000 square feet. No action was taken. The government committee met, listened to the public, and gave no recommendation, but came up with slanted motions that are represented here today and not the request of the board or the people. And the problem that the majority of the people are seeing is that neither of the two motions before us today in agenda point 4F makes sense, because both are denying the true matter at hand and presumes that the expansion of cannabis cultivation to 20,000 square feet was prescribed in the cannabis ordinance. It was not. We already heard that. The original and intended meaning of the cannabis ordinance limits the cultivation of cannabis on one parcel is 10,000 square feet, as it was understood and intended by the people who created it. I know I'm repeating information already heard, but I urgently request that you reformulate the two motions to the most salient question before the public at this moment. To limit cannabis cultivation on one parcel to 10,000 square feet, full stop. No conditions attached, until the public has had time to weigh in on mitigating circumstances concerning neighbors, water, and the environment. If you give the so-called plain reading of the ordinance and let cannabis expansion occur without the consent of the people, you will have to accept the possible legal consequences. We urgently ask your support to make the recommendation the majority of the people have requested, with 6,000 signatures in 2021 and many times before from councils, again and again in 24 and 25, and are now requesting once more. Stop this unwanted and unwarranted expansion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Madge Strawn, and I don't want to repeat everything, but just to say I have no pony in the race. I don't even smoke the stuff, let alone grow it, but I voted for the proposition, and I believed at the time and continue now to believe that the limit was 10,000 square feet gross per parcel. Not per permit, per parcel. I think everyone understood that, including the county council at the time, and it has come up multiple times. So I think neither of these two proposed resolutions in front of you affirm that original intent. Instead, it acts as though you are now amending it to make it 10,000, if you took that option. And I think that opens you up to all sorts of other problems. All the people for the first 7 years who might have wanted to do 20,000 but didn't and assumed they were not allowed to, could now come back to you and say, I was here, 5 years ago, 6 years. I think that opens you up to a tremendous amount of problems, and it opens up the county to potentially everybody gets 20,000 square feet with no going back to do an environmental review, or back to those voters like me who thought that was what we were getting and what we were voting for. So I think you need a different resolution that affirms the original intent as it was originally interpreted by county council. And I don't know what you're going to do with the people for the last year who now have maybe made some small investments in, or some investment in expanding, because they were led to believe that the rules changed, but that was the change, not the original intent. So please correct the problem that you have now created.
Hello, my name's Kirk Lumpkin. Live between Willits and Laytonville. It seems good to me that both county staff and the Board of Supervisors seem to want to do something good for our county's cannabis growers. But in my opinion, allowing staff to unilaterally change the law is not the way to do it. Both of the options in the agenda have been spin-doctored in such a way that they are tainted by the assumption that staff's reinterpretation was valid and legitimate. If the supervisors accept this reinterpretation of the cannabis ordinance, they forfeit both their power and their responsibility. Whatever this, quote, plain reading of the ordinance might lead one to think, what is actually important is that since the ordinance became law, everyone, including previous staff, the Board of Supervisors, cannabis growers, and the county citizens all agreed, all understood that the ordinance limited cultivation of mature plants for sale to 10,000 square feet per parcel. Again, everyone agreed that that is the law. Admittedly, we are now in a very different situation than when the cannabis ordinance was first passed. And a different situation from when the referendum happened and from when we had a county staff that seemed purposely trying to stop growers from getting licenses. And the ordinance could and should be improved, but that should be done with proper notice by the Board of Supervisors, along with the required public hearings and attention to environmental impacts. Perhaps there would be general agreement on expansion, but that is not a decision for the staff to make on their own. I would guess, although hearing the discussion here about the county income shortfalls, you might not like this, but I think that reducing cannabis grower fees and taxes would be less controversial with the county's voters than expansion. And I think it would be great to officially acknowledge sometime these growers who have persisted through so much adversity have made Mendocino County world famous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oops, I'm fat. I won't be long. My name is Dave Beebe. I live up Sherwood Road. Okay. My name is Dave Beebe, and I live up Sherwood Road. I got a couple of notes here. The cannabis ordinance adopted in 2017 limits the cultivation area at 10,000 square feet. Everybody here today has admitted to that. Everybody agreed to that. There was no reason to change that. If you want to change it, you need to open with a notice of public hearing. The public needs to know about it, not the staff, the public. Two, we must follow due process in this topic. If we don't, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You got to follow the due process to make it happen. And who really needs more than 10,000 square feet? Only the greedy. Times are changing. It's time to scale back. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kate Marion Child, and I agree with all the previous speakers and the chair and Supervisor Klein. So I won't repeat. I was part of the referendum effort, one of the leaders of it, and I spent many hours out in the hot, hot sun in June and July of 2021 talking to people about the cannabis expansion ordinance that our supervisors had adopted without due process and without an EIR. And everyone I talked to just about understood that the limit of cannabis grow sizes was 10,000 square feet. So after we collected those 6,000 signatures in less than 30 days, the supervisors rescinded that ordinance that they had adopted and tacitly or explicitly said that they had not read, they had not taken the temperature of the county. They had not assessed public opinion. And that's what you have been on the verge of doing again. There's another body that isn't being consulted, which is the plants and animals, the flora and fauna of this county. A lot of people are objecting based on smell and nuisance to humans, but there's also a huge impact on wildlife to expanding, to doubling the size of a cannabis grow. The bottom lines are these. Most wild food webs depend on, let's see, wait, what was I going to say? What was my order here? Most wild food webs depend on insects. Songbirds and butterflies are particularly dependent on them. And if you care about birdsong and beautiful butterflies, then you have to protect insects. Insects, to thrive and reproduce, most insects require locally native plants. They have to have evolved over millennia to be able to resist the chemicals with which plants defend themselves. So they have to have co-evolved with plants. Except in agricultural and industrial zones, commercial monoculture almost always requires the destruction of native plants, whether that's done legally or illegally, but it almost always happens. So every single native plant that we have is precious, especially oaks, which support more life forms than any other plant in North America. So to do anything that results in doubling the destruction of native plants is a blow to our native ecosystems.
Thank you.
Hello, Stephen Amato, president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for all your comments here today. Our organization does have, as Supervisor Klein, I believe, said, that there's some folks that are for or against it. And what I did before we went to the GGC last couple weeks back was to really explore what is the real impact we're dealing with here, to see if the squeeze is really worth the juice of constantly having these meetings go back and forth on this. And when I contacted the Mendocino Cannabis Department, first thing I asked them was how many phase one operators have this secondary license that they're even able to convert. They said there was 25 total in the county. Then I asked them how many of those are on the non-resource land, or on the resource lands, 22 of them. That equates to 5 acres total throughout the whole county. Then I asked her how many of those folks actually applied for a license as a conversion from phase one into this secondary mature license. The number was 0. 0 of those people have done it. The only folks that have done this have done it in the phase 3 style. From what I understand, it's under 40 folks that have even applied for this license. We're in a current climate where we're losing cultivators and operations and businesses and tax revenue and dollars by the day. So I really just ask you to explore whether or not this is even worth continuing to keep going back and forth. A couple of other ideas I like to point out. There was an EIR conducted on this by the state that did view this as just total canopy. They didn't differentiate between immature or mature plants. So they viewed it as under 22,000 square foot per parcel that has a license, and the EIR was approved for that. Secondary, when you have a nursery, you are allowed to mature your plants for seed production, and you can therefore sell those seeds or sell those plants. So you're going to have that same footprint, and a phase 3 operator right now is allowed to apply for that secondary license and do that currently under the ordinance. And the last thing I like to point out is I keep hearing the terminology, and this is kind of getting me a little bit passionate here, is about original intent. The original intent of the ordinance was to punish people wanting to do this as cannabis cultivators, and I think everyone in this room can agree that that was the fact. And also the original intent was to gradually modify this ordinance, make it better, make it make more sense as time went on. And if you'd like, you could probably ask John McCowan to come in here, and he'll gladly testify to that, as he has many times before. So I just ask you to really honestly come to some sort of conclusion on this so that we can move forward. I understand there's probably going to be legal action from one side or the other, and also keep into account these folks who are barely getting by, who have probably struggled and put out money they don't even really have to try to do this conversion or put this secondary license out to try to make money and be a part of this county and generate dollars for its future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment from the chambers?
Yeah, good afternoon, board. Thanks you. My name's Ian Powell, Mendocino Grasslands. I would like to point out that, yes, under the original intent, like what Stephen was saying, is I've had a nursery permit since 2018. We're allowed to flower that out. I have 22,000 square feet already on my parcel. So I have 10,000 of flowering mature plants, and I have 12,000 square feet of a nursery that, yes, we can flower it out, like you said, for seed production. So you're not changing anything. You're just not able to recognize the revenue from that 12,000 square feet that we flower out anyway for a seed production. So my footprint's already there, and it's been there since 2018. I'm not expanding anything. I'm being allowed to flower that out so you can reap the benefits of it financially and economically, and I can take those flowers to market. Right now, environmentally, as the impact on that, I'm supposed to destroy those plants, but after I've watered them and fed them and they've already been in place, and yes, there is a smell to it, but what sense does that make? I can collect the seeds from it, I can pheno hunt from it, but then I'm supposed to destroy that material. Does that make any sense when you could recognize that as income? My footprint's already there. It's already been there since 2018. The EIR supports it, and environmentally, come to my farm. There's bees, there's flowers. I have a larger flower garden, cut flower garden, and vegetable garden than I do have a cannabis garden. If I wanted to put in an acre of strawberries, none of you would care. It wouldn't be a problem, or potatoes or anything else. But because it's cannabis, there's a problem. But it's already there. We already have it. The nursery permit is in place. Whether or not we get to flower that out and accept it as revenue for the county, that's what we have to think about. And the ARR supports it. Environmentally, we're not cutting down oak trees because you can't. It's not. Those are protected. It's just. Like Steve said, we've gone around and around and around in this. I really feel like, Ms. Klein, I understand Redwood Valley, it's an issue. I get it. But if someone in Redwood Valley already has a nursery permit and they can flower that out, they're already there. It's done. But for you not to recognize that income stream when we have an ERR that supports it, I don't know. I've lived in this county my entire life. I've seen cannabis in it my entire life. It's here, it's staying. I think we need to figure out how we can move forward. Thank you.
Hannah Nelson. I have only one slight refinement to what the past couple of speakers have said, and that is that it's not an additional revenue stream, it's maximizing the current revenue stream on the current footprint or what is allowed. So for example, if somebody does seed production now, which requires growing the plants to maturity, they can sell those seeds. But the amount that they're going to get for those seeds compared to what they would get if they harvested the flower and sold the flower is different. That's the only comment I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ellen Drell. I really appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate the chair's opening comments and also Madeline's opening comments. And I let me say the issue around nurseries is odd. It's a bit convoluted and doesn't make a lot of sense, and it has changed over the years since it was originally conceived in 2017. But the ordinance says, and I think everyone will agree, that you can have 22,000 square feet of nursery, and you can grow it to maturity for genetic expression and seeds, but it has to be destroyed. It can't be sold on the market. Now, that's an aspect of our ordinance that we might want to look at changing, but that is what the ordinance says now. So I don't think that should have a bearing on the decision before you today, one way or the other. I think most people in this room, as you can probably tell, are open to changes to our ordinance. What we don't support is to change the ordinance in the way that staff has presented it to you. With all due respect to staff, their plain reading is an opinion. And it maybe is an opinion that a lot of people believe and support, but it's their opinion. What the ordinance means is reflected in how it was intended and implemented over the last 7 years. And like it or not, it's 10,000 square feet. That can be changed, but it needs to be changed in the proper way, or none of our laws are secure. None of them. Not at the county level or right on up. We have to respect the process of creating laws for ourselves with our elected representatives. And I have witnessed this whole thing since April of last year when staff kind of dropped this bombshell on the board. And I know that some of you were quite stunned and unprepared. So So I think it's a little bit of a rewriting of history to say that you knew all along it was some other way. So I urge you to take the path suggested by the chair, because that will put this discussion to an end. And it will preclude any convoluted expenses and exercises going forward. And it will put this discussion to an end. We will agree that what the ordinance says is 10,000 square feet. And then we can move on to changing the things about this ordinance that we think need to be changed in the proper way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corinne Powell. I think that Ellen just summed up my comments. That we have gotten here because we have tried to skirt the issues. We have not wanted to accept what the county has done in the past on this issue. We have allowed the county counsel's office over different time periods to opine, but with this most recent interpretation of the writing allowing for 2 permits on a parcel, anybody who was around when the ordinance was written knew that that was 2 different license types, not 2 of the same kind, 2 different license types. So if you were a cultivator, you could also have a distribution license. You could also have a processing license, but it didn't have anything to do with creating a larger footprint of the garden. What disturbs me is how we have gotten to this conundrum with changes in the way we're approaching the ordinance, whether it's this one with 2 permits per parcel, or whether it's an arbitrary reinterpretation that if you had a nursery license and you're a cultivator in resource land, well, we're just going to reinterpret that and let that be a second cultivation license. I don't understand where that came from, but it was sort of a manipulative approach to what nobody on the last 3 boards have wanted to do, which is redo the ordinance. We need to put all this angst and energy and concern into creating an ordinance that works in 2025 and beyond. And I would like this board, after they conclude their decision today on however they want to interpret the options before them, to commit to a roundtable process to begin restructuring a cannabis ordinance that works now. Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comment in the chambers here, we'll go to online comments.
First up, we've got Kyle.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. This is Kyle Greenalt. I'm the owner of Heritage Mendocino and Bomba Farms up in Willits. I've been sitting throughout all this meeting throughout the day, whether I was in person or online today, and this is all becoming a very stark reality with what's going on with our county. And quite frankly, there's a lot of talk about trust, and I really feel that we need to move forward with the things that we have said and that we have put into the ordinance. But obviously, with everything that has been spoken about before, there is no time. There's no time to wait. If you choose to go back once again on this, not expansion, but allowing these second permits, then you're going to have to choose what this county is going to do. And if we're going to be doing something really fastly here, we need an ordinance. We need an ordinance now. We need a new one now. We need a timeline now. And I'm sure I'm as sick as everybody else that are in there in that room today, that seeing a lot of you that are up there on that panel on the board, and the conversations that we've had in personal and in private, to have your stance change is mind-boggling to me right now. I think the best way we can deal with the people that are actually getting out there to say what they need to say and being a part of this process and being there at every meeting. I feel like we're getting duped here, and I feel like that you guys aren't understanding the fact that we're underneath a time crunch here. So I implore you to do what the law says, and states allowing us having 2 permits. But I also implore you to change the ordinance in entirety. Get the zoning in the proper direction. Get these lovely women in Redwood Valley happy and get it out of their neighborhood, or get them reasonable something to where something's going to be happening here, because I feel like a lot of time's wasted. There's a lot of great agricultural property out there to be able to do acreage or canopy. There's a lot of rangeland to be able to do acreage or canopy. There's a lot of win-win here at situation, but we need to hear from the county where we're going to go with this now. So I hope to see the decision today of what I'm expecting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have David A.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. Well, since I got a shout out, I might as well clarify why I think the Chair should recuse. And obviously you're not going to, Mr. Hatzek, because you spoke first during this item, which if you're recusing, you don't speak at all. And it's not because you had an organization contribute to your campaigns. That's not the reason why I think you should recuse. The reason you should recuse is because personal friends of yours who were campaign contributors and are still personal friends of yours are threatening to sue the county over this exact item. I think that creates an ethical dilemma for you that you should acknowledge. And it's really surprising to me that nobody has brought that up. And I think that if you're going to, as a board, pass a code of conduct and ethics that says that you should avoid even the impression of impropriety, this is where the conversation starts on ethics. When you have personal friends who, through a dark money lobbying anti-cannabis organization, are threatening to sue the county, I feel like that creates a conflict of interest for you. So, moving on. People who are worried about the environmental impact, who are worried about monocropping, they might want to turn their attention to the 1 million acres under timber cultivation in this county that are being monocropped by large timber organizations that are spraying their unwanted trees to cultivate the 1 or 2 species that they do want. I consider that to be massive environmental destruction, and yet nobody ever talks about that. We're going to talk about 10,000 square feet of cannabis. So, the cannabis community is totally correct in that all of this activity from the very beginning has been geared toward reducing their ability to participate. Can't cut a native tree, you can't do this, you can't do that. You got 6 or 7 state agencies that are lording over you, including your water usage and the drainage and your driveway and any kind of building code violations you might have. It's a rigorous, rigorous process. And the plain reading of the law is the way it was written. This should have never come back. People shouldn't be arguing about it. The people of Redwood Valley are real rich to be standing up when half of Redwood Valley, under that prohibition overlay, were cultivating. Let's get real. Let's bring people into the process, and let's continue, with a plain reading. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we've got Jim Shields.
Good afternoon, Board. Jim Shields, Chairman of the Laytonville Municipal Advisory Council.
we've been urging the Board of Supervisors for some time to reject this backdoor attempt to circumvent an unambiguous provision in the cannabis ordinance. There is absolutely no authority under existing law or the Mendocino County Cannabis Ordinance for anyone, including county staff administrators or the supervisors, to, quote, reinterpret in whole or in part provisions of the cannabis ordinance. It's widely accepted by constituents that such action gives the appearance of the cannabis ordinance administration being an insider's game being played by staff and a self-selected few in the local cannabis industry. Our town council was asked to support efforts by folks who are concerned about the cannabis department staffers' action to, quote, reinterpret a provision in the ordinance. The effect of this new clarification is that it would double the existing cultivation area, which has always been 10,000 square feet. Such changes would have to be accomplished only by the supervisors taking formal action at a public meeting. You've received advice from your county counsel's office regarding the plain language doctrine, which, by the way, is a tortuously misinterpreted an application of that particular doctrine. The doctrine that's really applicable here is the what's known as the Four Corners Rule, which is a principle of both contract law, government code, labor law, etc. And that provides that the meaning of a contract must be determined solely from the four corners of the document itself, without any reference at all to extrinsic evidence, which is what's occurring here. We agree with the Willits Environmental Center when they say this reinterpretation turns 7 years of understanding on its head and dramatically alters the fundamental tenet of the ordinance and the underlying justifications of the mitigated negative declaration. Keep in mind that Supervisor Dan Journey got to the crux of this dispute last fall when he said Mendocino Planning and Building Department had a long history of preparing memos on planning matters. My understanding is the purpose of such memos is to ensure consistency to how department personnel apply county code. This new interpretation of county code regarding the cannabis ordinance as outlined in their memo appears to me to go beyond the scope of PBS memos, at least as I understand the purpose and scope. For me, the memo does not appear to be consistent with county code or what I believe was the understanding of board members and the public at the time of the cannabis code adoption. The effect of this new clarification is that it would double the existing cultivation area, which has always been 10,000 square feet. Such changes would have to be accomplished only by the Board of Supervisors. This county has spent more time, money, and resources on this marijuana issue than any other county history, and there's basically nothing to show for it. State Cannabis Department shows that 75% of all cannabis in this state is illegally exported beyond California's borders. So why would this county take any action to expand legal cultivation beyond the stated and well understood cap of 10,000 square feet? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Drew Nickel.
Hey, good afternoon. Here again, talking about this again, and I just, I do agree that sure, we need some new ordinances to look at things, but what's in front of us now is already probably too little, too late, and time is a luxury we just don't have. I don't think people are aware of what's really going on in Mendocino County's cannabis industry, and I've been talking about this over and over again. I just spoke with a reporter who reached out to me and has been hired by a Bay Area magazine to do a report on how this has been fumbled and how Mendocino County land values and all of that are basically, hitting rock bottom. And I would say anybody in that room, if you're sitting on a parcel of property that's 10 acres or longer, and I am a licensed real estate agent and been selling property in this county for a while. If you're sitting on a 10-acre parcel in Mendocino County right now, your property values have already dropped at least 20% in value just from what we're seeing going on with the cannabis. Now, maybe you don't care, but what can stabilize that is getting our feet under a legal cannabis ordinance and allowing people to grow something that is at least competitive with what's going on in the rest of the state. I heard one gentleman say, well, who needs 10K? Well, obviously almost every other county in the state does, because that's what they're doing, including our neighbors to the north, south, east, right? There isn't any to the west, but still, the point is taken. We're talking about 2,200 square feet that's already being cultivated. You know, you can say, all right, well, it's not being flowered, but yes, it actually is. For those of you who aren't growing, this really doesn't affect you in any negative way. But if you look at the people in the room that are growing, it's affecting their whole lifeblood and their ability to stay in this industry. And to look those people next to you in the eye that are growing and say, we don't think you should be able to have a business that makes sense, that makes money, to me, it might be one of the most tragic things to come out of this whole thing. I also have a local podcast here, and I had the sheriff on, Matt Kendall. He said that crime in the county related to marijuana has come down by extravagant numbers, like huge amounts. And a lot of that is due to the legalization. So a lot of you have moved to Mendocino County, grew illegally, and made your money against the law. But now that we're trying to change the laws in order to allow ourselves to survive, all of a sudden we're against it. And I think that needs to be looked at long and hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Liana Costa.
Hi, thank you. I definitely want to thank the board for their direction this morning in that thing about the appeals for the property tax. I'd already done the Prop 8 appeal, so I'll get the other one in shortly. I recently went to the economic development meeting that they had for stakeholders, and they told us that there were two exports for the county, logging and cannabis, and that they were trying to figure out how to get more revenue to the county. Well, we have 118 phase 3 applicants that actually have paid their fees to the county, have paid their fees to the water board, have filed paperwork and been approved. Some of them, likely much like myself, have been approved, or my applicant for my tenant for my property. He's been approved at the county level, but he's still waiting at the state level for his license so that he can start his business, and he's been waiting for over a year. This is just a really frustrating, long, arduous process. And I think if the county wants to bring revenue, they should really stick with it, that you can have 22,000 square feet. The environmental impact report that the state did for us, because the county was able to complete it, said that if everyone that had a license that could, maximized it to 22,000 square feet, we'd still be okay. So I think the thing to do is just to say, let the ordinance stand the way it is, and then everyone can have two licenses. And I'd personally like a change to say that you could have two of the same licenses, but I'll accept that you can have two licenses that are different on the same parcel of land. And I encourage the board to support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and the last hand raised right now is Barry.
Can you hear me? Presume you can. My name is Barry Nadler. I'm also an owner of Mendocino Grasslands. As Ian indicated, we currently grow on both 10,000 square feet and a 12,000 square feet nursery, and it goes to flower. So the folks that are talking about an environmental impact, that impact already exists under the current statute. And the concept that the council for the county is somehow corrupt and misstated, or has in some conspiracy to mislead the supervisors on what the statute clearly says on its face, seems to be both rude and not appropriate. It seems to me these people that are county officials are trying to do the best job they can in a very tough situation. And I think that the statute, as I've told many of the supervisors that I've already talked to, is a problem. 22,000 square feet is not enough for us to expand our operation and employ more people. It doesn't help the economic development for the county to continue to limit this, particularly when you have counties surrounding it that are 1 acre and then allow stack licenses. Now, we're not supporting that. We just want 1 acre so that we can get our company to expand. And all this time that is being spent on trying to argue about what was intended or not intended, whatever number of years ago, we didn't buy our farm until 2019, and the statute was what the statute says it is. And I think the lawyers at the county are sufficiently intelligent to understand what that means. So I think it's inappropriate for people that read the statute, understand it reasonably, are allowed to do the 2 grows. And when you say it was limited to 10,000 square feet, one grow was limited to 10,000 square feet. Another grow that is allowed to flower was allowed to be at 12,000 square feet, and that is why the state, in their EIR, said it was going to be 22,000 square feet for its impact. So at this point in time, to say that either environmentally or for some other reason it's not appropriate, it seems to me you are taking away from the people that are making a business investment away from us the opportunity for us to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that it for online comments?
Seeing
Okay.
none.
All right, back to the board. I'll just say I appreciate the comments on both sides of this issue. Really, a lot of good points were made, and there is a lot of work to be done on the cannabis ordinance still to make it work for everybody. And that, again, I'll go back to that process, needs to be open. It needs to be inclusive of all points of view, and it needs to be well publicized. And so with that, I go back to what I said originally. We do need to go back to the original intent. It wasn't staff's fault. Staff was doing what they were supposed to do. But if we go back to the original intent, then we can take the responsibility upon the board to make that decision and move forward from that point and figure out what to do with these people who have already applied for a second permit or are working on that, and we figure out how to move the whole ordinance forward in a way that's good for the county. So that would be my hope. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I too appreciate everybody's comments. I find it unfortunate that we're back here. It sounds like maybe the 3rd or 4th time on this one item, but I'm leaning towards siding with the plain reading and also supporting the board's, depending how you look at it, 2-3 or 3-2 vote to not change. And then I just specifically want to point out, I think both gentlemen from Mendocino Grasslands did a great job of explaining the situation.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you that came today and participated online for showing up again and being involved in the process. I know it's exhausting, and I'm sorry that we're back in the same position, and I do hope that the board can move forward. I understand that the ordinance needs changes, and I'm committed to helping be a part of that collaborative process, that open process, and working towards a more prosperous future. But that being said, I can't support at this point in time an expansion of up to 20,000 for the many reasons that have been stated, and would actually make a motion to move forward with the first motion as the recommended action.
Is there a second to that? Well, then I'll second it. Do I need to pass the gavel as a second? Okay, I'll second the motion. Okay, so seeing no further comments from the board, we'll call the question.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor Norvell?
No.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
No.
Motion fails with Supervisors Williams, Norvell, and Mulhern dissenting.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, it would have to come back, but I think unlicensed cannabis in this county is a large nuisance. It's the county's responsibility to do something about it. The system today where neighbors have to file code complaints knowing that their name will likely be released isn't fair. It's not a way, you don't want neighbors against neighbors. But if you want to look at the total impact of nuisance and environment in this county, it's the unlicensed. And we're spending a lot of time focused on the licensed cannabis, people who are trying to play by the rules, be responsible. Some of them, I'm sure, are creating a nuisance. They probably don't mean to. We need to help them clean that up. But we could put a lot of focus on creating public goodwill by addressing the unlicensed cultivation that where there's no checks and balances.
Hey, we're looking for a motion. All right.
I'll move motion to affirm the board's support for existing cannabis cultivation limits within county code, which allows for 2 different CBL types on eligible parcels and up to 20,000 square feet of mature cannabis canopy in appropriately zoned areas.
I'll second, but I have a question for the maker.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So no ordinance changes, correct? Okay, because the existing language allows for a maximum of 22,000.
22,000 if it's a nursery.
Right.
If it's not a nursery and you change to a different license type, it's 10,000.
Okay.
So that's a maximum of 20,000. I understand that some of the speakers misinterpreted that, but that is how the ordinance was written.
No change to ordinance. I can support it. Second.
All right, any further comment? Call the question.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Klein?
No.
And Supervisor Norvell?
Yes.
Motion passes with Supervisors Klein and Hashak dissenting.
Okay, thank you for that discussion, and I'm glad that we have a resolution to the issue. Okay, the Chief Executive Officer's report, item 4G.
Nothing to
None?
report. Thank you.
Okay. Item 4H, we don't have anything for the legislative platform.
Nothing to report.
Okay, supervisor reports. Who wants to go first? Supervisor Klein.
I'll keep this brief. I'm sure we're all ready to go home. I recently attended our quarterly RCRC meeting and just wanted to share that there are several other counties across the state that are facing similar budget situations as us. I also have had some meetings with public health and behavioral health exploring a nitrous oxide ban. I spent most of a day with social services doing a deep dive of their operations. I also had a meeting with the assessor's office around the escape and supplemental issues that have been continuing on and what their options are for communicating the situation better to the community and what they're doing from their end. And then also on the Potter Valley project, there is a feasibility study underway about raising Coyote Dam that I'm involved with, as well as research on the water demands of our community that will help us get a better picture if there are changes to the Potter Valley project.
Hey, Supervisor Mulhern.
I broke the microphone. Thank you. Supervisor Norvell and I are on the General Government Committee, and we had a drought resilience update, and that's currently out for public participation. It's a little hard to get people to participate in a drought conversation when you're not in a drought. So we could certainly use all of the supervisors' reports so that everybody can go back in their memory a few years ago what it was like when they were in a drought, so that we can have that feedback implemented into the report. And of course, as I mentioned, we received public comment on cannabis density. I am serving this year on the MTA board, and I just want to remind the board and the public that if there are unmet transit needs in your district. The MTA board discusses that at each meeting, so you can contact me to have that added, or you can contact the director through the MTA website. Of course, I can also give you his email. I did attend the Cannabis Economic Development meeting in Willits, and it was, I think, a really good opportunity for discussion around improvements that the industry is looking for, including the ability to do direct sales, concerns about the amount that are paid in taxes, and the desire for more networking and collaboration. So I just want to thank the Economic Development team for putting on that workshop, and I look forward to the next one. I was invited to attend the signing ceremony with the Ukiah Recovery Center and Northern Circle Indian Housing Authority. They have come to an agreement and are collaborating on creating a sober living facility through the Ford Street project that will offer 24 beds, which will help about 100 people per year in their sobriety transition back into the community. I also did a walk and talk that nobody came to, but that's because it was raining. But I am doing one on Zoom coming up here on the 11th at 9:15 a.m. I attended the Community Transition School. They had an annual sale. I was able to purchase my magnets that I needed for my refrigerator. That's a Ukiah Unified School District program for young adults with special needs, and they learn daily living skills. They take classes at Mendocino College and learn workability skills. So when that invitation for their end of the year party comes, I encourage all of the supervisors to attend. We get to play baseball, and people that play sports get to play baseball and enjoy learning about their programs. We also had a great Redwood Trail agency meeting, and several projects that have been long outstanding went out to bid and were approved by the board. So it's nice to see that that agency is moving forward now that there is staff. I think I do want to say that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to improve tribal engagement and working with community partners, and I'm happy to try to assist in that. I got to do a couple of fun things over the last couple of weeks, including visiting the youth circus put on by the Hopland Band of Pomo Indians at Gateway Mendocino in Hopland. So that was a great opportunity to meet with some kids from that tribe as they were enjoying spring break. Also had several meetings in the county on Friday in person in Anderson Valley and Mendocino. Then I went up to Fort Bragg and to Willits. And I participated in the 5K at Nelson Ranch to support the Humane Society. And I just, what a beautiful county that we live in. And through all of our challenges, it never disappoints to be able to take a look at our scenery that we have here.
Hey, Supervisor Norvell.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick things. An update on the Prop 47 grant, which was a collaboration between the City of Fort Bragg crew team and the Sheriff's Office. The contracts have all been signed. They've been dedicated, I think, 4 transitional beds at the Hospitality House per the contract. And they plan on proactively getting after some encampments that are on the outskirts of the city that are actually in the county towards the end of this month. And then I was also had the opportunity to speak to a local group last week about CORE and explain to them what the county's plans are there. That group was the Mendo Matters group. Thank you.
All right. I've been hearing a lot about the Medi-Cal cuts that are proposed by the Congress and by the federal government. So, there's certainly concern about the rural health clinics. We talked about it this morning, and what the impact would be to the 47% of the people in Mendocino County who are on Medi-Cal. The Secure Rural Schools Act was not reauthorized, and so we heard earlier that it will be an impact to the county in a small way, but to the rural schools throughout the United States, it's a huge impact. And coming from the public education world, that was critical funding for a lot of schools. So that will have an impact. I'm on the working group for CSAC for their tribal relations and policy group. We had a meeting on March 28th to kind of get to know each other and talk about what we were looking for in that working group. I also attended a CSAC immigration webinar called Immigration Basics for California. It was interesting to look at what the administration is doing as far as immigration and how they're pushing the boundaries for a lot of laws. So, I just want to reassure people in Mendocino County that we are upholding the Values Act and other acts in California that create a sanctuary for all people. Okay. MCOG had a meeting yesterday. There was a presentation from Caltrans on their Vision Zero and safe system approach to highways. This is looking at pedestrian fatalities and trying to reduce those. Pedestrian fatalities per capita are highest among Native Americans by a wide margin. So we were looking at speed management, speed enforcement, and traffic calming, which are all big issues in Mendocino County, where we have a lot of roads but little enforcement. MCOG is in the process of updating the Regional Transportation and Active Transportation Plan for Mendocino County. So this is done once every 4 years, and there are incentives to provide input. So you can go to MCOG and pull up the Regional Transportation Active Transportation Plan and answer the questions, provide your input. Or you can go to MCOG's website or call staff at 707-234-3434. I also attended Representative Huffman's town hall in Ukiah on Friday. And speaking of town halls, I'm going to have a town hall at the Willits Fire Station on April 14th from 3 to 4:30, and also in Laytonville on April 15th, which is a Tuesday, at Harwood Hall from 6 to 7:30. So that's my report. Thank you. I don't think you had one. Did you have a report?
I met with Dee Dee Parker, our new social services director, talked about the department and goals, and I think she's doing a fantastic job, and I'm really pleased about it. I think it's her vision is going to bolster the department for the employees, for the people who receive services, for the taxpayers, and for this supervisor who doesn't like retroactive agreements on the agenda. And I was really pleasantly surprised. I think we got somebody good in that position who's making a lot of progress in short time. Then I also met with Megan Van Sant and went over some of where we are on homelessness. Kind of the same thing. I feel a lot of confidence. I think she's putting us on a good path, especially considering some of the federal cuts that may be coming. Met with Chris Rogers' office about county issues as a whole. And then met with several groups about the LCP update. It's underway right now, and there's a lot of people who want to give input, and trying to make sure that all gets captured. And I've received complaints about the county not enforcing the unlicensed cannabis, and I think those people are right. It is a nuisance, and it's happening in places where it shouldn't happen, and we're putting almost all of our focus on the legal market where people are trying to do what's right, but some cases failing, and not emphasizing that it's happening in places it shouldn't be happening at all. I think it's appropriate that as we talk about the budget for the next year, we look at how we can begin to address this. If you want to have a licensed industry that's working, you can't have the unfair competition of unlicensed grows that aren't subject to environmental regulations and taxes side by side.
Yeah, totally agree. And I had a meeting with Sheriff Kendall and Planning and Building and Code Enforcement and some people from around the county 2 weeks ago. And we're working on a letter to state agencies that we hope to have before the board for approval. All right. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 4:59. Thank you.